welcome in, everybody. Just getting a word from our producer that I should be saying something here, so welcome in. Welcome back, everybody, to another amazing season here from the International Racing Organization. I am going to be your host to start the 2026 Endurance Championship off GT45 Gaming, and I wouldn't have it any other way. I'm glad to be back this season for the third season here for the World Endurance Championship from International Racing Organization, and our defending champions here this season is going to be the Esports Race Asylum team, coming in with a Season 2 championship win right down to the final race last season. They're in much of the same position as our Season 1 champions were, the Overboost Racing team. They won the inaugural season. They came into Season 2 as those defending champions and had to face some massive adversity as the competition has stiffened up, and that's the case here again from Season 2 to Season 3. You thought the limits were already there last season. You are incorrect. We are stretching the limits of what's going to be capable here on GT7 and an Endurance Championship racing here yet again this season from International Racing Organization. And a lot of these drivers are probably not going to need a whole lot of introduction for most of you ladies and gentlemen out there that are racing fans. It is a star-studded lineup here in split number 1, and welcome in. So I hope everybody's having a fantastic start to the 2026 season. Last weekend we ran the real 24 hours of Daytona, Rolex 24 hours in Daytona, Florida, and it was a pretty good racing down there to start the season off here. So we're looking for the same thing here from the International Racing Organization teams and drivers. Things are a little bit different this season compared to last season. Still the same format with the 2-hour driver stints. We'll see a rolling lap to start the race off, and then a green after a formation lap here to start the race off today, which should be starting here fairly shortly. Welcome in, everybody. Do us a favor right off the bat here this season. Let's make sure that we like and sub to the page. Definitely like the stream. It helps the page grow on the YouTube algorithm. And, well, if you don't want to miss any of the endurance racing action this season, and I promise you're not going to want to miss any of this racing action this season, definitely going to want to sub to the International Racing Organization channel. So, Season 3, what can we expect? Well, fast, fierce competition. That's what we can expect to see here from the racers this season. We are seeing some of GT7's finest coming out to play here this season in the International Racing Organization. I believe there was 36 teams or 37 teams that registered to qualify this season, and only 28 teams make the season, and split 1 was highly competitive, and it was no different going into our qualifying session yesterday, leading into our race here today as well. So we're just a few minutes from getting things underway here, and I mean, try to pick a favorite racer here, I think, this season. If you're a fan and you don't really know who anybody is, just hang out throughout the broadcast here today, and all the broadcasters will bring you as much information as we can, as we're still learning about a lot of the racers ourselves. But what we do know is it is a star-studded lineup. So now that we know everything is working on my end of things, we're going to go to a more comfortable screen so we can get better racing action for everybody here. That's not a good sign. That was interesting. Alright, so we're not seeing a race start here, we're seeing a formation lap. So the drivers are going to settle in a single file line around the racetrack at, I believe it's going to be 80 or 100 miles per hour. And then once we get out of the Le Mans chicane, it's now called the bus stop, as it's formerly known as, into NASCAR 3, we'll see these drivers start to line up double file and prepare for a green checker or a green start, and that'll be controlled by our pole position qualifier from yesterday's qualifying session, who is a Jelly Racer. So I don't know all of these drivers myself yet this season. We see some familiar names in here, obviously, and we see some returning drivers and teams from last season as well. So it's going to take all of us a little bit of time here in the booth as well this season to really get our hands and a grasp on exactly who we got behind the wheel of these racing cars this season. But we do know that some of GT7's upper echelon is going to be racing here this season, and this is only 14 of several names that we're going to see come across the board here throughout the 24 hours of Daytona from the International Racing Organization. So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Settle in, because we're going to be going green here in roughly about a minute's time. Real racing starts in 2 weeks at Bathurst. We haven't even got green yet. We already got the trash talk happening in the chat. We love it. We love it. Alright, let's get to our pole position driver here. So we see lots of Dodge Vipers on the racetrack here to start this season. Now, if there's anything like last season, I haven't delved fully into the finer details, but car changes did not cost for the first car change, so we may see car changes here throughout the season, but we just had an update literally a couple days ago, so it's going to be interesting to see now how the teams handle the cars compared to their strategy pre-update and now post-update leading into race weekend here as well. So also another big change here this season, which is a real big change, is there is a tire allotance this season, meaning every team has a certain allotance of tires. Those tires are for the entirety of the race, and this weekend's race, it is 18 soft tires, sets of soft tires, it is 8 sets of medium tires, and it is 12 sets of hard tires this weekend. So between the 12 stints and the potential 6 to 10 different drivers that could partake this weekend here for each racing team, they have to decide what driver is setting on which sets of tires in each stint. Now that makes a significant change from last season, because now if you have an incident on the racetrack and you got to do a pit stop for damage repair, that doesn't necessarily mean we're going to be seeing the drivers taking tires this season. They may stick on those semi-worn out tires, just fix the damage, and then go back out onto the racetrack and stay within their tire strategy. I'm not sure what the penalty is for that, but who cares about that for a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, round 1, Daytona 2026, let's go racing, and we are green, and the pole sitter takes an immediate start. As soon as that line was green, he launched and immediately gets out in front here by a quick car length. So game start right off the bat here. He didn't even hesitate. Let's start this season. He goes and slams down on the loud pedal, and we are absolutely flying here, and good clean start here from our split one drivers, almost all nose to tail here as we headed out of turn number 1. A little bit of jockeying for position here into the International Horseshoe here, but it looks like we all got ourselves sorted out. This is what we expect to see from this class of racers here at race start all season long. That was an absolutely fantastic racing start here from these racers. Clean cut, very precise, and game on. Let's go racing. Oh boy, nose to tail, first through 14th position here right now. So it is Jelly Racer out in the race lead here, starting in pole position with a great launch off race start. They're absolutely caught all of the racers in behind sleeping there, and he's been holding that 2.5 car length gap ever since. So he's holding on right now, but let's see how it goes. Boogity boogie boogie, hey hey. Alright, so Project 1 Racing's Valkyrie here in behind the wheel. They are returning this season as well. They had a fantastic finish last season, in season number 2. They came very strong. Got Super GT here for FGR in 4th place currently with ERA's Harlock. I skipped one. Our defending champions here sitting currently in 3rd place. A little bit of a bump draft right there on Valkyrie, the Project 1 Racing Dodge Viper up ahead, and a little bit of strategy already very early on the plate. Now, remember, we said there are tire allotments this season, so the drivers just can't use as many tires and whatever tires they want this season. They have to use it within the mandated sets of tires. Again, I'm just going to refresh that. It is 18 sets of soft tires, it is 8 sets of medium tires, and 12 sets of hard tires for this racing round this weekend here at Daytona. The drivers have to do this 24-hour race within those 38 sets of tires allotted here for the drivers this weekend. Obviously, we know the softs are going to wear out faster than the medium and the hard tires, so it's going to be interesting to see how all these strategies come into play here for this race. And it does appear that they're all kind of on the same wavelength here to start the season off. Alright. Oh, and there we go. We got a battle here for 4th place. We got Coyote and Super GT here battling it out for 5th place currently here on the racetrack. Coyote gets a nice little pass there underneath as he uses the shorter part of the oval there. And that's just good, clean, precise racing there. A nice early attack for position there by Coyote over the FGR squad there. And we'll move up into 4th place. But this is a 24-hour race. This race will not be won here in the first couple of laps. There is a lot of time and a lot of patience and a lot of strategy is going to happen into this race here over the next 24 hours. You missed the timer. Alright, so we got Icon here in 6th place here in the Porsche 911 RSR. We've got the Shadow here in 7th place, also in a Dodge Viper. We've got Luo. Not sure how to pronounce some of these names. We'll get it right at some point this season. Our French driver here in the Mercedes in 8th place. We've got Super S2K here in the Porsche 911 in the 9th place. We've got I'm not even sure how to pronounce that either. Here in 10th place, and in the Audi R8. So that's an interesting choice. I'm a big fan of that car already here on the racetrack today. We don't see too many MRs out here. We've got a Mazda RX Vision here by Zerdaxium. We've got Devcon here in the Mercedes in 12th place. We've got Prima Jensen here in the Ferrari 296, one of the newest additions here to the game this year. And we've got Bezzy here in the BMW M6. So roughly just about a half a field of Dodge Vipers here to start the season in split number 1. So we do have a second split here that does run as well. They're running on a separate schedule and separate weekends, and it should be interesting to see how that split all progresses on through the season here as well. But all the focus here is on split number 1 this season, without a question of a doubt, as well, we're preparing to see some pretty crazy fast, hopefully long, close, tight racing over long, extended periods of time. I mean, these are a lot of GT7's best racers in the business. These are guys that have spent time on the world stage. These are guys that have spent time in front of that camera. And some of us may remember some of these guys in these World Tour events here over the years, and still continuing to try and push into those obviously live events and still progressing down that path as well. Some obviously are there, are all here and racing this season. So it's going to be interesting to see how they take say a 40-minute race that they're so used to on that stage at the World Tour events and put it into perspective over 8 hours or a 12-hour or a 24-hour time frame. So it's not just one driver, it's a whole team of drivers. Can they maintain the pace? Can they make the right decisions? Can they make the right strategy calls over that extended period of time? It's going to be very interesting to see how this tests their long-term thinking and their long-term survivability in these cars as well. It's going to be super interesting to see, and I think that not only as viewers are we in for a pretty interesting learning session this season here from these guys, but I think that they're also in store for a bit of a learning session themselves here in the early part of the season as they kind of get a handle on these long distance races themselves as well. I agree. I think the Vipers are going to be definitely a concern on fuel, but seeing so many of them in the field, I don't think that is too much of a concern for these guys, obviously. We'll have to wait and see how it all plays out here, but fuel, obviously, and then having to worry about X amount of sets of tires that you're allowed this season as well, which is going to be logistically a nightmare to track, not only for the teams, but I think for our race control officials as well this season. That is a lot of extra information I have to keep a hold of. Alright, so Valkyrie here still in second place. Nothing has changed up front here. Our top three are still our top three as the race has started. 3/4 of a second gap to Coyote and Super GT here in the FGR squad. They are separated just by enough where the slipstream isn't really helping them any, but it hasn't separated them enough for Coyote to lose the FGR squad in behind here either. So that leaves Shadow here, or the Shadow, pardon me, our finish driver here in 6th place. A little bit of a lag spike right there as we entered into turn number 1, but everything seems to be okay there. And he is about 1.4 seconds in behind Super GT there. So that's where I guess our first break in the pack kind of is, where the break in the slipstream is between 5th and 6th place here currently. Everybody else is just kind of on the edge of the slipstream here right now. We got Icon 8/10 of a second in behind the Shadow. We've got Luol 8/10 of a second in behind Icon. We've got Super S2K right on the back door of 8th place here. So let's watch this battle between Porsche and Mercedes here currently. That's now allowing EI or AA or EE or II, I'm not exactly sure how you would pronounce that, in 10th place to potentially close it and make this a three-way battle. And then you've got the RX Vision team just in behind here as well. And I do have a cheat sheet beside me here, and I have a moment to take a look at it, but I suspected that we weren't going to have a whole lot of time to really get down to the nitty-gritties here at the beginning of our race here this weekend and this season, as there's a lot of new faces, there's a lot of new competition, there's a lot of pace on the racetrack, there's a lot of experienced racers on the racetrack. This could be a close stint, I think. I don't think we're going to see a lot of separation between these racers for a large part of the stint, if at all, this stint, to be honest with you. The biggest gap we got right now after 6 laps is 3.5 seconds between 12th and 13th place, so that's it. I mean, between 12th and 11th place, 12th and 13th place, so this is gonna remain tight, I think, here for the first couple hours. You didn't really miss anything, Splurge. Everything was been nice and neat and tidy. The only thing that's changed is Super GT and the FGR team is down in the 5th place. One position change so far in this race in the front end of the pack. There may be some position changes in the back half, but we missed them early on, if that's the case. Very tidy racing so far. Very tidy racing so far. Quick bat of the Vipers. They're really the top 4 cars, 5 cars. Come on. 6 cars. And then there's everybody else. That's kind of unfortunate. We're rooting for the underdogs here, I guess, at Daytona, I think, ladies and gentlemen. I think we're rooting for the Porsches and the Mazdas out there, and the Audi, and then the Mercedes. I think we got a Beamer back there as well. Oh my. The Viper might be good and fast and strong at Daytona, but how strong is it going to be at the next track, and the next one after that, and the next one after that, right? As we can start getting into more technical racetracks, that's where that car is going to struggle. We've got the Dodge Viper class, and then we've got the rest of the GT3 class in behind, apparently, here in this race so far. I mean, these are veteran drivers too, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep this in mind, regardless, I think, of the meta car up in front. I don't think we can count any one of these drivers or teams out of this race by far, especially only in the first 17 minutes. That'd be silly of us. I mean, these Dodge Vipers have their own problems to deal with in this race, I'm sure. Tire wear is definitely going to be a factor for these guys, and these Dodge Vipers. Fuel, as somebody has already stated in the chat, could potentially be a concern for these guys as well. So I don't think it's all free sailing for these Dodge Vipers. And they just can't strap on set after set after set after set of soft tires this season either in these dry conditions, and just keep pushing full still. I mean, they only have 18 sets of soft tires they can use today, so they have to figure that out, you know, between the 12 stints. A little bit of a lag spike again there in the lobby. That's the second one we've seen here since the race has started. A little minor blips, but again, so far so good. So I don't believe there's been any changes in that policy as far as, say, if a driver finds themselves no longer in the lobby for a stint. I don't want to say the word. it is a amount of seconds per mile, essentially, or per kilometer on the racetrack that's remaining in the stint. That's added onto the driver's time, and then race control releases that team in the next stint based off of that amount of time plus their time gap to the race leader at the time of the foresaid not going to happen thing today, because Gran Turismo rocks and it's going to remain awesome and stable all day, and we're going to have 14 cars finish less than 30 seconds apart from each other after 24 hours. Wouldn't that be sweet? Right? That's what we're going for. $40 sets each. Oh, I'm going off just the championship document, so it says something a little bit differently that information I'm unaware of, so my bad. 40 sets of sauce. Got it. I was looking at the documentation this morning. I missed something somewhere. Very patient racing by these guys. I'm noticing too, nobody's really forcing a pass right now. Everybody's just kind of being patient, playing nice. They don't want to fight with each other and cost each other that half second or 3/4 of a second or second on that lap to battle for that position. I think unless they're going to get it quick and easy, I don't think they're going to take it here right now. I think that we're going to see a lot of slipstream staying relatively close driving between these guys, but I don't think we're going to see a whole lot of hard battling here. I mean, just making predictions on what we think we're going to see over the next couple hours here. It looked like it was going to start off feisty nose to tail and it was going to stay like that here, but it is starting to spread out just a tiny little bit. The battle for Class 2 is staying close. I mean, we got one Dodge Viper starting to fall off the back end of the pace a little bit. Two Vipers starting to fall off the pace of the lobby a little bit, but again, in 2 hours time that could completely change. What is it? It's 7 seconds to the race leader right now for our first non-Dodge Viper in the racetrack, which is Alien Motorsports 999 Mercedes here. He's got a Porsche right up in his business, and then that Porsche has an Audi up in his business, and then a Porsche up in his business, and it's a whole lot of cars up in other cars' business right now in the mid-pack, and that's what we always like to see and expect to see here in the mid-pack. But it's not hard, feisty battling between these guys on the racetrack. It's very precise, calculated driving by these guys right now in the mid-pack. I mean, they're not dumb. They realize that these Dodge Vipers are going to be faster around here, and the only chance that they probably really have to gain time and position on these guys and these Dodge Vipers is to try and work together the best that they can. And that's kind of what's going on here. And I mean, in a sense, these Porsches kind of need to help a little bit in the straight line, so they're just going to stay tucked in behind this Mercedes, use the Mercedes straight line speed to help keep them up to speed. The Audi has not too bad of a time, I think, of keeping speed up. Same thing though, he's just going to try to stay in the slipstream and just use the power of that Mercedes to help pull these MRs up and down the racetrack, give them a little push here, show them some respect back, a little love. Bump drafting is allowed here in the championship. Playlists being created, any requests? So it is working. I mean, they are pulling in on the shadow there in 6th place. I mean, they are closing up that gap ever so slowly. I mean, and then you see that Viper get on the banking and it just starts to pull away. Yeah, maybe a little bit strong here, but that's all right. That's all right. Alright, so less than 0.2 of a second separating first and second place here. Less than 3/4 of a second separating podium right now. And I mean, the first through fifth is only separated by about 2 seconds total here right now as we head into turn number 1 on lap number 11 here now. So as we head into the International Horseshoe, we, again, no hard battling here. Everybody's just kind of keeping in their spot, keeping in their position right now, and waiting for somebody to make a mistake. Fun first 10, see you in 23 hours for the last 10. Alright, so Coyote now up in position here. They have made their way around the Harlock, ERA Harlock car here as well, the Esports Race Asylum team here. So Coyote now up another position here since the start of the race. So they went from 5th place now up into 3rd place, and he is putting the heat on Valkyrie here in the Project 1 number 20 Dodge Viper as well. So can the Vipers be stopped as the poll goes up in chat? Can the Vipers be stopped, ladies and gentlemen? Definitely partake in the poll. I'm always interested to see what everybody thinks here that's watching the race. So we had a good run there from Coyote on Valkyrie. I thought maybe he was going to take a look at maybe getting something done there heading into NASCAR's 3 and 4, but he just didn't get the run out of the Le Mans chicane that Valkyrie got, so he ended up just having to kind of settle in behind and try to close the gap back up into turn number 1 here. And I mean, nose to tail here, 1st through 4th place there. You can see Super GT taking a more conservative line there through turn number 1, where the other 3 guys, really 4 drivers, really tight to the turn 1 pit wall there. And anybody that plays Gran Turismo knows that there is a little bit of an invisible wall there. If you get a little bit too close, you can get caught up there, and it's literally like hitting a brick wall. It just stops you dead in your tracks, and it can cause a wrecking behind you too as well, depending on the situation. So it's a little bit of risk versus reward when you get that tight to pit wall there on turn number 1. But I mean, what am I to say? I'm just a commentator that sits in the booth and just yammers for however long I need to yammer for. But these guys are the ones that are in here putting in the work and pushing the limit to what Gran Turismo 7 and GT3 cars have to offer. A short race. Can the Vipers be stopped? I don't know. It's too early to tell. They're definitely quick. But I mean, the Viper's been the meta at Daytona for a while now. That's not really a big secret. Number 1 Dodge Viper. They didn't inherit the number 1 on the car this season. I wasn't sure if they were going to take the number 1. So the champion from the previous season does hold the right to carry the number 1 on their race car in their defending in the upcoming season or the next championship season. So I do see that the Esports Race Asylum team has opted to carry the number 1 on the side of their Dodge Viper here this season to signify they're the ones with the targets on their backs here. Essentially this season they are the defending champions here. So it's going to be a big test for the Esports Race Asylum team. They are a group of really great racers, but they really get to test their mettle up against some, like I said, some of the best, some of the finest in the business when it comes to Gran Turismo 7 racing. They really get to see where they, I guess, stand in this playing field, this level of playing field. So I mean, I think that's the case for all these racers that are racing here in split number 1 this season. And really, as far as that goes, I don't think we can say that it's any different split number 2 this season either. I mean, it's a top level split down from 15th through our 28th qualifiers as well. So I mean, you can't take anything away from any of the teams that were here qualifying this season. I would imagine that there was half a dozen teams that were milliseconds off the bubble as well, right? So racing is a game of inches. It's a game of inches, it's a game of milliseconds. I mean, what else can we say, I suppose, right? I don't think that's a fair statement, Christopher. I think that the Dodge Viper is a strong car on power racetracks, so I think it's going to be strong at a track like Daytona. It's going to be strong at a track like, say, Le Mans. It's going to be probably okay at we're fairly strong at a track like say Spa. However, some of these tracks do have potential wet weather that factors in, and we all know how these rear-wheel drives can be in the wet. And these Dodge Vipers aren't really that great on technical racetracks, so I don't think that that's entirely a fair statement. I think that I don't think that that guarantees any one of the top 6 cars currently a championship. And just as a pointer too as well, our champions from season 1 and season 2 both switched their cars midway through the season, so they didn't finish with the car they started with in the season either. So at some point in the season, they realized that their car needed something needed to change in order to continue to make a push for that win, right? So in past history as well, with our past champions here at IRO, they have actually switched out of their starting cars and finished in a different car in the season as well. So whether that be to a game balance performance change or whatever the case may be, but that's definitely the case in the history so far from our champions here at the International Racing Organization as well. So I think that with 10 months of racing and the top level racers that are here, I don't think that that matters that much. I really don't. I think that you put the right racer in any one of these race cars, and I think that they can make a difference up against the Dodge Viper. I really do. It's part of the strategy. Well, I can tell you, I can see things. I can definitely see things that you guys can't see right now. So that's a pro advantage to me right there. I'm already seeing the advantage of not being in a Dodge Viper. So I don't think that it's quite cut and paste and dry as some may think, just judging off the way that the race has started here. I think that that the 6 teams in the Dodge are going to have their work cut out for them over 24 hours. Kudos to these guys for driving a Dodge Viper. I mean, I'm a big Dodge Viper fan personally. I love a Dodge Viper. It's one of my favorite cars in the whole wide world as a person individually. So I love seeing them on the racetrack. I really, really do. But I also know that it comes at a price, racing these cars on the racetrack as well. And that price is usually in survivability and in fuel. So we'll just have to wait and see what the race has and what the story tells us at the end of 24-hour time period. I think having to tire a lot plays a factor into the strategy as well. It helps when the broadcaster gets that information right for the viewers to begin with, but like I said, my documents, I was looking at the wrong documents apparently. It happens. Alright, so we got the Audi starting to move his way up here. He's up a position right now. He's found his way around the Mercedes and the Porsche. He's actually up 2 positions right now. So, I mean, the Porsche is starting to find some headway here through this mid-pack here, or the Audi, pardon me. Let's see if he can start to close in that gap. And I mean, if we're being frank here, after essentially a quarter of the stint at this point, they're only 9 seconds back of the Dodge Vipers right now. That's not really that bad. Not really that bad. and that's the leader, 9 seconds back at the leader. So again, they're not doing that bad. Seconds separating the whole pack right now. It is hard to play without the draft. That's exactly it, right? Get eaten alive at some point. And that's definitely a contribution to not seeing a lot of hard battling on the racetrack right now, too. You know, that time that we were talking about, you know, it costing people time. Right now, we've got 5th place driver, Super GT here. He's kind of in that position right now. He's in no man's land. He's got no draft in front of him. He's got nobody to push him behind him, but he's got potential pack of drivers in behind him that are working together, so they could start to potentially close that gap up on him because he's solo by himself, so to speak. But right now he's got a 4-second gap. It's growing a little bit over Shadow, but Shadow needs to be concerned about that drafting pack here in the mid pack right now. I mean, that gap is 2.1 seconds and closing, kind of, sort of, here and there. Until that Viper starts to get going on this banking, and then it starts to pick back up a little bit again. So let's just watch that here for a second. All right, so heading into turn number 1, we were at 2.3 seconds. Now, I do anticipate to see the cars that are in the middle of the mid packs just sitting in line, kind of to lose a little bit of time, because obviously they don't want to hit the people in front of, and you know, not create a accordion effect, right? So, trying to be very smooth on their inputs. So, what I was trying to see here is we would think that we're going to see the more nimble cars closing the gaps here around the infield section of the Daytona road course here, but I mean, that is the case to some extent, but they only gained about a 0.5 second here as we head into NASCAR 3 and 4. So, with that being said, I think it was about a 1/10.5 gained on the back stretch out of the Le Mans chicane last time around. So, it's working to some extent, but to some extent not, I guess. They're not really in a full drafting situation in the mid-pack here, though they are separated a little bit as well, so they're not full draft mode here right now either. So I mean, that does play a little bit of a factor there as well. I wouldn't say that, Curtis. I've been rusty, man. I haven't commentated in a little while. I haven't been in the booth in a while. P6 had no slip either, so they're not really gaining, they're not really losing, I guess. I think it probably comes down to the driver maybe, but we do have Coyote now in the race lead here. So Coyote has now moved up into the race lead, so up 4 positions from race start here. So Coyote's on a mission right now, as he is now our second race leader here, as Jelly Racer now finds himself sitting in the 2nd place. And I mean, if the Dodge Vipers continue to battle with each other like that too, that's going to allow that mid-pack to catch up. So stay with this. Yes, sir. You know, we've been used to having time early on in the stints to go through each driver and give some camera time to each driver here, but today's not quite the same, I guess, so far. But we do have, I mean, that group sitting in the mid-pack too that's really close together. I mean, sure, they're working together right now in a sense, but at some point that may change and they may start battling as well too. So we might see some penalties come down from track officials there on that exit. We'll have to wait and see, but that could change things up a little bit, and penalties will factor in here quite a bit as well in the race here today. So the Sector 7 team here is currently in the race lead. Just Cody. Yes, sir. That's how he's got it spelled, man. He's got the hyphens in it, meaning to break it all up. I'm just pronouncing it like it's spelled. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, I said that, like, I think I said his name like that all last season, too. Took you a whole season to correct me? Come on, Nuke. Right, so the top four are pulling away from Super GT here in 5th place. 3.4 seconds is the gap now. That gap was 2.5 seconds last time I checked on it. So again, no man's land. He's got no low slipstream partner here right now, so that is going to effectively slow him down in a sense, I guess, compared to that group of cars. But when they, you know, if they start battling, when they start jumbling positions up a little bit, or they start making mistakes in around each other, you know, he'll very quickly start to catch back up as well. We head down to the shadow here real quick at 6th place. That gap's now 2.2 seconds, so that gap is maintaining right at about that 2.3, 2.2 second mark, it looks like, as the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th place drivers here continue to try and work together to close the gaps up here. Essentially, we've got the Mazda RX Vision now in behind the Super S2K, giving him a bump and a push here. We're side by side heading into turn number 1 here between the Mercedes and the Porsche. Is he going to look for a move here as they come around turn number 1, or was he just looking to keep clean air in front of the car here? He's going to remain to stay side by side, and we got ourselves a battle here for 7th position, 8th position, pardon me. Side by side here through the International Horseshoe. The Porsche gets the power down just a little bit cleaner than the Mercedes there, kicking the back end out in that Porsche a little bit. That Mercedes power that was going to keep them in the fight here as they drag race around the kink into the Western Horseshoe here. And we're still side by side. A little bit of tire-to-tire contact right there between the two, but this is some good hard racing, and it looks like the Porsche is finally going to edge out the 999 car here, and it is a pass made here right before we head into the left-hander heading into NASCAR number 3. So that was a good, healthy little battle right there for 8th place by S2K and Lowell. So now I guess the next question is, do we see Icon try to take advantage of that now too as well? And do the rest of the drivers that have been following behind this Mercedes starting to see the Mercedes struggle a little bit? Do they see a sign of weakness maybe in the Alien Motorsport 999 car here? Is Icon going to be looking to maybe try and get a charge out of the Le Mans chicane here now as we head into NASCAR 3 and 4? Got the Mazda RX Vision just sitting right there by Zerdazium? I don't know. These guys with their fancy names. I'm just giving you a hard time, Nick. Nothing we can do about the little bit of net coding or lag spiking we're seeing in the between the racers. That's just par for the course with the game, unfortunately. There's some great battling happening here now. So Icon losing a position here now to the number 4 car, to the Portugal All-Stars team here as they head into the International Horseshoe. So now we're starting to see it kick off a little bit here in the mid-pack now, as I guess they're getting tired of following each other's paint schemes around the racetrack, decided to get a little active, get a little busy on the racetrack here. So got Jensen here in the 13th position, 3.5 seconds, and Busy here 3.7 seconds in behind the 14th place as well. But they're not out of it by any means. I mean, the 3 seconds is not a lot of time. It's a little mistake in pit lane, a little bit of a better strategy, one track limit penalty can make a big difference on 3 seconds. So Cody here, Cody. Hopefully I remember that the rest of the season. You may have to correct me at least one more time, Nick. Just saying. I'm getting old. I get forgetful now. Alright, so we got two little slipstream trains going here. We got first and second, basically nose to tail here heading to turn one, and then we've got third and fourth with Valkyrie and Harlock basically nose to tail here heading into turn number one. A little bit of a little touchy there between third and fourth place there, but no harm, no foul there as it was just under braking. Didn't even scratch the paint. Youngster. I guess so. Alright, Valkyrie closes back in here now. Very good, healthy battle here between first through down to fourth place here. We got Super GT just out in the middle of nowhere right now, even though he's only 4 seconds in behind that lead pack right now. At 4 seconds can seem like an eternity for a while when you can just see him at that distance up ahead of you. All right, Boomer. It's getting spicy. It's getting spicy. That you gotta like it. All right, 6 seconds now. The gap between the 303 car and Shadow. I don't know what number his car is yet. 66 car, same thing as last year. Hard to say. Hard to say. It's hard as a low-level A driver and myself being that is. To determine what the capabilities of these A-plus drivers are, right? I mean, some of these guys are probably S-rated drivers without the S, essentially. So, but our first pit stop is being made here by the Germans here. So, I believe that's our Audi. Was that our Audi that was making the pit here? It is the Audi. Alright, so there we go. Pit stop strategies are starting to kind of unfold here a little bit now as we progress further into our 24-hour race here in stint number one. So first driver is the 64 car to take a pit stop, and it does appear that they are going to be on a two-stop strategy here, obviously. Now the one stop isn't impossible here, it appears. Now what these drivers choose to do, obviously, is going to be a different story. They do have the wiggle room to use an additional set of tires for all the stints, essentially. I don't know, Corinthus, but I'm jealous that I didn't get to eat a whole bag of mini eggs in 30 minutes. There we go, we got Porsche now with Icon coming in here as well. So the Shadow coming in for his pit stop, not Dodge Viper as well. We got Defcon now coming into pit lane here as well, which now allows Bezzy to take up into 10th place. So some of the field now starting to make the pit stop, so looking like two-stop strategies here for at least a third of the field anyways. And this is going to be a case of follow the leader here, I think. I would assume that second, third, and fourth place aren't going to pit until first place pits, or within a lap of that pit window. I think that they're all going to pit roughly at the same time or at the same time. They very well could just be sitting on this waiting to see what the race leader does, and when the race leader goes in, they're all going to follow suit, or they may just have a plan and stick to that plan. I'm not exactly sure. Only, I guess, their teams and their crew chiefs will know what that answer is at the moment. But we could definitely sit here and speculate. Alright, so Super S2K now up into 6th place. He's got 8.8 seconds from Super GT. He's lost all that slipstream help here now, and this is where these guys are going to be in a little bit of trouble against those cars now, I think. We got Valkyrie now coming into pit lane. Moving Super GT up into 3rd place with Valkyrie and Harlock coming into pit lane. So it seems like it's going to be two-stop strategies, potentially all around here in the first stint anyways, from these racers. So we'll have to wait and see what our race leaders do now. I would suspect we're going to see them pit next time around, if that's the case. This does now allow the racers to come in with lighter fuel load as well out of pit lane. So instead of starting the race with a full tank of fuel like we saw at race start here in the stint, now the drivers get to come out on a lower amount of fuel as well. So that means the cars are going to come out a little bit lighter. So we should see the pace of the race pick up here a little bit as well. Currently we're only seeing 45.3 fastest lap on the racetrack. That's definitely not going to hold up for the day, that's for sure anyways. I highly doubt that'll hold up for the day. It's probably about a second slow on what the fastest lap will end up being on the day, I would think here, but currently the fastest lap of the session and race is being held by our ERA team, and currently by the pilot of Harlock with a 145.305. Very respectable lap. Granted, don't get me wrong, it is a very good lap here, but we also know that these guys can get much faster around here. Now, they aren't obviously qualifying pacing here, they're race pacing here as well, so we are going to see those flat 44s or even 43s here on a consistent basis of these racers, even on a three-set of tire strategy. We're going to see probably a very consistent low 45 or high 44 pace, however, though I would suspect from the majority of the field as they settle into the race today. Alright, so we've got Cody in first place, 5.83 seconds ahead of Super GT, who's got 9.9 seconds ahead of S2K. We've got Serdaxium in 4th place, and well, the number 4 car sitting in 4th place here currently. We got Gelé Racer, our pole sitter, currently sitting in 5th position here. We've got Valkyrie here in the Project 1 Racing number 20 car sitting in 6th place, followed very closely by Harlock in the Esports Racing number 1 car. We've got Bezzy here in the 73 BMW M6 here as well, and now that things are starting to settle down, we might be able to actually get the team names in behind the numbers of the cars here too as well. We've got our number 64 Audi here sitting in 9th place. We've got a Shadow out in 10th position, so there we go. All the Dodge Vipers are not out in front of this race. We've got Defcon here in 11th position. We've got Icon very close behind here in 12th place, looking to eat up that slipstream. Is that a GTR or is that a Mercedes? I'll get it right. Sounds like a Merc. It's a Merc. Alright, so the 999 car struggling a little bit here in the 1/3 point of the stint here. Started up in the top half of the mid pack here, now currently sitting in last place right now on the grid, so not exactly sure what happened there, but some kind of complication causing that team to fall back a few positions here in the race after that set of pit stops. So with that being said, we still have a couple of teams that are going to owe pit stops here yet. We may have a couple teams maybe trying to stretch for the one-stop strategy here. Our top 4 teams have yet to make a pit, so interesting. Go Portugal. Even so, even with that being said, Mark, you still need both those teams to be on pace with each other in order to make that work as well, right? It's so much easier said than done, unfortunately. Even the best laid plans could fall apart in a matter of seconds, right? So we are starting to see this the back part of the pack tighten up a little bit here, so the set of pit stops kind of tightening things back up here in the mid last half of the pack, so to speak, to the second class, as the chat's calling it here today. That not Dodge Viper class. So you can listen to Jaeger sing Jaegeroki. It is a staple here at IRO, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? We're not even an hour into the brand new season, and I have seen at least half a dozen references to Jaegeroki already in the chat, so fan favorite, can we say? Fan favorite. Alright, Cody. Still waiting to make his first pit stop along with Super GT, Super S2K, and Zerdaxium. All 4 of these drivers still waiting to make their first pit stops. So that puts Jelly Racer essentially in the race lead once they finally do make that set of pit stops for the time being. And he is closing in on those guys here now. So obviously that fresh set of tires on the number 27 car here is starting to show on these guys that are stretching out the stint here on that first set of soft tires. Is it W? Well, you know. How upset would the chat be if Jaeger said he didn't have a song for everybody today? Yeah, I feel like that'd be one of those situations where the citizens of York would come out with pitchforks and torches and revolt. I just couldn't see Jaegeroki not happening, you know? It would be like a cardinal sin. How you doing, Ray brother? How you doing? Well, I mean, guess we'll have to wait and see how that plays out. Depends on what their pit strategy is too as well, I suppose. So Chalet has now gotten around Zerdaxium there, moved up into P4, so our soon-to-be race leader, when pit stops happen here for this top 4, is trying to get the race lead before they make that pit stop. So it's 18.8 seconds currently to Cody up in first place, and I think after the pit stop sequence goes through, that's not going to be enough time. However, with that being said, if he's doing a 1-stop versus a 2-stop strategy, he's going to gain a full pit stop in time back on Gele, but it goes to show already, in a sense, what a one-stop versus two-stop could potentially look like leading in towards the end of the stint for driver swap. Unfortunately, that's top secret information here at IRL. What tires? Racing tires. They got rubber. And they're round. And starting to die on some cars. Alright, so Chalet getting around Super S2K now there as well, so now up into P3 here, 12.2 seconds away from Super GT in the second position. These drivers have yet to make a pit stop. Harlech here in 6th place has managed to get his way around Project 1's Valkyrie there as well, as he came out of pit lane in behind the number 20 green Dodge Viper there, but now the number 1 car is out ahead of the 20 green Dodge Viper there, so their gap is 4 seconds and closing to the Mazda R8 RX Vision up in front. Get it right, man, I know, right? They're not on racing wets. I won't say. I won't say. You'll have to go pay off one of the teams to give you that information, I guess. I'm not exactly sure what else to say. See, I've been around the comms booth for a while, and I know what views to stay out of to keep that information from being accidentally given up. I've been around the block a couple of times. Doesn't mean I won't make the mistake at some point. It will happen at some point, but for the time being. I mean, honestly, I have zero control over the graphics on the stream at all. I mean, I am literally just a voice through a microphone, talking to all you amazing people watching here in 2026. Great battle here between the 66 and the 73 car here at BMW on the inside, heading into turn number 1. A little over-under action coming here from the 66 car, and great side-by-side action here as we head into the International Horseshoe there. And the Viper outruns him into the International Horseshoe, gets the job done on the outside there and tucks it into the apex, under braking there to get the job done. So the 66 I believe it's a GT Finland car here, is now up into P9 there, so a great little battle between himself and the 73 BMW in behind there. Love it. That's some great racing action right there. Yeah, there, see? It's a pretty good summary right there by Mark, in my opinion. Portugal, Portugal, Portugal. They're doing good right now. Holding strong in 5th place here. Working the strategy. race fans are out in full tonight. That's what we love. That's what we love. A great battle between ERA and P1R here as well. Kind of battle, I guess. Kind of working together, kind of battling in between, working together. They are closing in on the Portugal racing car here, though, however. With that being said, up in 5th place, so he is going to be under fire from these Dodge Vipers here very shortly. And this is surely just a difference in tire condition right now between the Dodge Vipers and that Mazda in front of them. Hopefully getting a win. See, now that's a much better goal right there, I think. Right? I mean, podium's a great goal, but a win's a much sweeter goal, I guess. All right, so ERA's Harlock here down the inside into the banking there at NASCAR 2. Gets the job done. Portugal car pulls right immediately in behind. Make sure there's no opportunity there for the 20 car to find a hole there to do the exact same thing. So he's going to try, and I would assume stay on the low line here into 3 and 4 and try to make sure that that 20 car doesn't have an inside lane to make a pass on. But a little bit of net coating happening there between the two, so potentially anyways a little bit on our end that we can see. Side by side heading into turn number 1, but the Viper goes in deep on the inside there and has no problem holding the corner there under braking, gets the job done. So Valkyrie now moves up into 5th place. Cody's finally into pit lanes, so at least Super GT, Super S2K, and Zerdaxium left to still make their pit stops here in this race so far. So a little over half the field on a 2-stop plus strategy. And it looks like we have about 4 or a handful of racers here that are attempting the 1-stop strategy here in the first couple hours. You know, that's always kind of been the big question here at IRO. No matter how they try to spin it so it tries to vary the strategy more for the races throughout the season, it always comes down to, is it going to be a 2-stop or a 1-stop? Which one's going to be better? And honestly, I know last season, when I was racing last season, it really came down to a handful of seconds between the two strategies if you got the testing, you know, very similar, right? So it's hard to say whether the 1-stop or the 2-stop is going to be better in relevance. Again, going off past history in previous seasons, I mean, it's a matter of 5 seconds between the two strategies, I think. So it's really hard to say. It's really hard to say which one's going to work better. So we have all of our drivers now finally making that first round of pit stops here. We got Super GT, Zerdaxium, and Super S2K into pit lane there. So that puts Gele back in the race lead with ERA's Harlock in 2nd place and Project One racing in 3rd position here. The 20 car tucked right in behind here, and I don't think he's looking to get the position right now. Currently on Harlock, I think the goal here between these two is to try and close up that roughly 7.5 second gap to the race leader currently ahead. The 64 Audi up into 4th position here, so the ORT Esports Audi looking very strong here right now in 4th position as we head into the left-hander into NASCAR's 1 and 2. And well, there we go. We have all this talk about the Dodge Vipers absolutely just foot stomping this race. The Audi is now in between those half a dozen Dodge Vipers here on the track. The shadow of the 66 Dodge Viper here in 5th place, 4.2 seconds in behind that Audi and chasing. And then we've got Icon and Jensen here in 6th and 7th place, and both those drivers up a few positions there after that pit stop sequence. Cody comes out of his pit stop there in P8 with Defcon in 9th place, also up 3 positions from where they started the race here. Super GT comes out in 10th position. That puts Lowell in 11th place, right in behind. Super S2K comes out in 12th place after his pit stop. The Portugal All-Stars car comes out in 13th position, and Abezi comes out in 14th position. Now, again, miscued information, because until we see that second set of pit stops now from the majority of our field that's on that strategy, it's going to be really hard to see whether the one stop or the two stop is going to be the dominant strategy here today, or at least in stint number one. From what I can see right now, the two stop strategy is looking to be about 4 or 5 seconds a stint faster currently. Sit with our second and third place racers here for a moment. That mid-pack is very tight together. We're going to go right back to about 6th place here momentarily as well. Alright, let's go see what's happening in that mid-pack. It's getting a little spicy. Cody closing in on Icon and Jensen here now. Yeah, that gap was closing quite quickly there. We're kind of keeping our eye on that there on the map radar on the top right-hand side of the screen, right by the IRO wording there. That's kind of how I try to determine where I should be looking. It's hard to tell exactly where the battles are, but at least it tells us who's close together. Alright, so the Ferrari 296 starting to turn it up a little bit here now. Car looks like it's starting to come in the long run here as the track's starting to heat up. You can see the sun starting to shine pretty good here at Daytona. You can see the reflections coming off of the shiny paintwork here quite strongly now on the racetrack as well. And we're really starting to get a good look at these race cars, and now the drivers are also having to contend obviously with that sun in certain parts of the racetrack as they're coming around as well here. So by some good racing here, Cody is again trying to close in on Icon here. Is he going to be looking to make a pass quickly, or is he looking to sit here and work with these guys to close in on the next group of drivers? Chances are he's probably looking to pass, if I had to guess, because he's on a different strategy than these guys are, and ultimately he's going to lose that slipstream anyways. So ultimately, why cost yourself any unnecessary time when you're on a different strategy? You're playing a different game than the cars in front of you right now. .296 just moves right up into that high line to get entry into turn number 1 there. A little bit of a defensive play right there from the Ferrari 296. Seeing that the Dodge Viper Cody had a little bit of a run there, so he decides to take the high line for entry into turn number 1 there to stop the momentum of the Sector 7 Dodge Viper there, and that was big league play so very early on in the race here, in my opinion. Is the stream lagging, or is it just my laptop that's lagging? All right, so Icon now all over Jensen here in towards the Le Mans chicane. That also allows Cody, the number 7 car here, to potentially get the run. And he got such a great run there on the Porsche. He actually had to give him a little bit of a tap there to help him through, which was unfortunate there for the Sector 7 car because he was unable to take advantage of all that momentum on the exit and slingshot around that Porsche. Now he's going to have to utilize the slipstream now to either make the pass or close the gap up back on Jensen here, and that's what they're going to do. They're going to give him a couple of bump traps right there to close up on the 224 Ferrari. They're heading into turn number 1 and turn this right back into a 3-way battle. So a little bit of cat and mouse happening here right now in this 3-way battle for 7th position. It's soon to be a 4-way battle for 7th position here as DEFCON is starting to close in on the back end of this group here as well. Super GT in 10th position. We've got Lowell in 11th place here. We've got Super S2K. Oof, a little bit of a wide exit coming out of the horseshoe there. In 12th position, we've got Sardaxium in 13th here, the Portugal All-Stars car. And we've got the ERS BMW here currently sitting in 14th position. So buttons on my keyboard that do something now apparently. Yeah, no, I was doing the math there not that long ago too, in my head when I was talking about the tires there, and lots of wiggle room for the drivers here today. Essentially, even if they two-stopped all 12 stints, they still have 4 sets of tires for just in case of emergency situations now. Thankfully for the racers, here in GT7, tire punctures aren't a thing, and that it doesn't happen during these races. However, in real life, it does, right? So that's one of those things that the drivers and the race teams need to kind of consider when there's a tire allotments for the season or per race type thing, because you do need to consider that you could potentially have a flat tire or have a puncture on the racetrack, then you're going to be forced to change a tire. Those tires are still within your tire mandates as well in real life, right? So even though you had a mechanical issue or something that was beyond your control that took the tire down and forced you to stop and have to change it, it still is a potential violation of the tire mandate. So it's an interesting twist into the championship this season, and I quite like it myself. Alright, so we got Gelé here now making his second pit stop here at lap 41. Seems a little bit early. Great battle for the race lead here right now as Gelé gave that race lead up there when he made the pit stops. Now it's Harlech in the lead of this 24 Hours of Daytona here from the International Racing Organization, the 2026 World Endurance Championship. This is our 3rd championship season here, and it is the number 1 car, defending champions here, currently leading things here at Daytona after 42 laps. Just got into that race lead, and we'll see if they can remain in that race lead here heading into driver swaps. I I can't. What am I looking for here? I can't actively deny or admit to any claims that the chat may have in theory of why drivers are pit stopping and or what tires they may or may not be on. Disclosure. Could just be a part of the plan. Definitely no mistaking which card that one is on the racetrack this season currently right now. It's definitely one of the ones that stands out the most in my opinion. Got that nice purple pop to it. It's got those big bright yellow lettering on the tires. Alright, so Cody now has made his way around Jensen and Icon there, so he is back up into 5th place there, but he's got a long road ahead of him here to close back up to race lead. Almost 26 seconds currently in behind ERA's Harlock right now. Got Icon here in 7th position with Defcon. I'm saying it right the whole time. Here in 8th place, we've got Super GT in 9th position. We've got Jelly Racer here in 10th place. Just skip right past him, eh? Super GT here. Like, holy. Just no camera time for the man at all. Just skip that car, right? All about the strategy. Alright, so we're starting to see the other class, as Chad called it at the beginning of the race, the non-Dodge Vipers, that is, starting to make their way up into the middle part of this field and starting to hold their ground there as well. So, can the Dodge Vipers be beaten today? Possibly. Will they be beaten today? We'll have to wait and find out. Totally not what I meant to do. It will cycle through, yeah, fully. I mean, deciding when to come in to try and get track position to get clean air sometimes too can be tricky, right? Sometimes you just want to have a short run where you just got clean air in the nose of your race car to really maximize time. Maybe that's what we're seeing from a couple of these racers as well here potentially. I think I'm stretching a little bit, trying just to make them look like they're pure strategic geniuses or something, I don't know, but you can't discount it though. You can't discount it. Okay, so 14 seconds is the current gap to first and second place over third position here. And they are, I believe, no, they're on different strategies here. This is an interesting strategy as well. Now, at some point, especially with the varying strategies on the racetrack, you're going to want to think that you need to build a gap to the rest of the field, to the rest of the group chasing in behind. Currently, these two have 15 seconds. So, do they work together for a little while? Use a little bit of bump drafting in the banking and stay close to each other through the technical sector so they can utilize the banking for bump drafting and build that gap further? Or does the number 20 car, if he feels like he's got a little bit more pace than Harlock, make the pass? That's the next question, I think, on the minds of a lot of people here right now, and at least myself anyways, as the race continues to unfold. So 15-second gap between the second and third place here right now. And then it's 5.4 seconds, 4.9 seconds in between the podium and fourth place, and then 5.3. And then we've got 2.2 seconds at that point. 0.2, 2, 1.5, 7.6, 3.6. So we're starting to see no one really close enough to utilize the slipstream and bump drafting right now to their advantage either. So the drivers that are close enough and able to use slipstreaming to their advantage right now should be able to gain some time, I think, on the racetrack. Still early in the race yet, obviously, but you know, every second counts. Back in the pack, most likely. Not quite 12th place. Yep, 12th place. 45 seconds puts him right about there. Yeah, he's just been sitting there ever so quietly, doing his thing. Again, very patient driving here between the number 1 and number 20 cars. Now, these guys aren't unfamiliar with each other either. They raced against each other all season 2. Again, number 20 car was one of those cars that was in the conversation for that championship for a while last season. So, and he is going to come right in behind Harlock there in pit lane as well. So definitely going to make sure that he remains as close as he possibly can to the number 1 defending champion as they come into pit lane there. So that 2-stop sequence now starting to come into full effect here, starting to play into our stint 1 race here. So now let's see how this is going to compare to the 1-stop strategy. I agree with you on that, Duke. I think it is going to be a spicy 24 hours. I think we got our work cut out for us here this weekend. That's for sure. Not only as racers, but as a volunteer team that's running things here as well. an early morning for me on a Saturday morning. My brain hasn't apparently woken up yet this morning, so I apologize, ladies and gentlemen, if I seem just a smidge off kilter, as I'm just a little bit tired still, I guess, this morning. I haven't fully woken up yet, even though by now I should. Haven't had time to get my morning coffee in all the way yet. Alright, so Cody now back in race lead, 6.5 seconds over Super GT, who's got 5.5 seconds over Valkyrie in third place. So Valkyrie comes out ahead of Harlock by 1.1 seconds, does overtake Harlock in pit lane there, so yeah, very interesting. That puts Jelly right on Harlock's bumper here as they head into the Le Mans chicane here on lap 48 as well. So immediately the pressure is on the number 1 car here as they come out of pit lane. So this is their out lap. So this is a cold tire lap essentially now for these guys here as well. So thankfully they're going to see a little bit of a bump there from Jelly instead of an attack. Coming from the Dodge Viper in behind there, and good news there for it. Well, both these guys most likely, as I should help close that gap back up to the number 20 car there, and as you can see, heading into turn number 1, that does appear to be the case. So it looks like we got a nice little 3-way battle starting to brew here for third place. Gotta love that. Let's get those tires stuck to the pavement and let's get into it. Not a whole lot, Crunches, not a whole lot. Just pit strategy is starting to unfold a little bit here. Harlock lost a spot in the pit stop sequence to the number 20 car, and that's about it so far. Feeling some pressure here from the 27 car. Ooh, is that a penalty? Penalty, 1 second here for the 20 car. That is definitely not ideal there, as that's going to cost them 2 positions there. Harlock and Jelly get through. Jelly is going to get a 2-fer here as he uses a slipstream heading into the braking zone in turn number 1 to also get the pass done on Harlock there from the Esports Race Asylum car as well. So Jelly up 2 spots there in the back straight heading into turn number 1, and sometimes timing is everything. Right time, right place, right circumstance. Full advantage taken there from Jelly and up into P3 because of it. So bada bing, bada boom, and just like that, that's how you get yourself into a podium position, ladies and gentlemen. Makes it look so easy, right? Just put your foot in it, you know? So no, you didn't miss much, Curtis. You showed up just at the perfect time, actually. Alright, we roughly got about 30-ish minutes left here in the racing stint to get things underway here. So we're at 90 minutes into this 24-hour event here this weekend. And again, this is the Daytona 24 hours from the International Racing Organization World Endurance Championship 2026. Tiny little bit of a lag spike there as the driver's headed into turn number 1. Thank you, PD, for the private lobby feature. It's a feature that we've all been waiting for, well, since launch. I mean, let's be frank here. And appreciate finally getting that option so we can keep the lobbies safer from unwanted guests in the lobby during races like this. Trying to paraphrase that correctly. But in all seriousness, it was definitely a well-needed feature, especially for organized racing, such as organizations like the International Racing Organization, where you know, we've got driver swaps involved in multiple lobbies going on at that point in time, and we've got 30 different racers involved at that point in time. You know, the last thing that anyone needs is you know, some dude going, ooh, a 2-hour stint at Daytona, let's go jump in, right? You know what I mean? So sometimes we just don't read lobby titles and we just jump into a race that looks good, you know. But now having the private lobby entry, the code, prevents that, right? So it's a W right there for league racing. Big win right there. Now we just need a 30-player lobby, right? Even 20 right now. I mean, you know, baby steps if that's what it takes, right? We know they can do at least 20 because of the PlayStation 5 testing they did at early game drop, right? Early game launch. So we definitely know it's possible. How big is possible? I don't think we even know, but I'd even take 20 right now. Great battle here between Super S2K and our Portugal All-Stars car here as well. A little bit of a mistake made there by the Mazda. He's going to go wide into turn 1, opens up the hole there, and the 23 car is going to drive himself right on through that hole. I'm going to go take another look at that here as, hey, the replays are working today. Fantastic. Make sure what I saw was what I saw there. Yeah, he just went into the corner a little hot. He opened up the hole on the mid entry there, and then 23 car just absolutely helped himself right to that wide open door. So Super S2K moving up into P7 there with that little bit of mistake made by the number 4 car there. And I mean, that's racing, right? That's all it takes. It's a game of inches sometimes, and when you open the door, somebody's gonna walk through it, you know. I mean, it's possible, right, Ian? I mean, Really surprised that the PS4 support is stopping so quickly. And there's obviously a reason for that to be happening. I don't know what that reason is, but it does seem like a little bit of a surprise to me, considering they just shut the PlayStation 3 servers down like last year, right? Like maybe a little over a year ago, maybe 2 years ago tops. PlayStation 3 servers were around for like 10, 12 years. Now granted, PlayStation 4 has been around for, I guess, that long already now, but a lot of people don't have the PlayStation 5 still and don't really have the desire or urge to go get one because of the price point, when the PlayStation 4 works perfectly fine for the most part. It's a little bit slower of a console, obviously, than the PlayStation 5 is, but for the most part, players aren't really seeing the immediate need to go and spend $500 on a PlayStation 5, right? Just to, what, next year have to go and upgrade to a PlayStation 6 again. That's going to cost X amount of hundreds of dollars or potentially thousands. So I'm a little bit surprised that the PlayStation 4 support is coming to an end so quickly, because it's still got a very strong player base, and then what does that do to games like Gran Turismo that relies on half of its player base being on an older generation console? All of a sudden you cut the support system off. What happens to the platform? What happens to the player base in the game, right? So I have my concerns about the PlayStation 4 server support stopping, but guess we'll have to wait and see what happens. I honestly, I mean, Gran Turismo is most likely working on their newest title, right? Their next generation of games. So, is that even something they're worried about? I guess is the next question that comes to mind as well, right? It's okay. It's okay, Ray. We understand that you're just upset you're not going to get rain today, so you were just, needed a few moments. It's okay. It's okay. She's like the rain queen. She's not happy unless it's wet on the racers. Alright, so Cody extending his lead currently right now, 8.7 seconds over Super GT. Super GT is starting to feel the pressure here, though, from Racer right now, as that gap is closed down to within half a second and closing. Possibly, quite possible. But I also know that when they stop the support service for PlayStation 4, it's going to hurt player bases on a lot of games all around, all across the board, though. Now, whether or not that's for the better or for the worse, I guess is yet to be determined. That might not be a bad thing either, right? It's all speculation at the end of the day. Alright, so Shell getting the job done there. Super GT dropping down into P3 there as he gives up the position to the 27 car there at the end of the front straight, heading into turn number 1 there. So good, clean, crisp battling happening here very early on in the race today here, and I mean, not surprised to see that from these racers, in all honesty. So good, fast, efficient racing right now coming from these guys on the racetrack. So we got a little bit of gap happening here right now. Not a lot, but enough for them to keep each other at bay for a few minutes here while we go and check out the rest of the field. Alright, so our Audi doing a pretty good job here up into 6th place. We've got the Porsche here, 23 Porsche of Apex Motorsports here, Super S2K sitting in 7th place here. We got Sergio Portugal All-Stars here, sits on the side of that car as it goes absolutely screaming past the camera guy there. Ooh. I'm not sure if that was a little bit of a mistake made there by the Mazda, or if that was a little bit of a lag spike from the game right there with the Mazda and the Porsche. It looked like a wiggle, but it was a weird looking wiggle as they headed into and around turn number 1 there. You can see a little bit of net coating, lag, rubber banding, all of the above, so to speak. It all means the same thing. Coming from both of these cars here, the 4 and the 23 car, as a matter of fact. So alright, check up in front here. Cody, 7.7 seconds in the race lead over Gelé. Gelé is opening the gap up here. He has gotten away from Super GT, and the Valkyrie has now gotten around Super GT as well as Harlech. Harlech and Valkyrie separated by a whisker here. Much has been the same for probably the last 20 or 30 minutes of this race, really. The number 1 and 20 car have been basically glued nose to tail with one or the other in front of the other, but it seems to be working. I mean, 1.1 second in behind Gelé. He's not absolutely just closing or driving away from the 20 and the number 1 car as quickly as he may have been in the back straight here. It's hard to say. I lost my train of thought there a little bit. Big old slam of Java there. Let's see if we can get our brain to work a little faster here. Alright, so it does seem like the 2 stops is going to be quicker based off of the first stint information anyway. man's land for our 64 car here right now. And the 23 car down 2 positions right there as the Shadow pulls out to make the pass. You see Zerdaxium also pull in with the slipstream there to take the same land. And oh, there it is. There it is. We were talking about that earlier in the broadcast, that invisible wall that lines the inside part of turn number 1 there, and the cause and effect of what happens when you hit that wall in traffic. And oh wow, worst case scenario just happened right there between the 23 and the number 4 car there. And as we're heading into turn number 1 here, it's just a good hard battle between these guys. They're all sorted out. They're single file coming in. And as we head into the corner here, I believe it is the Portugal car catches the inside part of the wall, and unfortunate there for the 23 car. He gets collected up there in that hit on the wall there, and both those drivers are going to be in a little bit of trouble for car condition here after that incident. That's super unfortunate there for both the 4 and the 23 cars there, as that's like Gran Turismo's vicious little joke on Daytona, is that invisible wall right there. And Mark 1 victim for the wall here at 24 Hours of Daytona this 2026 season. I was hoping we weren't going to see that here tonight, but alas. Thanks, DJ. All right, so we got one of the 2 cars involved here coming into pit lane. They are going to fix that car. Quite heavily damaged there is the number 4 car as well, so it's going to be a couple of seconds extra there in pit lane to assess all the body work there, unfortunately. And I mean, that was a tough one. No matter how many times I try to replay it, it just doesn't want to seem to give me a camera angle to see it now. You know, very fortunate there for the Shadow, as he was the other car there involved in that 3-way battle. He didn't collect the inside part of that wall there, so I mean, very fortunate there for the 66 car not to get tied up in that wall massacre that we just saw there. All right, so Cody now, that gap was healthy. It was about 8.5. 8 seconds, now down to 4.08 seconds here as Jallet continues to track these guys down here up in the front of the pack. He wants that qualifying position back. He wants that pole position back here on this racetrack, and he's definitely sending it right now at the racetrack as he continues to close in on the race leader Cody right now. We got the 20 car in 3rd place, sitting there tucked in nice and tight and along for the ride is Valkyrie there on the number 27 Dodge Viper as well. We've got Harlock here in 4th place, number 1, our defending champs here, sitting 3/4 of a second in behind the number 20 car and currently 3 seconds ahead of Super GT. All right, we've got ORT Esports here in the 64 Audi. Currently sitting in 6th place, 27 seconds off the race leader. We've got Shadow here in the 66 car, sitting at 3.6 seconds, and then there's a 10-second gap between them and the Ferrari 296 Prima Jensen. Icon is 2.1 seconds in behind Jensen, and then 3 seconds separating him and Super S2K, who is currently running with a little bit of a wounded race car there. We've got Defcon here in 11th place. We've got Bezzy here up into 12th place. We've got Lual in 13th position, and then we got the Portugal All-Stars car here in last place after making that unfortunate pit stop there due to racing damage. Again, thank you, DJ. Still early to make up some ground? Yeah, it's still very early, I agree. Well, I mean, they're closing in on the race leader. That was quite the wiggle coming out of the Le Mans chicane there, though. Unfortunately for Harlock, wasn't able to take advantage. Instead, just gives a push to the 20 car there as a hit on the NASCAR 34. So could have been moved up into P3 there, but at the same time, kind of an irrelevant situation, I suppose, when the second, third, fourth place are separated by less than a second currently here heading into turn number 1. However, might have been an opportunity to get past before turn number 1 as well. So unfortunate circumstance there for Harley, because he came out of Le Mans chicane and got essentially kind of hung up behind the number 20 car with a bad exit there. There's a great battle happening here. Cody, he was comfortable, not so comfortable anymore. I mean, the heat's starting to turn up a little bit here in the cockpit of this Dodge Viper as Jalais and Project One and Harlock are, I mean, they're coming. I mean, they've been tracking here for the last few laps here, and as we're on lap 64 here now, I mean, that gap's down to 2.3 seconds. It was at 8.5 there at one point in time in the stint here, so slowly but surely these three have created enough of a choo-choo train or slipstream train here to really start to make a difference on the overall race leader, and eventually we're going to end up with a four-way battle here for this race lead again before, I think, driver swap. I mean, we still got about 12 minutes here before we start to see that driver swap sequence take place, so should be interesting. Race car's a thingy. It is a thingy, isn't it? Well, I think that's what they're trying to do, ATV, but You know, Cody has a whole different plan in his head here right now than the rest of these Dodge Vipers, I guess, is where my thought process was there. He was a man. He's been a man on a mission since he started this race, right? He started in 5th place and just fought himself all the way up into the race lead up to this point. So, clearly that's where he wants to be. He wants to be leading the pace of the race. So, these guys in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place here essentially need to keep up to the pace of the race right now being set by Cody if they want that to happen. But I mean, we still got a lot of racing left to go yet. You know, there's lots of things to happen here. A lot of these teams are new this season as well. They got to get through their first couple driver swap sequences before they kind of really get that down into a routine, right? So, like I said, there's a learning curve for these guys just as much as the viewers can learn from these racers here this season. Ooh, half a second. Heat is on. Kitchen's getting warm. Pot's starting to boil over here. Cue the Jaws music. Down 2 positions here is Gelé and Valkyrie both get the jobs done there. And we'll just tag that for replay here and take a quick peek-sees at that in a moment. Alright, since they're on the back straight here, this would be a good chance to take a look at that. Gelé kind of opened the door up for the number 20 car here to slip his way through the 20 car. Definitely tried to follow his way through. It was a little bit of an arduous fight to get through there, but he ultimately had the inside of that Western Horseshoe to get the job done. Harlech just kind of sitting back straight, remaining patient, was hoping for that same opportunity, but it never did come for him there. But then he's still sitting in 4th place. There is Harlech right now, so it is Gelé back in the race lead here, where the race started, and looks like he's going to try and take it in the driver swap exactly where he started here. Just a little bit of jockeying in between stint 1 and stint 69, essentially. Or lap 1 and 69, pardon me. All right, fantastic 4-way battle for the race lead here right now. We got a couple of cars close-ish together throughout the rest of the pack here, but nothing like we have going on up front here. All right, final lap here. So what's going to end up happening here for brand new to the Endurance Championship here at IRO is at the end of this lap, we're going to see all of these drivers come into pit lane. They're going to stop in their pit box, and that is where they're going to remain. So what's going to happen is there's another lobby sitting up right now. Those drivers are sitting there waiting in their pit boxes, their teammates, the next driver to be in behind the car in that other lobby. As soon as these drivers stop at their pit box, they'll give a confirmation to their teammate in a chat or however it is that they're operating this in behind the scenes to go. Now they have to come to a complete stop in their pit lane box, and the lollipop man has to have that stop sign down before you can tell them to go. That is at a complete stop. So the drivers do need to come to a complete stop before they can release their teammate. From there, as soon as they say go, their teammate is free to, if they choose to do so, change their tires in pit lane, fuel up their car, etc., etc. However, you do need to now factor in this season that tire change at the driver swap does use a set of tires as well. So you have to now consider that as you prepare for your driver swap. So the driver sitting in pit lane waiting to go into the next stint has to have that in the back of their mind. If they change their tires, they've wasted a full set of tires, because force of habit for some of the returning racers potentially. We're just watching a good battle between the top three right now. I mean, there's nothing else really happening on the racetrack at the moment heading in, right? So literally the top three are just separated by half a second there heading into pit lane. Cody now in on 0% fuel, so he was on fume. Super GT comes roaring in here now. We've got the 64 Audi of ORT heading in next here. He's got about 13 seconds, so it's going to be a short break in between. All right, the Shadow now in the 66 car. We got Prima Jensen now in the Ferrari 296 coming in next. Most did a two-stop, yes, most. There was 4 that did a one-stop, the rest did a two-stop. Icon is in. We got Defcon coming in here, about 50 seconds in behind, currently sitting in 10th place. We've got Bezzy now coming in here. He's going to come in that BMW. We've got Lawal in the Mercedes AMG in 12th place, now heading into pit lane here as well. That leaves our Mazda and, wow, our Porsche right in behind. So 1 minute and 11 seconds separating the whole field here right now currently here in the race. Wow. That was quick. I'm not used to that transition being so quick here. Usually there's a couple of minutes by the first couple hours in. That is not the case here today. So thanks for hanging out with me here for the last couple hours, ladies and gentlemen. Usually we don't have a chance to say goodbye to our viewers before it kicks over into the next stint. So we will be sending this off to Tatiana, I believe, is our next broadcaster here for the next 2 hours. And I hope everybody enjoys the rest of the race. Gotcha. We got technical difficulties. Gotcha. All right. So again, first race jitters. Some people are still, getting used to how things work here at IRO. Normally this is the stuff that you guys don't see, but we're going to see it today because we're having some technical difficulties here, so just bear with us as our racers are on track for the second stint here. It's just going to be a matter of whatever lingering background matter we're having is sorted. Well, Stuart is sitting there watching the program. They won't get in trouble for that, I don't believe, ladies and gentlemen. Believe it or not, it happens in every race. Even after 10 races into the season, you'd think that the drivers would have that figured out by now, and then some still make that mistake. It's par for the course. And the Van Hammer comes. All right, we're running out of footage space here, Mr. Stream Director, man. Just saying. There's no speed rule on finishing the stint. Again, this is all stuff that typically you guys don't see happen. Just bear with us, ladies and gentlemen, as we sort the technical difficulties out. I'm not, like I said, they're working on it in the background here, so whatever the issue is. I'm just catching up on what's going on here. Just bear with chat. We're just going to leave it there for now. All right. I don't know if I'm still live yet or not, but we're just going to bear with us here, ladies and gentlemen. We're just having some technical difficulties on our Stint 2 creator side of things. She is vigilantly working on it. There is a rule for etiquette in the post stint racing lap, yes. However, the rule does not cut and dry clearly state that you are not allowed to pass and et cetera, et cetera. There is a rule for sure that states etiquette in the final lap, but it's not as extensive as everybody seems to think it is, I guess, is the way I'm trying to put it. I'm not trying to undermine the fact that the rule is there. The rule is most certainly there. I know because I've read the rule book. But it's more there for egregious sense than it is that. We have great stewarding staff here at IRO. They will most certainly handle these things post race. And I don't know if you're all still with me or if you are just listening to some lobby music at this point. Oh, you can still hear me. All right. just check it on my laptop there. I'm the show right now. Let me know if I need to go jump in the other lobby. Jaeger and Ray. Not, not exactly what I had planned this morning, but oh, there we go. Now my computer's acting up. That's some karaoke you don't want to hear me sing. You really don't want to. I'll make everybody run away. I don't have the gifted talent like Jaeger does. Here's a little tip, Crintus. When you're in the commentary box, don't look at that little number in the top left-hand corner of the screen. Um, you'd be surprised at how much it messes with your brain. Again, there's no point in speculating on it because like it's been said in the chat and like I've already stated, we have a stewarding official staff that takes care of these types of things post race. So after
everyone, and welcome to stint 2 of the, oh gosh, which, I don't even know which this is, but it's round 1 of whichever season we're in. Yeah, welcome in. So, first stint ended, and this battle was a lot closer when I was able to watch it. I had a technical difficulty right at the time we were supposed to switch over, and so I didn't catch the very end of that stint, but there was a 3-way battle for first. It's now a non-battle for first. We got 1.9 seconds between first and second here. Chris and Bombardier, ERA. It's a battle for third now between ERA Jakey and INF's Mama Mo. Maybe we'll keep an eye on that. Maybe it'll be a 4-way battle. I don't know. It's Daytona, and Daytona is always crazy. Let's see. We know one thing about this race. There will be no fog, you know. So, we have an overtake. Let's stop talking about fog or an overtake attempt. Mamamo around the outside on the final stretch. Is he gonna outbreak Jakey into turn 1? Yes, he is. I think Jakey made that a little bit easy for him. Not easy, truly, though. It's very brave to go around the outside in turn 1 there. Maximum respect between those two drivers. Well done between the 27 car and the 1. Now, where's my list of the drivers? We gotta know who the drivers are and the teams for this new season. If you're joining in just now, you need that rundown. Of course, if you have been here already, then you know what's been going on. We'll run down the order before I find that list. In 5th place, we've got FGR's Mileus in the, what is this? Number 303 Viper. Ooh, alright, a little bit of a throwback. Speed Hunter in the number 64. I do believe Audi's officially stopped developing the GT3 RH, right? Yeah. Man, she will be missed. A legendary GT3 car. In Plutonian 66 Viper. We got Simon, Team DSR there in the 911 in 8th place. In 9th, we've got Punisher with my team. This is the number 54. By the way, the teams I'm reading are actually the teams in the driver's name. It doesn't necessarily mean they are driving for my team, but in this case, they are, rather. I don't know who that is. In 10th place, I'm not going to try to pronounce that. We're looking at the number something Ferrari. Let's see if we can get a better view of that. There we go, the 224 Ferrari coming out of the road section onto the high banks. Alex in the 73 BMW. It's a good looking livery there. We got VT Sport 91. 12th place in the 999 Alien Motorsports. Did I say Alan or Alien? Alien Motorsports Mercedes-Benz. That's a name I haven't seen in a minute. AMS Def Sun. Wow. In the blue and black 911 of team. Who is this? Apex Motorsports, of course. AMS in the 23. And then we've got our Claro, the number 4. Mazda. Wow, I drive a Mazda. I could not think of this. Guys, you know, honestly, zoom and all that. Yeah. Up front. Things are getting a little bit closer. I mean, Chris still has almost 2 seconds on the drivers ahead, but it was 1.9 when we last checked. He's gone purple this last sector here and on the road course. Maybe he's carried that speed onto the high banks, but Bombardier, yeah, he's keeping Bombardier at bay. They're going about the same speed, terminal speed for that sorry. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry to the go-kart fans. I will never do that again. For that Viper. As they head towards the bus stop, Mama was also right there still being harrowed by Jakey in the other Viper. Man, I'm a little rusty, but it's good to be back. It's great to be back. Hello, everyone. That is the sound of the Mazda. Yes. Please show number 1, 2, 3, and 4. I'm showing them now. Oh my gosh. Bro, like, wow. No, you're right. I should be showing the battle up front. Turn 1. Starting in, it is definitely getting closer, at least between 2nd, 3rd, and 4th there. Chris still managing to keep them somewhat at bay. The time is coming down, though. It's coming down slowly, but it is coming down. This could just be more of a matter of just him managing pace, you know, not necessarily losing an edge, but over the next few laps, we will definitely check and see what's going on. Super S2K. Rachel, French, I know he's got such a soothing voice. He's just like, I will just listen. Ah, here it is. Is this the move? Is it? I don't know. Mama Mo could have given like a friendly bump draft there. If I think bump drafting is allowed in this series. Don't get me to lying, you guys. But yeah, the move is made even before they're breaking into turn one. Ooh, Bombardier maybe a little bit late on those brakes. No bump that I could see. Not being naughty here. Just trying to make sure he keeps up. So the pass is done, the move is made. Mama Mo sized Bombardier up in I think that was the last lap where he really got a look at Bombardier's move into turn one, and he knew if I could just get around him, I'll make it work. 1.7 seconds still is the gap to first. We'll see if that comes down now that Mama Mo is in second. ERA Jakey not able to catch up to these guys. It's been a lap. He's still 2.5 seconds back, varying depending on how he does in the corners. Mileus still dropping 44s all by himself. Speed Hunter sits there in 6th place. Just no man's land for most of these drivers back here. Putoni in the 66. We have a pitter. Punisher into the pits with 0 gasoline. Ooh, did he run out on track? That is a question. Did he run out of gas on track? Because that's obviously incredibly slow. Now, these drivers will have pitted before they... So you take a... You guys missed it, of course. It wasn't on stream anyway. Back when my stream was working, it wasn't the stream you guys were watching. Isn't that fun? But these drivers take a formation lap, and then they get into their pit boxes and fuel up to their respective desired levels. And they are released in the order and timing, you know, as close as possible to how their team finished in the first stint. And they should have taken all the fuel they needed at that time. We're still so early in the stint, I get the feeling that he forgot to fuel up, and that's why he ended up having to pit again. Let's see where he came out, if he's even out. He is out. He comes out. Ooh, he comes out in traffic with RC, with our Claro there. Looks like he's taking a lot of fuel on board, maybe trying to stretch out this stint due to that mistake. If it was a mistake, perhaps it was some strange strategy, I'm not sure. But he's out on the racing softs, and a heavy screws to our Claro there, who has older tires. Of course, these are the tires that our Claro would have started the stint with. You cannot see that, but anyway, both drivers going at it. Actually, they have the same amount of fuel. Punisher does get ahead onto the high banks. Will our Claro be able to make a move coming onto the bus stop? We'll see. And then I have to get away from this battle for not last to go back up front. But we watch every battle. We watch every moment, whether it's for first or last. We're doing it for the love of the racing, not the trophy. Punisher, really good through the bus stop there. Of course, our Claro would have been careful of dirty air going through. It's disastrous to mess the bus stop up. So cooler heads prevail there, of course. Maybe a slow down to give space to the car ahead and brake a little bit early. Chris is losing that gap. It's 1.3 seconds between Chris and Mama Mo, who's also starting to pull away from Bombardier, though Bombardier is still firmly in his toe. I expect that in a few seconds we will see that gap, that 0.6, rise just another tenth or two, as Mama Mo is so good into turn one. Let's see. Right on in there, gets that thing turned around. Bombardier sticking with him. Bombardier says, I understand it now. I saw it done a couple of times. I see now. I see your ways. Thank you. And he sticks right to him. Jakey is falling even further behind. It's no longer potentially a 4-way battle. It is definitely a 3-way battle for first here, or a 3-way battle for leader. Because endurance racing, especially around Daytona, a lot of times is pretty much follow the leader. However, in recent years, you know, better technology, better aero, better tire tech, and I think just overall better drivers as far as human performance goes. We actually see a lot more battling in the Daytona 24 than you would expect. Honestly, nothing better, and I mean nothing, is better than a yellow flag restart at Daytona International Speedway. Okay, argue with your mama. Okay, that is biblical truth right there, what I just said. Well, let's stick to these guys. It's kind of boring here. A little bit. I mean, the gaps are close. Oh, it's less than a second now between Chris. That means Mamamo is firmly in his slipstream and reeling him in, and we're getting to the point where he's good in the race. So yeah, I said it was getting boring. I lied. But I'm really trying to find a natural pause so I can go pull up the spotter guide or something. I know there's a team list, but it's not happening. No one's giving me a boring moment. Come on, guys. It's an endurance race. We got 24 hours to do this. Let's just, everyone calm down. Let's just all relax. Oh, man. Yeah, Mama Mo's reeling him in. I do wonder, though. You guys can't see fuel and stuff like that, so it feels like cheating if I tell you anything about fuel and tires. So I will wait until people get to the pit, you know, people make pit stops or whatever, as we get closer to when I think people will need to pit. I might say a thing or two, and I'm gonna leave it at that. Vipers or LMDHs, man. The Viper around here is so good. The Viper was my go-to when GT Sport first came out. I don't know why. You know, it was alright. I don't remember it being particularly any sort of meta in GT Sport at the very beginning there, but I just really enjoyed it. And it was like, I'm gonna drive something with a massive engine for absolutely no reason. And I grew to really love its very unique engine sound. In fact, yeah, Punisher definitely pulling out a gap on our Claro here. So no more battle for not last. But I just realized there's like no Vipers in the bottom 5. They're all up here. Can we get not in here? We hear a lot of gear line. Just the sound of the Viper. Out of there in second gear. As the tires start to wear out, you're gonna get humbled real quick. Start putting that thing in third to get out of these corners. Third gear here. Everyone is humbled here. Anyway, unique and beautiful sounding V10 motor in that thing that I really enjoy. I love the downshifts in comparison to the V10 sound of the R8, which is a bit pink. Yeah, Speed Hunter, throw that thing into the corner. That was beautiful rotation out of that mid-engined Audi. I will definitely miss seeing the R8 on track, man. I mean, we've had, well over a decade of Audi R8 GT3 in various Evo forms, and of course 2 generations of the actual R8 platform. Shout out to those guys. Is it? Huh? Where's Audi's headquarters? Stuttgart? Am I lying? Where the Volkswagen guys at? Shout out to them though. Shout out to them. I wonder if we will get another GT3 out of them. I don't know. I haven't been paying attention to, like, you know, new car news. I don't know if there's a new Audi supercar on the way. But if there is, we welcome it. If there isn't, thank you for all the years of good racing. Man, Chris isn't safe. Chris is not safe. Mama Mo is here. Now we will see. Is it cooperation now that Mama Mo has gotten to the front? Or is it pure domination? I'm getting to the front. I'm controlling the pace of the rest of this stint. It's taken him 18 laps to get here. He's been very patient, you know, as far as, you know, as patient as one can be when they're trying to overtake. But we haven't seen any, you know, he hasn't made any crazy moves, any unnecessary moves. It's been very methodical, meticulous. He's picked his spot. It's been the same spot. He just kind of knows he's got an edge there, and well, not just there, but he knows that is a good spot for overtaking. Clearly got pace everywhere else on the track as well. Here it is once again, round the outside, got in the slipstream. Not ahead by the time he gets to the finish line, but will he? Yes, he will. He will leave it to the last minute to break for the corner. Chris likely would have braked a little bit early there, having the inside line. Still, Mama Mo, I mean, the bravery is commendable. That's why this is stint 1, and I'm on comms and not behind the wheel. Though I did sign up for the sprint series. I hope I don't embarrass myself in my team. Ingolstadt, thank you. That's in Bavaria. Got it. You are absolutely right. I remember Ingolstadt now. That just doesn't roll off the tongue. I mean, really nothing in German does. To me, yes, I'm an English speaker. I get it. This is just, you know, Western German, but still, I hope to learn the language one day. I don't know. I used to watch a lot of DTM, and I found it fun to just go ahead and watch the German broadcast instead of the English, because, like, why not? Do a quick roll through to see if anything has changed back here. Nothing. Maybe a little bit closer between DevSun and VT Sport. We'll keep an eye there on 11th place as AMS DevSun makes his way up. Nothing new. What's happening here, though? I want to see if Chris is just going to let Mama Mo go. He's going to try something. He is sticking with him. He was able to stick with him all through this last lap. These laps go by so quickly. I like banter with you guys for a moment, and we're already back into turn 1. And Chris doing really well there, actually, in turn 1, just like Bombardier did, or seemed to when he was with Mama Mo, when he had just been passed. But I think Mama Mo just still has an edge everywhere else. The E-Mix Viper here, it's fantastic. Mercedes is in Stuttgart. I know because I've been to the factory museum. I would love to go. Yeah, I've never been to Europe, which is interesting. I've been to, like, places in Asia, obviously the Americas. But I've never been anywhere in Europe to go over to. I'd love to go to Le Mans. Really, I'd love to spend the summer, like, so I could do Le Mans, the Nürburgring, and the Spa 24. You know, just all free 24-hour races, and then maybe I don't know, I'll do some other European stuff. I don't know. Probably go to Eastern Europe. Right? Istanbul is fascinating to me as a city, so probably, like, spend the summer doing the races, like, in between, go explore some Eastern European spots. Anyway, enough about my travel wishes and my passport stamps. That thing is expiring soon anyway. First place is stable. We'll call it stable. I really think Mama Mo has the pace to keep Chris at bay. He may slow down a bit now that he's made the passes that he needed to. He's been running 145 flats. Actually, a lot of 145.2s in there. And he just did a 145.2. We're going to see what this lap is. A 145.4. So pace is down a little bit over the last couple of laps here. We'll see if that remains the case. They're about to run into the back of the field here. That's Arclaro in the Mazda. He's not pitted, so that's this is pure pace. They're running into Claro. My team, of course, did have that pit stop. My team, Punisher, rather. Punisher took that pit stop, but Arclaro has not pitted or had anything stopping him. So this is purely, like, literally first, second, and third running into lap traffic here. Now this could be interesting. Lap traffic is always interesting to navigate. However, this isn't such a busy lobby. It's only 16 players, 15 drivers actually, as I am taking up the slot. So I don't think that you know, we have game-changing traffic here, though anyone could catch traffic in just the wrong spot. So we will keep an eye on it, Stop chicane, always so iconic. In the background you can see the pond and the Ferris wheel there. Guys, I'm scared of heights. I don't like heights. But at the same time, if I'm like already up there, it's like, all right, I gotta look, right? I gotta look over, because I hate myself. But I don't generally volunteer to get on things that are very high. And so I had never, in many years of going to the Daytona 24 and other events in Daytona, I've never gotten on that Ferris wheel until last week. My girlfriend made me do it, and she proceeded to try and shake the cart and stuff. I'm like, girl, what is wrong with you? This brings back terrible memories, guys. All right, we're here. Arclaro will be getting blue flags. I don't know if it's blue flag rules are actually on, so we may not see the stewards or the flaggers waving them, but it is part of the championship rules. So he will move over in moments like that when it's safe to do so, like straights, and then get back in line. And of course, that means that Bombardier has to be patient behind him as they were approaching the corner. He cannot be expected to completely just slow down and win his time to let these guys by, but at the first safe opportune moment, he is to let off or brake later, or earlier rather, not later, maybe pull off the racing line, give him the outside, and let him by. Bombardier by now. His gap to Chris now 0.8 seconds. If he can get a good exit here, he may catch back up. Chris will of course be getting aided by Mama Mo's slipstream, so this may be a chance for first and second to absolutely run away from third. In fact, Chris does get a fantastic exit and a good toe. That gap is now 1 second and growing. Bombardier will still be getting a little bit of slip, I think, unless something is changed. But yeah, he's reeling him back in. Now down to less than a second. So first, second, and third remain together, and Claro gets a free toe. You know what I mean? Like, hang out back here, Claro, maybe learn something, right? We're all learning, right? I understand it now, is the phrase. And get caught up, sort of, to oh my gosh, what's my team driver's name? Punisher. Sheesh, 7.2 seconds. I think I'm gonna take a moment, leave it here in this battle for first, second, third, or whatever, and I'm gonna take a moment to actually find my top. I want this down for sure. Technical issue threw me way off. This was the time that I was supposed to be pulling all this up on my iPad. What happened to Bombardier? What did I just miss? second. I take a second. It was more than a second. I got stuck. Well, he's gonna go ahead and pit. He needed to pit anyway. Look, the fuel is low. Jakey comes in with him, so third and fourth are into the pits with 2% fuel and 4% or liters, if you will. It's a 100-gallon tank, regardless. But yeah, respectively. Now, first and second should be pitting pretty soon here as well. So we'll see them in on the next lap. Most likely, Chris is just following Mama Mo's lead. He has been able to save a little bit of fuel behind him, but remember, he was leading for most of this stint. He's had to punch a hole in that air all by himself, but he's managed to save up enough fuel to remain on the same strategy is not the word I really want, but we'll call it strategy, as Mama Mo. More people in. That Speed Hunter in 7th is in. Jakey and Bombardier are done fueling. They're out. They come out pretty much together here, so they'll be enjoying one another's company for a little bit. Aww. Speed Hunter is now fueling in the NRT Esport number 64. P1R still going with 6 seconds earlier out of the pit. Well, I mean, hopefully it wasn't, I made a mistake, but it's not always expected that everyone will do everything together. Ooh, Devson and BTS Sport, we didn't see the overtake, but Devson now ahead. Was reeling him in a while ago. We were watching maybe a few laps ago, but he is now surely ahead of him here. These two not in need of pitting. Our leaders are in. Mama Mo, Chris, and then we've got Mileus in, but he was not in that first, second, or third place battle. He was 5th, but he's coming in with 0 fuel. So you got to calculate it down to the drop. Let's see. Between Mama Mo and Chris, they came out with similar fuel levels. Who is going to come out first? Chris is fueling up 1 liter behind Mama Mo here, but I mean, he could just, I don't know what he's going to take. Bombardier and Jakey are now past these two, but these guys should come out. Yeah, you get a big jump in the pit stop, so I was going to say they'll still come out ahead, and they do. Bombardier and Jakey pass their positions where they were in the pit, but they come out. Chris ahead of Mama Mo just by a little bit here. They are bumper to bumper stuck together though. So first and second battle still on. Mama Mo already early with the move down the inside in the horseshoe, and he's got that done. Wow, that was, it just made it look really easy on cold tires. Like, not a problem. I'm fine. I'm just gonna dive in right here. Yeah, I have the same car as you. I do. We're on the same tires. However, I am fast. And so, Mama Mo back to first after coming out of the pits behind Chris. Here we go for the next part of this stint. Lap 25. Most people have pitted, I believe, up front rather, the top half of the order. Mileus still in 5th, so same order. Mama Mo, Chris, Bombardier in 3rd, Jakey in 4th, Mileus in 5th. Speed Hunter still in 6th. We got Putoni, who hasn't. Oh, Putoni, sorry, Puntoni. I can call him Putoni, my bad. Puntoni has pitted. Barlala has not. Devson has not. Well, I did mention that he and BTS Sport won't need to for a little bit here. Simon has pitted. We saw Punisher take an early pit stop, and so he's way off sequence regardless. So Punisher's pit situation will be different from anyone else for the most part. Claro is also not pitted, and we have Alex 20 who just came out of the pits here in last place. So most drivers on a similar strat have taken a similar amount of fuel, but you can see that there are some drivers who took a lot more fuel in their opening pit stop in hopes of lengthening their stints. And, they'll be at a little bit of a deficit with tire wear, of course. Those tires are 26 laps old at this point, and yeah, and everyone's on soft stuff, I should say. Mamamo is dropping purples. There's 2 purples in a row, 2 purple sectors. Interested to see what this lap is, because chill, oh my god, chill daddy. No. Fresh softs, oh my gosh, this is crazy. Everyone should be technically going faster than they have been. You know, you got fresh tires on now. Yes, of course the car is heavier, but the track is nice and rubbered in, and you've got a little bit of you know, you got the early jitters out. You're in a rhythm with your laps, and Mamamo showing that off right now. He will cross the line after this long turn here. Look at those banks. Look at how steep that banking is, and then onto this back straight. It's just a drag race to the start finish here. A 144.7. Goodness me, it does help to have a toe by that extremely wide Viper punching an extremely wide hole in the air for you. And Jakey is back in this thing with someone he spent a lot of that last stint, most of it actually, after his unfortunate early stint penalty. Not even in the game, but here he is with an opportunity to either work with Bombardier to maybe catch up with first and second, or try to get around him. I recommend working with him. I've not seen a single bump draft. Can someone location change or whatever, but just in case, we send it back to Jaeger, and let's see if I'm connected to you all again. I don't know what's going on, but I just did a series of resets to front. We seem to be in mostly the same boat. Mostly. The gap between Jakey and Bombardier has grown exponentially, though. Bombardier is now up there with Chris and Mamamo. Jakey way back here, over 2 seconds back behind Bombardier, unfortunately. So that's a shame there. But, you know, maybe he will catch back up. But he's back basically where he was at the beginning of the stint here. Sticking to the top three, though. Wow, what an image between the three of these drivers getting it done with one another. Chat, can you hear me okay now? Apparently in the iPad YouTube app, there's no indicator that you are actually watching a live thing, which is very interesting. You're back. Okay, good. I'm like, is this just playing? Whatever. Alright. Sorry about that. I hope we've stabilized things, but I'm not sure it's me, actually, because nothing else was having issues. Just YouTube for some reason. But everything else stayed connected until I myself manually disconnected. But I've reset networks and all that jazz. We're back, and let's see if we can stay here, because this is not supposed to happen. You're supposed to be able to see all the action. So what we missed was something happened to JP. I'm not sure exactly what it was, but he is now 2 seconds behind Bombardier instead of being able to work with Bombardier to get up to Chris and Mamamo. And the question I keep trying to ask and getting disconnected when I try to ask is this: can someone who has time to crawl through the long debriefing document here, the IRO organizers do a great job of telling everyone what to do and how to do it so everything runs smoothly. Ooh, we got some blue flag slowing down here, just letting the top four by. Well done, not to affect that battle. Anyway, the question is this: are you allowed to bump draft in IRO? I haven't seen a single bump draft, not one. And I just want to know, can you do it? Are you allowed to do it? I do believe there's damage on, and it's probably on severe damage, so you don't want to bump draft too aggressively, of course. But, you know, I mean, if you've seen Miata's racing, I don't know if you know, they've allowed bump drafting now in the MX5 Cup, and there was some fun little moves happening at Daytona this past weekend. Anyway, Jakey behind traffic now, lap traffic. He was already pretty far behind. His gap hasn't changed to Bombardier, so I don't think that's going to affect him too bad. I'm going to run through the order here because I feel like I'm seeing a couple spots where arrows may be closer than I think. Not so far. Punisher and Def Sun. Def Sun is behind Punisher now. Def Sun would have pitted. No, he still has not pitted, actually. But he was in a battle with VT Sport. We're going to check and see if something's happened to him or if he just took a pit stop. He took a pit stop, and now he's the traffic as second and third pass by him into turn one. Nicely done. Doesn't really affect that battle. There's a bigger gap between Chris and Mamamo now, but just a natural occurrence, and maybe Chris can get back up there right behind Mamamo. Thanks, Cruentus. And River Ruckus Racing. Come on, Ruckus. It's my type of carrying on when you call it a ruckus. Look at this. This deep into the second stint of racing. We've got the top four, the top five really still so close to one another. So much so that we're seeing, you know, drivers close enough to call it a battle. in first and second, at least, and sometimes second and third, sometimes third and fourth. But it's a real testament to these drivers and their pace and the amount of practice that they've put in. You know, the fact that they're all so close together and kind of staying in that place. Ooh, Mama Mo looking to break the toe. A little bit of a sharp move to the outside there, coming into the bus stop. Of course, that is the racing line. However, he made sure he didn't do that smoothly at all in an effort to break the toe just momentarily from Chris. I don't know if it helped. Maybe slowed Chris down from getting closer to him, but he is firmly in there and remains and is continuing to reel him in. Still 8 more hours till karaoke timer, am I right? Jaeger and the karaoke. Well, if it stays like this, he won't have time to sing for you. Quite frankly, there'll be a lot going on the racetrack. But perhaps over the night stint, the drivers will calm down and there'll be 5-second gaps between them. And every pit stop will go perfectly, and we will be blessed by the sweet dulcet sounds of Jaeger's voice singing to us. Maybe I'll go to sleep to it. I'll have to turn on one of the later stints. I'll check the broadcaster schedule, see when Jaeger's on, and see if I can get lullabied to sleep tonight. We'll see. First, second, third. Jakey in fourth, looking to see, hey, maybe can I use this car, this lap traffic VT Sport? Can I use this as a tow to get back up to Bombardier? I just want to be with my friends, you know. And of course, there's probably some race asylum driver or teammate or something watching this broadcast here. Shout out to you if you are here. Jakey is doing the best he can just for you guys. Anyway, Bombardier's been looking really good all stint long. It's just been steady, you know, no real drama. Obviously, we saw Mama Mo pass him very, very early on. Actually, no, sorry, that wasn't that early on, but earlier on, we saw Mama Mo pass Bombardier into turn 1, and that's really been it. That's been the extent of like anything he's really been in. But he's been right here, up top. Chris getting away from him just a little bit, and a lot of that has been using Mama Mo's toe, and even in some of the dirtier air in the road section there on the road course, he's managed to stick to Mama Mo. In the braking here, Bombardier got a lot closer, but we kind of knew that. We watched Bombardier learn, I think, after Mama Mo passed him, and looks like he's used that to good effect to get right back up behind Chris here, and that just increases the gap between himself and Jakey. Does Jakey still have traffic between him? His camera angle is pretty close. Doesn't look like it. Oh, yes, he still does. He's still behind VT Sport. And he not quite VTS Sport. Sorry, he's not quite close enough to get him to move aside for him, which is actually helpful to Jakey. He can use the toe. But he doesn't want to get complacent back here. He certainly doesn't want to be going at the pace of the 13th place driver. That was hard to say. So he's gonna, there he is, VTS Sport moves aside for him, but again, I don't think he was close enough. Yeah, he's gotta back off the gas a lot there to let him by, which, you know, depending on who you talk to. Oh, big penalty there for Mileus. 1 second in the bus stop. He went wide. It was not good, not great. So unfortunately, a penalty will be coming up for Mileus there, and the second is disastrous. Of course, he will really have lost touch with Jakey there. He's been steadily in 5th place this entire stint. Never too far away, you know, there to capitalize if a mistake is made, but now he's very far back from Jakey. Not under any attack here. That's the 11th place car. He's not going to try to make a move on him unless he really thinks he can unlap himself from him. But Tony, nice and neat through the chicane there. That was a great camera angle showing. I love this angle too when the drivers come through. Let's see if we'll get that camera angle for Simon coming through the bus stop now. But you see the grass clippings blow across the track there. different angle than what I was hoping for, but you did see some of it. Just awesome particle effects that I'm not sure were always there. Was that always there at Daytona? When you're spectating that nice grass clipping effect, it's really cool. Anyway, going through the order again just to see where folks are. Punisher has gotten away from Def's Son. Def's Son pitted. Def's Son has fresh tires and fuel in that 911 now, and it looks like fuel to go the rest of the way. So the Daytona pit lane is somewhat long. I mean, it has to be, right? You've seen the number of cars racing in Daytona, like in NASCAR. And anyway, long pit lane, and some drivers may be deciding that a one-stopper is the better option versus these other drivers who are clearly on a two-stop strategy in this race here. The two-stoppers really sticking together, at least the ones up front. Mamamo, Chris, Bombardier again is always just right there. Even if I think he just doesn't have the pace. Maybe it's through the road course section. I think I'll stick with him here to see where he's losing that time, but he does lose a couple of tenths to these two drivers by the time they cross the start-finish line, and then he's right back there under the braking into turn one. So let's see where Chris and Mamamo are pulling out away from him. It really could just be, yeah, there, right there, just coming out of the International Horseshoe. See, is that the International Horseshoe, or is this the International Horseshoe? Anyway, one of the horseshoes. Kind of, he didn't get the greatest exit there, but again, you do kind of have to slow down a little bit more into that corner because of dirty air. I would imagine that it might be here. Maybe he's not getting away very well. He takes a really, really steep run towards the apex, and that could be a correction, actually. It could just be correcting for the fact that he kind of lost some time there last lap, because again, he's sticking with Chris. He is 3/10 back now. But in sections like this, like the back straight headed towards the bus stop, he's going to be able to catch up a little bit more. Let's see if the bus stop is a problem for him. This is someplace you really have to be careful when following other cars. It's a disastrous penalty if you get it. We saw what happened to Mileu's. 1 second for him, and whatever was happening to Bombardier, I think he's figured it out, because he's still right there with Chris and Mamamo, and here he's got a really good toe, and he's been better in the braking. Will he make a move on Chris? I don't know if there's a space. Like, just even if he's able to get past Chris, like, Mamamo's there. Here he goes, turns in early to counter the effect of the washout, and he does just fine. I don't know. This is why I'm not a driving coach. I don't know. Where are you losing the time? Well, Bombardier, let me analyze a lap. Nope, can't figure it out. You're on your own. Sorry. Chat, are you guys back? Is everything good now? Sorry that I left you for a little while. Can I show lap times? I should be showing lap times. What happened here? Display all. I'm gonna say turn that off and then turn it back on and see what happens. I think I can't see them because I joined later, which is annoying, to say the least. Maybe I should not have ever left the lobby, but I really thought that I needed to make some network changes. So I apologize, but we don't have lap times. Yeah, that's fun. Okay. First, second, third. There are no battles going on behind these guys. Everyone else is just kind of in line. Some drivers are, really, really spread apart. You can see them. Look at the map on the upper right-hand corner there. The last three drivers are currently going through the road course, or just getting out of the road course, and they're just nowhere, not battling anyone. This is where the excitement is. Bombardier, Chris in second, and Mamamo in first place. Now, Mamamo was, picking him off in the first part of this stint here, the first stint of this stint, if you will. He has not shown that he's got pace to absolutely run away with. And again, maybe that was never his goal. I do recall noticing that he kind of slowed his pace down a little bit once he made that pass on Chris and got up front. So maybe just maintaining pace and not necessarily trying to run away. But I wonder if he's going to turn up the taps for the final stint here. Last set of tires. Last stint, last chance to really build up a gap for your teammate who's going to jump in the car in just a few laps here. Less than 30 left, fewer than 30 laps left. So, and these laps go fast. It's 1 minute 45. Ooh, Bombardier having a quick look there with Chris. Not really a place to necessarily get the pass. But of course, just getting closer and closer. You got some traffic there. It'll be hard to try to make a move when you've also got a slower car in the mix. Chris, oh wow! Mamamo into the barrier at the oh my gosh, at the bus stop. He's been doing so well. Big shunt there, guys. Man, he's got time to recover, but it will not be easy for Mamamo here. He comes out over a second behind Jakey. Milaeus going to make a move here. Can he make that stick? Mamamo sticks to the inside, the shortest line, and Milaeus easily past. Mamamo will tuck right back in, so now he starts all over again. One position back, of course. He started this thing in 4th place behind Jakey and worked his way up. Listen, you got 20-something laps to make it happen, Mamamo. You can still do it. He's having a look here. He's you can see just a little bit of frustration there, trying to get around Milaeus and not able to really get a nose alongside him there. This isn't the easiest place to pass. You know what I mean? Like, there are opportunities, but that Viper is big. You can make that Viper real, real big without really trying. You don't necessarily have to defend to make it difficult to pass. And Mamamo, that entire first sector, unable to make anything happen with Milaeus. Meanwhile, Jakey's 1.8 seconds up the road. That was disastrous. Chris in the melee, able to get a 1.5 seconds on Bombardier. So he's back where he was at the very beginning of this stint. Truly, we are starting things over for this final third of the stint. Love that this has happened. Not that I don't love that it has happened. Let me rephrase that. I love that there's some excitement. Obviously gutted for Mamamo because nobody wants to see that. But I think if anyone on the track today, or at least in stint 2, has shown that they have what it takes to come back from this, it's Mamamo. Maybe the idea of absolutely running away and building a really good gap at the end of the stint has left the chat. There's a bump draft. I found one. Mamamo with a little bump on Milaeus into turn 1. He recognizes, I need you. I need to use you so we can get closer to these guys in turn 1. Let's get past this lap traffic first if we can together and see what we can do. Maybe even having to save a little bit of fuel to make that final push since he will, I mean, he's going to have to do something to try and extend this. Now, you know, it's a multi-team effort. It's a 24-hour race. So, he's got options. No damage on the car. Sorry, I would have mentioned it if there was damage. There is no damage. But you know, he's got teammates to try to build it up. This is only stint 2 of 8. I think that's how many stints we're doing. No, 12. Don't ignore me. Just many stints left to go. So he doesn't have to be the hero here, but you know, as a teammate, you want to do everything that you can do to make up for it. Here he is. He's going to use a little bit of draft from that back marker there to stay with Milaeus. Nothing going to go on in the bus stop chicane. I didn't think the move was on there anyway. But perhaps into turn 1 now. He's really got a good run out of the bus stop. They still have lap traffic ahead of him. He is going to give Milaeus a little bit of a push here. Just really trying to get close to that car ahead. He's not able to really make a pass, so yeah, there it is. More pushing. I don't think they're gonna get into turn one. VTS Sport gonna give way there. Ooh, this is sketchy. Yeah, wow, very close there. A little bit of not over rotation there, but you can definitely see Mamamo trying to get that car turned. Managed to make it work, but that was a little, you know, a little spicy right there. Like that. Lap traffic, trying to work with the guy. There is no room for error, no margin for error. All three drivers getting through very safely, though. I love that. That's why we do private league racing, right? I mean, lobbies can be fun. They can be. And yes, even the ranked racing can be fun, but you don't get this very often in either one of those arenas where you have three drivers, two of them actually competing with one another into turn one at a track like Daytona, and being able to keep it together and not have any incidents is great. If we were in an open lobby, honestly, VTS Sport would have just kept fighting them like he wasn't lapped. But that's also part of the charm, I think, is battling your way through with racers who aren't, you know, as skilled or some who are just downright dirty. So anyway, they're a little bit separated here. May still see some bump drafting and working together, but they are now officially past traffic and much closer to Jakey. It's less than a second now between Mileus and Jakey. So honestly, job done as far as Mamamo and Mileus getting back up there into contention. So Mamamo now needs to pass Mileus, maybe work with Jakey to try and get up to second and third. Otherwise, that's a big push that he's got to make by himself. Which again, it makes sense to try and get the speed while still conserving your fuel and tires, as you will clearly have to make a big push towards the end of the stint if you do want to be a hero or completely get back everything that you had lost in the bus stop there. Up front, Bombardier and Chris still chilling, still up there doing their thing. Chris has over a second of a gap. Like I said, he's right back where he was at the very beginning of this stint with a huge gap, and obviously can't relax. We've learned that. He can't relax. He will get past if he does, perhaps, assuming Mamamo is able to make his way back up the field. I will say Chris, unless he's got like a racing engineer telling him, some teammates do, might not even know exactly how far Mamamo is. Oh no. Why when I go away do I miss the good stuff? Mamamo with a half-second penalty, and he's 4 seconds behind Mileus. I don't know what happened, but it was bad, okay? And that really changes things. That changes a lot here. There's still a decent amount of time in this race, but you know, second and third are in. Bombardier and Jakey in with the same amount of fuel. Mamamo is going to go ahead and pit with them. Maybe if he can short fuel, he comes out right behind them and can use a little bit of a tow from them. But I think he's far enough behind that he probably can't short fuel enough to get there. But we'll see. Maybe he can get a little bit closer. But this is a good reset for him. Sometimes you're just like, let me just take a moment. I was gonna pit anyway. I'm pitting a couple laps early, but I'm gonna cool down, get some fuel in the car, get some fresh tires, and see what I can salvage here. What's up, Jorge Sr.? Where does Mamamo come out? They're a bit ahead of him. That's our Claro ahead of him there. So he comes out with some lap traffic ahead of, in front of him, and then Jakey is still 5 seconds away, so it doesn't get very close to him. Yeah. Pantoni now between Jakey and Bombardier. He's gonna have worn tires versus Jakey's new ones. Of course, Jakey does need to get those up to speed. And Patoni is due a pit stop, so this isn't going to hurt Jakey too bad. Though if he gets right up on Pantoni or something, he may not be able. He may lose some time. Our leader is in. That's Chris. Same amount of fuel as second and third. 1%. Mileus coming in at 0 again, and man, when I tell you Mileus has it down to the last drop. Again, I hope he's not actually running out of fuel out there on the track. But yeah. Let's see. Bombardier, he's going to come out ahead of Mileus, of course, but the question is, how close behind Chris is he going to come out? Chris is fueling now. The tires are on. He's going to fuel to probably, I don't know, 40? Oh, past 40. Bombardier and Jakey are technically past him on the track, but he will come out just ahead of them. There's Bombardier right there in the background. Ooh, Bombardier able to come out ahead of VTS Sport as well, so no lap traffic. Jakey gets past him as well. Jakey is back in this thing then after the pit stops. He's very close to second place. Second place has come out 1.5 seconds behind Chris. That's Bombardier, of course. Now, I do wonder, okay, Bombardier, are you able to close that gap? We haven't seen him be able to close gaps on Chris when he's not in the slip. Chris, if he's got it to 1.2, 1.3 like he does now, has stayed ahead of Bombardier all stint long. We'll see if Bombardier has something here now, though. It's the last stint, final one. You can go all out. There's no need to save or anything like that. So perhaps Bombardier will turn on the faucet a little bit higher and let that V10 roar. Jakey is just behind him in the slip. He could help, and maybe he will. Behind them, let's talk pit stops. Mamamo and Mileus obviously pitted. Pantoni has pitted. Speed Hunter has pitted. I just saw Simon in. Yep, he's just come out. Punisher doesn't need him. Again, he's way off the sequence, so Punisher is not really a good marker for where people are. Def Sun, his last pit stop was his last pit stop. He's on a one-stop strategy. Here we are with Arjun VR, maybe it's Arjun VR. Arjun with the Ferrari is in, gonna take his last stop, as is Alex. And then VTS Sport had pitted with the leaders. He's not battling here, that's Mileus ahead of him, but again, you see two cars together in turn one. You pause for a second. Our Claro does not need a pit stop. He's also on the one-stop strategy, and so that will be everyone on the two-stopper having made their final stop. At this point, everyone is on track, and this is where they are on track. Period. There's no pit stop going to change anything here. Let's see. How's that gap? Well, Bombardier's got it down to 1 second. Getting a little bit of a waft. Not a waft, actually. The absence of a waft behind Chris. Again, though, we'll see if Chris can maintain it. The only person I've seen close it when it was that large was Mamamo, who is very far behind now. He's getting a little bit of help from our Claro, but of course our Claro is going to let him pass as he is a back marker, and blue flag rules are in effect. So Mamamo not able to use him beyond getting that slipstream there, and now he is in no man's land. He's gonna have to get back up to the top four, catch up to Mileus on pure pace alone. We'll see if he can do it. Again, this is the final stint. These drivers may turn it up, so may not be as easy for him as it was, or as it seemed to be in the first part of the stint here. like there. Exciting. I like the name Puntona because, you know, obvious reasons. We don't condone punting, guys. You shouldn't punt. But if someone deserves it, you know what I mean? Like, if they earned it, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Chris is losing his little cushion there. The P1R car looking good. I like that neon green there. But Bombardier now pulling up on him, very close to him. So there we have it. Can Bombardier close the gap? The answer is absolutely yes. So Team S7R looking good. I have no bias there, of course. No. ERAs, Jakey, always a pleasure to watch and commentate on Jakey, though today he's been a little bit quiet today, but now that we're in this final part, he's in third place. He wasn't fourth, you know, just kind of stuck there for a long time and not able to get closer, but with Mama Mo having his issue, I think it obviously it gave Jakey third, obviously, because he just have a car missing there, but not just that, he was also able to catch up and be right behind Bombardier. I believe it was in the pits that he really made it happen, if my terrible memory is correct about that. But he's right there, and he's not looking at a deficit as far as fuel and tire wear goes, and so a pure and perfectly executed stint into a short enough pit stop, I think, is how we got where we are now with him. Mileus, stop. I didn't mean to hit my controller there. Mileus in the field good. Dodge Viper has also been pretty solid this race, running in fifth the whole time. Now he's in fourth, and he's a little bit outside of the circle, but he's getting closer, ever closer. He's got it down to within a second to Jakey. So we could potentially see all four cars back to back here as we end the stint. Mama Mo still 5 seconds back. The gap isn't getting much smaller, at least it hasn't in the last 2 laps since he got around our Claro. Again, he's got to do it on his own now. Not have any sort of slipstream to help him get up to Mileus. Once he gets to Mileus, he may be able to use him for help, but there's not a lot of space between Mileus and Jakey right now, and it may be even smaller, which will limit Mamomo's options. He may have to try to overtake 2 cars at one time, which is not as easy as just picking off your passes at once. You know, around here, if you're not able to make your pass like on the high banks or have a very clear and easy opportunity into a corner, it does slow you down. It does slow you down. The corners are just slow enough that it can be an issue unless you're an absolute master. Now, these drivers are masters and masterful, but it can't be understated how difficult it can be to get out of these slower corners and make them still be fast if you're not quite on the optimal line for them. You really want to square them off, especially in point and shoot cars like this one. So if you got to dive into a corner, take a really shallow entry, or, you know, just really far on the inside, it can hurt you. It can hurt you getting back on the gas. Anyway, up front. Yep. Mileus a little closer to Jakey. It's 2/10 closer now, and Bombardier is right up on Chris, and now we're not quite in no holds barred time. I don't think Bombardier has to be aggressive here. However, he does need to recognize we're coming to the end of the stint, and I don't have a lot of breathing room behind me. If the pass is on, maybe make the pass. I don't think. There he is, alongside around the outside. Yep, he's thinking the same thing. Now's the time. And there we go. Written in the book of Mama Mo were the chapters turn 1 and braking. And Bombardier did not read the chapter all the way through and messed it up. Didn't scrub enough speed there. Whoa, and a big bump from Mileus on Jakey there. Oh my gosh, guys, there's a lot going on at one time. No, that was Bombardier. Sorry, I said on Jakey. So Bombardier just not recovering very well. Maybe a little bit of dirty tires. He wasn't completely off track, but Mileus bumped him. He stays behind him, gives him the room to keep his position. But Bombardier, who was just about to solidify first place, now in third, and now Jakey is the guy with the opportunity. From fourth to guy with opportunity. Can't beat it, honestly. I wish I had replays on, guys. Can't do it, unfortunately. But luckily, we were on cam when we saw it happen. Man. Swerve says, Tati, no! I don't know what I said to merit that, but I'm sure I earned it. I know I did. Look at Mileus, though, right back in it, back in that four-way situation for first, maybe, and there's so much time. There's not any time, but there's also still so much time. If he can just get up and touch the hem of Bombardier's garment, he may have a chance at finishing this thing up with, I'm calling it a podium. It's not the end of the race, but like, it's a podium for this stint. You know what I mean? Like, come on, stint 2. Let's represent. It's a podium if you get up to third. Period. All right? This is a race in and of itself. None of these drivers will double stint here, of course. It just wouldn't be possible. But some of them, I believe, are coming back in later stints, and will be very excited to come back to something like this. Hopefully their teams will keep them right in it. Again, it's the end of stint 2, and we are looking at a four-way battle for first place. Bombardier on the brakes on Jakey there. That was incredible. Really closes the gap up, and now he's again got an opportunity again. That turn 1 incident was unfortunate. Very lucky for him, though. He was able to keep I think mostly all four wheels on track. I don't think he touched the grass, which would have been disastrous. You know, you fall way off there. So that really helped him to be able to get right back in it, and going into the next turn had a moment, but as you can see, he's recovered quite nicely and is right back up on the second place, and also looking at first place, who's not far behind at all. Just wait, I use special paint on that ERA livery to be quicker at night. Ah, tricksy little hobbit. I see. We shall see. Jakey, are you gonna do it? Are you gonna do it? Nah, you're not gonna do it. I thought he might do it. You know, everyone wants to, listen, Mama Mo did it to everybody. Everyone here, with the exception of Mileus, got passed around the outside in turn 1 by Mama Mo. You gotta want to get it back. And Bombardier with another mistake in the horseshoe, and now Mileus through. I don't think Mileus bumped him. That was Bombardier all on his own. So Mileus into, what did I call it? A podium position. Bombardier not letting it go easily, though. Into the, down the inside in the second horseshoe there, and he gets it right back before the end of the road course section. Bombardier's like, no, I'm not losing any more positions here. I refuse. Love it for you. Meanwhile, that does allow Jakey and Chris to get away just a little bit. Now it's 1.2 seconds between Jakey and Chris. So I don't know, Bombardier, was it worth it to try and make that pass there? We'll see. But now Mileus is no longer in slip. Or, you know, was he? I mean, Bombardier obviously made that big mistake. But Mileus was right behind him and did not have to lose much time. Certainly the pass attempt did. There was a little bit of rub in there. Nothing big. But now these two are a little bit on the back foot. Where's Mama Mo? 5.6 seconds. It's not happening. Mama Mo, you got 14 more laps to try and do something. if you're gonna do it. I wish I could see lap times, but I don't think Mama Mo's are where the top drivers are right now. Tires still look good though. You know, there's still speed in the car, but there's speed in everyone's car, pretty much, except maybe the drivers towards the back of the pack here who are doing the one-stopper. Of course, their tires are not quite where they need to be. Punisher's tires are always going to be different from everyone else's. But up front, all of those cars have speed in them. And they are all on the same exact strategy as Mama Mo. He does not have an advantage for tire, fuel, anything on the top four. We're going to stay up here. Nothing really doing anywhere else on track. Chris just holding on to it. I think Jakey's had a couple of opportunities. Just looking at how close he's been. I think he just doesn't want to do it. Is he going to bump draft here? Yeah, a little bit of a poof there, and I guess the game decides you need a puff of dust when that happens. That was so random. I saw it earlier and I thought maybe the driver in question had touched the grass and that's what happened, but that was clearly in the middle of the asphalt. Interesting graphical effect there, but yeah, Jakey not really being aggressive here. I don't think he needs to be, but I haven't seen him anything that looked like he might try to make a move. As we approach turn 1 here again though, no, another bump. He's gonna try to increase that gap to Malayus first, and I think that might be smart too. Malayus is bringing it back down. It's down to within a second. It was exactly at 1 second as they got into the braking zone for turn 1 here. So Jakey keen to maybe build that gap right back up. Yeah, no bump draft there. It's not a good place. But I don't think it's helping. Malayus is getting closer, and he's bringing Bombardier with him, is the problem. Ooh, Bombardier with that fastest sector there, still throwing purples down. That's what I mean when I say there's still speed in the cars. Still got good rubber on the tires. The gas tank is light, and you're able to go fast still, if you will. Let's see how this sector was. I think we should pass a marker here. Yes. A little bit slower, not purple, but by less than 0.2 on the actual purple sector there, or purple lap. The stream is about 1.5 laps behind, is it? Let's see. It is. Latency on mega high. No, actually it's the lowest latency, but maybe with my issues. I don't know. YouTube is being weird to me. I'll have to, I don't know, make an adjustment. I'm not sure what happened with menu changes. But anyway, Malayus on Jakey, still 0.8. So no real increase the last lap, but into the brakes here for turn 1. Looks good. What does it look like when they get out of the corner? Malayus with the killer exit too. What is this? Malayus, listen, my man got on the podium and was like, yeah, I found it. So Malayus not just sticking with the top 2, but reeling them in. Yeah, purple in the first sector by almost 0.2. Okay, he's not here section. If he gets a run here, he may have a move on Jakey into the bus stop, or perhaps even into turn 1 if he has to remain patient behind him. It's gonna be, we'll see what choice he makes. What's this exit look like here? Big bump. You see Jakey with the big bump. Wow, 0.2 purple in the second sector on the lap. Malayus is on a tear here. I don't think the move is on for the bus stop. Because Jakey will have a little bit of help here. Almost 0.3 purple by the end of the third sector. Can't make a move on the brakes in the bus stop, but he is close. Can he get a good exit? If he gets a massive exit here, then Jakey is definitely in danger. 3.5. Malayus gaining time sector after sector. On Jakey's purple lap, it's a 1:44.5 is the fastest lap, and Mileus is on track to absolutely destroy that unless he gets slowed down here, which he won't. A little bit of a bump trap from Mileus on Jakey. Got a little RG there, but keeps his purple lap 3.5 tenths faster than what Jakey put down earlier. He's just got to make the pass now. This is the part that's hard. The catching up was easy. Can you get around Jakey? If you get around Jakey, you don't want to lose touch with Chris, right? But if you get around Jakey in one of the traditional quote unquote easy spots, there's not space to tuck in front of him. You will have to just be out of the slipstream and offline because Chris is there. So how does Mileus make this pass? What is the optimal way to make this pass without losing touch with Chris, without letting Bombardier get back in this game, but still maintaining where you are? And it takes skill to figure it out. It takes skill to figure it out. Leaders are on lap 59. Yes, correct. Little bump draft train here. Everyone pushing to increase the gap to 4th place there. Bombardier left out to dry here, watching them work together to get away from him. This is a view that every driver hates. Oh my gosh. How dare you guys work together to get away from me? Yeah, it's a lonely place to be. Ooh, that might have been a little bit of a lag spike there, but it looks sketchy between Mileus and Jakey, which, man, if you watched the Daytona 24 last weekend, you saw a lot of sketchy stuff going on, like 3 wide into turn 1. Mileus around both Jakey and Chris. Can he keep it neat? Yes, he can. What a move by Mileus around both of them to get first place in turn 1, lap 60. We pit on lap 69. Jakey is not going to let it go easily, though. Down the inside into the hairpin. Ooh, they're touching. Oh, Mileus. Oh, my gosh. Just a moment. Getting on the gas. He's okay. But he did lose first place there. Again, all 10 cylinders looking to kill you in this car. Mileus struggling to keep them at bay, to keep them in hand, rather, but trying to get the best exit he could out of that turn. Jakey will take the position, but Mileus is not out of this. What a brilliant move in the turn 1 there, though. Very, very brave. Not surprising that he wasn't, stable enough to hold on to it going into the next turn, but man, was it heroic. And he's still in a better position than he was. He was in 3rd place, now he's in 2nd, and he's working with Jakey. Whoa, Bombardier's in 3rd, and Chris is in 4th. So all of that, Chris has lost out the most, and Bombardier has indeed gotten back into it. Didn't I say it was going to be hard? Didn't I say it was going to be hard for Mileus to make that Whoa. Half-second penalty. Got it in the bus stop. Mileus. Now he will serve that penalty and probably come out still close enough to Chris to get slipstream. He should get past here around the outside by Bombardier, but yeah, he can tuck right back in behind Chris, maybe get close in the braking, but wow, all in the span of literally 1 lap. Turn 1, he goes from 3rd to 1st and then back to 4th. Oh, the fortunes of Mileus, but they can still change here. Oh my gosh, these guys are having a time together. This is all out. This is all out war. We only have a few laps left. The move is on. Bombardier looking to regain what he had lost so many laps ago. Well, not so many. It was a few laps ago, but he's back in it now. He's got the inside for this horseshoe. He just has to be able to get on the gas and get out of it ahead of Chris. Chris doesn't make it easy, but both of them neatly out of that corner. Bombardier into 2nd place, got the better exit, had the better track position altogether, and now he's in 2nd with an opportunity. Jakey leads this race for, I think, the first time. Have we seen Jakey in 1st? I'm not sure, but he does lead this race. Bombardier right back in it. Chris down from first to third. He can't believe what's happened. He's going to get out of slip there, not to really make the pass, but just to show the nose, maybe get in Bombadier's mirrors, try to throw him off, anything you can do at this point to try and mess the guy in front of you up. Mileus, man, you were there, but I did say that pass was going to be hard to make. It was going to be hard to either not lose touch to Chris, which didn't matter, Chris had a mistake, but the other part was it was going to be hard to make the pass and keep Bombardier from getting right back in it, and that pass happened, and it reshuffled everything. Jakey in first, Bombardier right back in it, but Chris and Mileus are not out of it. Mileus round the outside, he's third, briefly ahead of Chris, but ultimately not going to make it happen. Can he stay inside? No, he can't keep the inside into the horseshoe here, but he's looking. He's going to try to cut in here. No, a little bit of a slide coming out of the corner as well. He had the right idea to try and sharpen up that exit there, but we're not able to get on the gas and really get the run on Chris into the kink. Bombardier, or Jakey rather, keeping it neat, slightly defensive, but nothing to really compromise his speed, which is the way to go. You compromise your speed here, you're just not in good shape, especially with the cars being so close. There's really no margin for error. You will lose more than one position if you mess up bad enough, as we've seen. Lap 62. It is getting wild. He did serve that penalty on the line, Mileus did, and I don't know if that really affected anyone much, but they did have to go around outside to get past him, which, you know, it's racing. I do believe the rule says you need to serve it off the racing line, if I'm not mistaken there. So we'll see how the stewards look at it. Bump drafts all around, everyone trying to, you got to make sure that car ahead of you is straight. Listen, man, square that bumper up, because you don't want to be the reason someone spins here. You don't want to gain a big penalty for your team. Oh my gosh, a little bit of a scoot over there, like, excuse me, pardon me, move from I think Bombardier to Chris, and a look at Mileus. Where is Mileus now? In first place. He does it again in turn one. Passes 3 cars. What is that? How do you even do that? Bombardier now under attack from Chris. He's got the inside into the kink. Will he have the inside to the next horseshoe? Not quite. Chris able to scoot just past him there. Ooh, but Chris not defensive enough into this turn. Bombardier easily able to get the nose in there, and once you're on the inside of that turn, you're probably going to get the better exit. If you can straighten that car out, straighten that corner out, and punch it, you're in there. Bombardier does that to a plum. Chris wide coming onto the banking, and Jakey now in third place behind him. So Bombardier did get ahead of Jakey. Mileus got ahead of everyone. Right, if only Mama Mo was here. Mama Mo's closer. All of that battling between these guys has lost them 2 seconds overall on Mama Mo, which, I don't know, if it continues the way it has, right, we might see Mama Mo get back into this, but will there be enough time for him to really gain anything if he does get back up front with these guys? I don't know. It continues between Jakey and Bombardier, and I promise you, unless they're listening, and again, unless they have someone else watching, these 4 drivers don't know or care what Mama Mo got going on back there in 5th place. So they may not know he's getting closer, but a lot of push and shove and pushing the issue has brought him just that little bit closer. You can see him just in the background of the shot right there for a moment. Mileus pushing the issue and creating the chaos. But what do? You have to. He spent most of this race in 5th place, then 4th place. Final stint, send it all. You don't have to save the rubber, and you don't, hopefully, have to save the fuel. I will say, for both pit stops, Mileus came in on 0 fuel. What we didn't see was whether or not it was just really, really well timed, or if he ran out of fuel on track. And if it was the latter, hopefully he's learned something, because he's been using that fuel on this last stint. So hopefully he overfueled or something. Because if he runs out of fuel at the end of this stint, he's gonna be kicking himself. And the cars around him are very, very close. They will pass him. Bombardier is 7.5 tenths behind him. Jakey only half a second behind him. Chris also still in it, 8 tenths behind Jakey. Where's Mama Mo? 3.1 seconds now. So he's only gained a tenth on these drivers in the last lap. So he's not doing it on pace. It really does come down to these drivers fighting that will bring him into contention, or not even necessarily fighting. Somebody, just slows everyone else behind him up, and we'll see Mama Mo here soon. Incredibly good racing. Only 20 hours and change to go. Yep. This is crazy. I love it. Race is too spicy for me. I feel sick. There have been a couple of moments in turn 1, and you probably heard it in my voice, where it was like, please, my stomach is turning. You guys are making me nervous. Nobody wants a big incident here, but if you're able to create the excitement without the incident, give it, please put it directly into my veins. Like, literally liquefy that, throw that in a syringe, and get it in a vein as close to my heart as you can. Like, inject that into my neck. Okay, I don't even want it to have to travel far through my bloodstream. The gaps are closing everywhere except between Jakey and Chris. Chris now a second behind Jakey, where it was 8 tenths. Jakey, though, right up on Bombardier. Malayus just had an incredible bus stop. Or maybe Bombardier had a bad one. But Malayus now with a little more breathing room, back to that 7.5 tenths he had at the beginning of this lap. Stop! Jakey on Bombardier. He's slightly ahead going into turn 1, but he does have to, he gets ahead right before the braking. So Jakey of House Mamamo, what is happening with Malayus? What just happened with Malayus? Malayus wide into turn 1 again. Oh my gosh, and he loses 2 positions. Jakey, Bombardier in first and second. Chris back in it. I think I said at the beginning of this stream that there's nothing better than a yellow flag restart at Daytona, and it's because turn 1 is one of the best turns, one of the best corners in all of motorsport. It doesn't feel like it's much, but my goodness, it is. Look at how much excitement we've gotten out of this single corner all stint long. I'm telling you, turn 1 at Daytona road course, again, argue with your mama, okay? Definitely in the top 10 of corners in racing. I would argue perhaps top 5. It's just iconic. There's so much opportunity for glory or disaster. If you ever get to go to Daytona, like if you get to go to the 24-hour race, there's only one section that you should sit in at the beginning of the race, okay? And at the end of the race. That when you come back the next morning, you go back to your hotel or your camper overnight because it gets cold there. You come back the next morning, you go to that section right in front of turn 1, and you will have the most excitement of your life. And you can see the whole track from there too, so you won't miss anything. You can see everything back to the bus stop on the other side. It's beautiful. More turn 1 shenanigans happening. Malayus pushing it again, and it doesn't quite work out for him. Bombardier now leads. Jakey in second. Chris in third. Malayus still in fourth. Mamamo, 3.3 seconds back. He's not closer. All right, well, this ain't about him anymore. But another reshuffling of the order. In what turn? Turn 1. I rest my case. I want to check on everyone else, but like, honestly, forget y'all. But I see 2 arrows leaving the road course now. They're on that first banking. There are 2 arrows with some overlap there. I'm curious to know who that is. Is it a battle? Is it a fight? But I would be a fool to go away from here. And so we may never know what's going on back there. Sorry. Malaeus, buddy, it's lap 67. Y'all pit on lap 69. You've been acting crazy. Now, he's not close enough to make a move here. In fact, he is losing time coming into the bus stop. The bus stop, though, is a big braking and acceleration challenge. And you have that. I was going to say the bus stop can make or break the final part of the lap. And for Malaeus, it is broken. It's done. He can no longer fight for these 3 positions here. He's out of it. Now it's Bombardier, Jakey, and Chris alone. Approaching turn 1. Where does Jakey go? You gonna go defensive, or you gonna, nope, he's gonna take the traditional line. Bombardier looks like he's having a look, but doesn't do it. But Jakey doesn't quite keep it nice and neat on the apex there. He's able to maintain speed. He keeps momentum. Bombardier just ahead of him, though. Jakey will have to outbrake him into the horseshoe. Bombardier will look for the cutback. He gets a much better exit than Jakey. They're going to go into the kinks side by side here. Jakey with the better, well, he has to slow down more. Bombardier, yeah, he has to slow down. Bombardier will take the position decisively. Can Jakey come back on him here? Not quite. He may be able to get a better exit coming out of the road course. Chris is right there. He has to be careful. He can't make a mistake, but he can't let Bombardier just get away. We're into the, this is going to be the final full racing lap, if I'm not mistaken. I believe they pit on lap 69. I believe they pit on lap 69. And so, again, turn 1, we will see something happen. Let's see how they get through the horse or the bus stop chicane. Again, it can make or break that last part of the lap. You see Malaeus and Mama Mo in the background there. There may be something on between these 2. Oh no, Mama Mo's too far. The camera angle lied to me. I thought he was right there on Malaeus. We'll stick here to Jakey v Bombardier into turn 1. Chris looking to do something. Jakey with the bump draft on Bombardier because he sees Chris coming. He knows it's going to be 3-way into that turn. What do we get here? Chris is there. Jakey looking to see how I will do this. Bombardier stays defensive. He stays to the inside. We've seen that doesn't necessarily mean you will hold the position. Can Jakey do anything? No. Bombardier carries speed through very, very well. He's going to stay to the inside here, of course, for the horseshoe and not give Jakey an opportunity to get a nose in there. Jakey in trouble. Jakey has Chris behind him, who will probably be somewhat aggressive here. Maybe a little more cautious to not, completely ruin things for the next driver who's going to start the next stint here, but certainly wants to try to make something happen. But, we got 20 more hours. We got 20 more hours. You're not going to win the race for the team here, Chris. Keep it cute. You had your little fight. Everyone had your little... Jakey with a big slide coming out. Oh, man. I thought he was going to go into the wall. That was a good catch. That was pretty far. That got away from him. That definitely got away from him. He's still gaining on Bombardier, though, so maybe that's the right way to do it. Maybe just a little bit of dorito, and you're in there. He's not going to be close enough to do something in the bus stop. I do believe, though, do we pit here? Let's see. After this bank is the pit stop entry, so we'll see if Bombardier dives in, then we'll know. Ooh, Jakey? Nope. Thought he was gonna get him there, but no. Yeah, they're jumping into the pits now. That was the last fast racing lap. Malaeus down to 0 again. I think he's just got that thing calculated down pat. Bombardier 0 as well. Malaeus didn't lose any. Run out of gas though, so he's gonna be in. Mamamo will come in 4th. Pantoni will now come in 6. Do I still see? Let's see if I still see those two cars with overlap.
Seems,
Not view. It must have been Punisher and Devson.
So it should be, because they pit at the end of lap 69.
You know, these two could still race each other a little bit here. Devson, yeah, very similar tire wear. Devson has a little more fuel in the car, but that really doesn't matter unless, yeah, Punisher's not to the point where he's got to be tiptoeing on the gas, so I don't think that's going to be a problem for him here. Devson not really going to have a chance to pass him unless he makes a huge mistake. We're gonna stick with him because we got the bus stop coming on. We're just gonna see what happens in the bus stop, and then after the bus stop, it's the pit entry, so they'll be fine.
Yeah, there's some insanely fast guys in it. Look at that
alongside, and around him.
It's been a highlight of the car.
And around him just before the pit entry. So just a quick move past for position there. Devson into 8th place. Punisher will come in 9th. And I'm sure Devson's teammate, probably another AMS driver, will enjoy that. VTS Sport will come in 10th place. Speed Hunter's right behind him. 1 second back, but it's done here. No opportunity to change there. Our Claro will come in 12th place. And then behind him we'll have Argent VR. Hope I'm saying that right, Argent. If I'm not, I apologize. Hold on now. Well, they're past the bus stop. Yeah. No change here. And then Alex is 1.5 seconds behind them and will come in 14th place. Guys, what an incredible stint. That was amazing. Wow. Alright, chat. I haven't caught up with you guys in a little bit. Since Daytona is gonna suffer from a wealth of things you missed because of the 2-class race. I mean, there are 8 other cars in the race which you've barely seen. Yeah, they didn't have anything to show us. Yeah, Malays didn't quite catch up with the fight, but wow, what an incredible stint.
Yeah.
All the drivers for sure. You guys did
great.
great. Man, the drivers have had a hard time.
Yeah, backed out of it. Right thing to do there. Kevin just going into the black shadow there.
Within 5 seconds, with Chile just off the back.
Yeah, it was INF that got pole at the start of it, with Tonkanon in qualifying.
Yeah, I'd heard. Good luck from Tonkanon.
Incredible that.
These
aliens.
Aliens, yeah.
Yeah. There has been Simon was in the last stint. There we go. It looks like we're fully live now, and up to it's lap 4. Right. Hello, chat. Don't know how much of that previous action that you caught, but there was sure loads of it. Danny boy, nice to see you in chat, mate.
P1, 2, 3, all with half-second penalties.
Ooh. Yeah, that is going to allow Super 2K to unwrap himself. Surely he's not going to go for Shadow as well. Unwrap himself, yep.
Yep, down the inside of the international hairpin.
I think it's Is it hairpin or horseshoe?
Probably horseshoe.
Probably horseshoe, yeah. Hey, Mills, nice to see you, mate.
Chile's catching up
got it here. Can we break 100 viewers?
INF Chile's gained a second and a half on the leaders after they...
Yeah, that little bit of a scrap
penalty. After they all served a penalty last lap round.
Yep. Hey up, mate, how you doing? FGR John Burrow just starting to build a bit of a lead here. 8 tenths now. He's got 2 Shadow, 6 tenths behind is Kevin, and yep, 2.3 seconds to Chile, but he has got to get past all these back markers. There's Super
Oh,
2K's
Super
gone
binned
off!
it.
Where's he gone? Peter, now very unlucky. What happened there to Super 2K? Ooh. Stonks to the banking. Spins
Very
off,
strange
very
one.
unlucky, yeah. It didn't look like it came on the throttle too early. It just looked like
No.
the car just magically unsettled itself.
Yeah, it did. Very, very strange, that one.
So yeah, in the Viper class at the moment, we've got FGR leading the 303, followed by Shadow and P1R Kevin. Kevin just having a little bit of a sniff up the at the back of our current reigning champion esports Race Asylum. Then INF Inferno Motorsport, number 27, leading P4, not leading, but P4, and then it's Mazda in the Sector 7 Blazers car. Interesting, he got the pit stop wrong a bit, came out for a lap. I don't know if he served a penalty for that, but he has maintained position, done what he should have done. P6 is Matsu79 in, I'll have to get a good look at that, that's the GT Finland Racers car 66. Vitality asks 78 in the Treble One OVO Esports car. Is that the, yeah, that's the first of the GT3 class, excluding the Vipers. Then ALN, ALN Yassar, these guys were P1 on DG Edge for quite a while on the team's list. Very, very strong drivers here.
And
Battling with Incogni here.
Going round the outside. No, Yasser's coming into the pits.
Oh wow, get next to no fuel in. Interesting strap by ALN there. MS Super 2K after that crash. Coming out of the bus stop a couple of laps ago in P9 now after taking ALN in the pits. Then it's QRT Esports, I believe, a newcomer to the grid. Number 64 in the Audi R8. Prima Jensen for NWR. The guy's currently dominating ALR Esports. Very strong lineup that they've got. Does anyone know? I mean, they are in the 296, which isn't very competitive, but I would have thought they'd be higher up. But again, they're not in the Viper.
Yeah, just over a lap and a quarter down at the moment.
Yeah.
6-second gap to the Polish driver behind. Just coming through turn one, going to come into some traffic as the
We've got a battle
driver
for
comes out the pits.
P13 that could be happening between EL73. 73, I'm going to see Elite Racing Squad, there we go, that's who they are, and Portugal All-Stars in P14 in the RX Vision. Very interesting car. Oh, did someone kick off there? I think I just saw a plume of smoke between 12 and 13. Might have been a bit of net code. Yeah, it just looked like the...
just a little bit. No. Jean Bomber still leading. Going at lap 8. Shadow
like
second. Kevin third. Chili fourth. Incognito now trying to unlap himself.
So, Chili's got past that little bit of traffic that was that he was facing, and we've got
3 seconds separating the top 4 at the moment. 21-second gap back to Mazda in P5.
Don't know where to look. There's so much action going off. What else can I recognise? It seems like Captain Mills is asking a lot of questions in chat. Hey up, mate. Do you recognise Mazda? I think He either raced in a GT Champions or Black Flag. I can't remember which one. It was probably GT Champions. Definitely recognise him from somewhere though. Yeah, Chile definitely catching up to the back of Kevin GT. I say we go on board for a lap and just watch an alien at work. We're creeping onto the 44s already.
According to chat, Shadow's wheel disconnected. Or S2K's wheel disconnected. Sorry. So that's why that's what happened to them.
Ooh, very unlucky. Yeah, 45.08. So braking just at the end of that marker on the road. It is close. That's so close to the tyre barrier there. Upshift to third for the exit, and you're looking for, I believe it's the one board. It just brakes so late. I know there's a bit of a delay when you're spectating. It's just unbelievable to see how late these guys can, how much of the limit that they're on it. Look how consistent he is. Well, he's improved by a millisecond coming through the infield now. Just gets it rotated so much better than Kevin GT, it seems. I mean, yes, he's got that slip to play with as well. Come on to the banking now. 70 per 2 hours, yeah. When do you reckon Chile's going to go for the move on Kevin? I mean, definitely not into the
Yeah, it won't be now.
Bus stop. Yeah, that's
bump
death.
now. That's the best move there. Definitely.
Yeah.
Possibly into turn 1 if he's close enough, but as long as
Well,
they're
it's-
gaining on the
it really
lead 2,
depends
he'll
if
do well to
exit,
stay
yeah.
behind. Yeah.
Yeah,
As
yeah,
long
you
as
always have the bump draft playing
Yeah,
along.
as long as because they are closing in, the pair of them.
Yeah, that gap down to 3.1 seconds now. Chile to the lead. Was 5 seconds out of the pits, I believe.
Yes, it was just over 5. Yeah.
Yeah. Have a little, we're going to side by side momentarily. Is he going to back out? Yeah. He's playing wise to stay behind. Further up, 1.4 seconds now the lead between FGR Jumper and Shadow GT. We'll keep our eyes on Chile and Kevin GT for a bit.
See if they can close down on Shadow.
Yeah, 1.4. We'll keep our eyes on that gap there. 22 seconds behind. Quick flick through to see everyone else. Super 2K is building a bit of a gap to SK after that wheel disconnect. Very unfortunate. Yasser, Pew Pow, and Trish are quite close to each other, but we'll keep our eyes on P3. Just getting an idea of how the race is panning on. We got just over an hour and 40 left of this stint, and then I've had the bold idea decide to do the midnight stint as well. So plenty of cans of Monster Energy will be drank.
Rather you than me, but
Yeah. Actually, it's something about Daytona at night. It's just relaxing, if anything. And there's not going to be fog to play with it, so we're actually going to get it, unlike real life.
yeah,
Chile's just got past.
Yeah,
Do a quick replay of that.
there won't be 300 laps of yellow flags in this race.
Yeah. Let's just get a much better exit through the chicane, uses that slipstream, just drive straight past around the outside. Looks like Kevin backed off a bit.
Backs out a bit, yeah.
Smart racing there. So Chile and INF up into the top 3 again. Can they reclaim that top place this stint? So we've seen some very competitive pace from all four here in the top four. That is Chile just that little bit quicker. Will he get past? What do you think?
He is closing down now that he's made his way past Kevin. Still going purple on this lap.
Yeah, it is fun. I love the Jaeger karaoke that we get. So I might try a bit of Prentice Oki, bit of Poker Face. It's raining men.
Oh, that's wide from Kevin.
Ooh.
That'll be a half second.
Did Incogni get one as well?
Yep, there it is.
Oof. Looks like Incogni's
Incogni
got away
did
with it though. Good spot there.
That'll drop Kevin a couple of seconds off the back of the leading trio.
He'll lose that slip as well.
Yeah.
Depends what Incogni does. Must be staying. Oof. Bit of grass getting kicked up. Pushing it to the limits in that Merc. So we know we've got 7 Dodge Vipers, but the 111 Ovo Esports are in the 911. I believe that's the old one, not the one that got released yesterday. Or was it the day before?
Yeah, I haven't managed to drive that yet, so
It is absolutely beautiful. You just throw it in the corners and it does it. It's the first RR car in the game as well.
yeah, the first RR Group 3, because everything else up until now is FR or MR. So
Yeah. So Chile, the gap's staying roughly the same to the leader, but he does seem to be closing a bit on Shadow. He's not got slip just yet, but he should be getting a little bit of a benefit very shortly. It is around the second that you start to feel the slipstream, right? And then not properly until like 7/10. So that might be GT Sport knowledge that's still engraved into my brain. Mind looking at Skyline. Yeah, right. That's how you pronounce it, not SKY. So, well, rule 1 of commentary, you butcher every single name possible. So, this is the QRT Esports, Porsche 911. It might actually be the new one.
that's an Audi.
No, that's an Audi. I'm looking at the wrong one. My bad. I'm a bit slow today. By looking at Skyline, yes. Okay, so this is 64, not 111. The Audi R8. Yes, thank you for spotting. Don't know who put me in charge of this. But yeah, P10 got 1.2 seconds to S2K.
23 seconds back to Jensen and the back markers.
296. So yeah, interestingly, throughout the entire 10-month season, which I believe there are 8 races, each team is allowed to make 1 car swap, and that's it.
Right.
So you could time it where like you use 1 car for the first half and then 1 car for the next, depending on what's meta on them all. But it seems to be an even split throughout. Yeah, a couple using the Viper. How long will we see them keep the Viper until they maybe switch to another car, or will they run it to the end of the season? Airbusses, Tyler, nice to see you, mate. what circuits are the other 7 rounds. I can definitely pull that up for you. Boom. What's that?
Chile is now within half a second of Shadow and will be within touching distance on the banking.
Yep. So it starts with the Rolex 24 at Daytona, which is what we are currently watching. Then we've got the Bathurst 12 hours in the middle of March, 8 hours of Brands Hatch from on the 24th of April. Then the N24 Nürburgring 24 hours will be from the 5th of June to the 7th. Suzuka 8 hours from the 17th of July to the 18th. The 12 hours Yas Marina, new circuit for this year, 28th of August to the 29th. The 8 hours of Interlagos from the 2nd of October to the 3rd, and then we finish off with the 24 hours of Spa from the 6th of November to the 8th.
Chile's gone down the inside.
Ooh, yes, he is. Good spot. Into turn 1, he's made that move. Stick late on the brakes, he's done it. Oh, that's the wrong marker. No, come on, you know what you're doing. You can catch it. Get in there, I did it. Right in the nick of time.
And purple as it does it too.
It's just aura farming at that point.
Now chasing down FGR Jean Bomber.
Yeah, 2 seconds now, that gap to the lead. So he's got a bit of... He's extended his lead a bit through that fight-in, but Chile's still definitely catching. 2.2 now.
Yeah, if Shadow works with him, they can close that down.
Yeah. Let's have a look further down.
The drivers do seem to be pairing up now. There's 5 groups of 2 on track at the moment.
Yeah. Even if they're a lap down, still working. So it's a long race ahead. We used to have a timer for previous events, which counted down until the end, but clearly that's been scrapped from the budget. J.K. Yeager, I love you. Yeah, we got around 19 hours in total until the end, 3 o'clock to 3 o'clock. Yeah, most of them are A+, not in this lobby, but there is a couple S-rated guys in here. .9 now the gap, 1.5.
Yeah.
Momentarily, late on the brakes. Chile's definitely rapidly closing. We are into the 44s. So he set the first 44 of the race whilst he got past Shadow into turn 1. Do we have? We've got Kevin and Incogni working together. What's that gap between Kevin and Shadow now? 4.4, so definitely starting to pull away. Shadow and Chile trying to...
together. Pulling away from Kevin, trying to catch up to Jean Bomber in the lead. Should be under 2 seconds when they cross the line.
Yeah.
Lap 17.
Oh, I've been told not to use chase cam for some reason, but it's one of my favourite cameras. Don't want to anger the masses. Oh, bit of a wobble there for Chile. Keeps it under control though. Shadow gets past. Right, as I look behind, swap the cameras. We swap order again. Quick butchers at the replay of that. Chili just goes a bit deep. Shadow sees the inside, takes it. Textbook move there. Only recently got this keyboard working again. So I'm trying to reload all the keyboard binds.
Hope it doesn't overheat and explode like it did the other night.
Nah, mate, that never happened, mate. Don't know what you're on about. It just got a bit tired, alright. I just did the USB
on-track action.
I'll just what I'll do is I'll pop the USB in liquid nitrogen before I plug it back in again.
Yeah, too many replays. It had enough.
Yeah, I was abusing it a bit.
Oh,
Shadow's got.
You missed.
Might have been the bus stop where it happened last time. But who's in the comm box with you? That's Kieran, mate. KW.
Evening.
What are you doing, what? It's funny because Milks the other night said that he thinks I've fallen into Sassy the Sasquatch because I do the impression so much. Fallen into that Australian cartoon, right? After the swapping positions a bit, mistakes and penalties, 2.4 seconds now the lead that FGR have. Still Chilly with that fastest lap, the first 44 of the session. Incogni getting very close to Kevin GT.
Needs to get past to try and close down the gap on P7, but at the same time, fighting will only slow them down. So
yeah,
it's kind of a double-edged sword. You need to get past, but you need to stay behind.
Yeah. Yeah, but we want to be entertaining as well, mate. GT Finland, Matu, P6, and a nice little bit of track on their own. There's two of them two working together. Skyline's proper get into the back of Super 2K. Keep your eyes on this. I'll just try and make a mental note of which ones on track are the leaders. It's them ones.
Gonna go for it. Yeah, it's gonna go around the outside at turn 1.
Nice! Made it stick before he even got to turn 1. Lovely move from Skyline there into P9 for QRT Esports. Oh, look at that. Slipstreams past, goes to the outside. He's cleared him in no time, confidently on the brake. Oh, click the wrong button. Confidently on the brakes to make it stick. Super 2K slots in behind. That was a lovely overtake from Skyline there. .7 now, the gap up front. Yeah, I agree with Ace. I want that four-way battle for the lead back. Although a little birdie's telling me that pit stops aren't imminent. It was around lap 25-30 odd that they decided to come in. Throughout the entire 24 hours, each team has 40 allocated tyre slots to try and mimic real life a bit. Whatever count they're on, don't ask me, I've got no idea. I think everyone's around the 7 to 9 phase. It seems to be like a 2 or 3 stop, depending on the strategy for the stint. I believe some have made the 1 stop work, but it might not be the fastest. If anyone could fact check me, I'm probably completely incorrect there.
There's a bump from Shadow into the horseshoe there on into the back of Chile.
Pull the VAR out. Oof.
Just a little nudge.
Yep. He is going to wait up now.
Yeah, he
Back to that
lifted
bit.
a little. 5 seconds back to Kevin in P4 and Incognito.
Yep, still very close to each other. Madster's gaining a little bit on Kevin and Incognito. That gap was around 22 last time I checked. Now up to 19, or down to.
Just running his own race, this one. 19 in front, 23 behind.
Same with Matu.
Mato doing the same.
Race a bit. Vitality's got the esports Portugal team behind him, but is kind of on his own a bit. He's not quite in slip.
Down, yeah.
But yeah, they're a lap down. I think Trishal's 2 laps down, or might be 3. Cockney's there, working with P1R. Kevin GT there. First car to be a lap down is the My Team Esports.
Skyline and Super 2K still close around the banking.
Yeah. Skyline getting past after that wonderful overtake that we saw earlier. Super 2K gives him a little bump, but it's, he had a little bit of a look. Gets in his mirrors a bit, but he's not going to commit to it. Or is he?
Oh, he is.
Skyline goes wide. Super 2K gets past. Let's have a look at that. Oh, yeah, no contact or anything. Just a little bit of a slide from Skyline, which cost him the position. Unlucky, well spot Super 2K.
Hello, Reed in chat. Evening.
Yeah, hey up, Reed. Remy Enson, NWR Esports. Bit of track to himself. Setting some nice consistent lap times. Can't remember what.
Pulled away from Yasser and P4 in P12 and 13.
All right, on the tail of each other. The ALM Motorsport 999. Simple livery, but gets the job done. Going for the outer space theme, fitting the aliens. INF Chile in. I believe that's the first pit stop.
Yeah, that's the
of
first
the
stop,
race.
Yeah.
.5 seconds now, that gap between Shadow and Kevin GT. 4.5 the gap between John and Shadow. There is the INF car coming in for a fresh set of tyres, a bit more fuel. I'll be a bit cheeky and hide that for everyone. Keep our eyes on Skyline and Super 2K. Right on the tail of Super 2K, trying to get back past after Skyline made that wonderful move at turn 1. ASK 78 Vitality comes into the pits.
And Chile has come out of the pits in P5.
Yep.
just ahead of Jensen.
Yeah. He should be
16
getting a
seconds
nice
behind
little
that
toe
Mazda.
for a bit. At 16 seconds, good spot. Mazda should have to come in relatively soon. Depends. He might have taken a bit more on and be trying to one-stop the stint. You only have to make it to lap 35. Be a push, but have a look at Skyline and Super 2Ks. He's right on the tail of Super 2Ks. Skyline now going to go for the bump draft. The remainder. So close to the tyre barrier there. Don't think.
Vitality, I believe, has come out in P7.
Yeah, good spot. But he's got that might be Shadow. He was getting 148, so who is that? Yeah, it's Shadow that's coming up to him. Yeah, I love these endurance races where, like, you might not necessarily be fighting for position, but you're still working with the cars around you, even if they're a lap or two down.
Yeah, you have to, especially with Daytona with the banking. If you're on your own, you just lose time against anybody.
Yeah.
Who's working together, whether they're fighting for position or lap down, as we've seen with Kevin and Incognito earlier on.
Yeah. Who else seems to have got ahead slightly? He has. Kevin was not hit yet, I don't think. Nor else.
No, just the two pits so far.
Chili and Vitality. Yeah, it's just the only pit stop so far. I believe it's 1x for everything. So that's refuel, tyres, and fuel depletion. Yeah, it's just to try and mimic real life as much as possible. All the group settings, the extreme settings, I believe, are all on real. Chili just pulling away from that 296 now. Johnson still picking up a bit of a toe, but not much. Yeah, solid stint from Jan indeed, pulling up to 5.5 seconds now. That gap to Shadow. So much of the curve there through full stop chicane on the absolute limit of where he's going to get a penalty. And he's got away with it. 5.6, yeah, that Shadow, Kevin GT just coming through now, chasing up on Incognito to pick that toe back up. As there is Jean coming into the pits. Wonderful first
Shadow's
stint
following
of this
him.
stint.
Shadow's in behind him.
Is Kevin GT going to follow as well? Yes, he is,
He
along
does.
with Incognito. Here we've got the pit window fully kicking off. What's Mazda going to do? Is he going to try and stay an extra lap? Might be trying to go as long as
No,
possible.
he's in as
now.
well.
He's in as well. So where's Chili going to come out in all of this? How well has the undercut worked? He didn't have traffic, but he didn't have a toe either. Leaders fueling up now. Where's he going to come out? John coming out of the pits now. He's slightly ahead. What about Shadow? Chili's jumped Shadow a bit. He's going to come out. behind Jensen. So he's got that 296 to deal with. There's Incogni above Kevin GT in 4th. So what's Chile going to do now? Got fresh tyres, but they'll be cold for this lap. 5.5 seconds, the gap he's got to chase now. He's not going to have a tow just yet. Depends how Jensen plays with all of this. FGR support in chat.
Shadow should stick behind Jensen here to the bus stop and then go for the overtaking to turn.
Oh no, he's already passed.
Oh, he's let him through. There we are.
GG to Inferno, yeah. I hope I get either Tonk or Tiger on the stint later. No bias. Don't know where to look. I think I'll keep an eye on Shadow at the moment. Jensen getting a nice little toe up. Is it Jensen or Jensen? I can never fucking pronounce that.
There's 3 drivers nose to tail to come through turn 1.
Ooh, yeah. Right. There we go. So it's Skyline, Yasser, and Deepal, all for P11s. Keep your eyes on this.
Skyline's lost out there, but
yeah, he's just come out of the pits.
He has pitted. They've yet to pit.
Yeah, Yasser and Deepal haven't pit, but Skyline has.
Gap's maintaining the same between the 2 leaders, about 5.5 to 6 seconds. Not changing much in the 3 laps.
Yep. Route 2 bus stop now. When are these 2 going to come into the pits? Are they both on the same strategy? Who knows what? Jensen comes into the pits. Deepal with that bulk draft to Yasser, and they're both staying out. Skyline doing all of this. Nose to tail going into turn 1 for the 3 cars.
Skyline could do without this too. He would want to get through, make use of those new tyres.
Yeah, this will be slowing him down momentarily. He's right on the tail of Deepal. He's going to have a look up the inside, late on the brakes, no contact made. Beautiful move for Skyline there. Now what's he going to do about Yasser? Oof, bit of a slide for Skyline, keeps it under control. Let's have a quick look at that move. Never mind, replay the shit himself. It's not even hot, come on. Monkey's bought me a Steel Series keyboard earlier. Like, he was asking if it was good for streaming, so I was saying like all you need is USB 1 to do the replays. It was like, nah mate, that's not what I had in mind, and it needs all of it for me. Absolute legend.
It's alright. Nice of him.
Yeah, might.
The is he going to go for it into turn 1 again?
He might. He's got the speed
Yep, round the
difference. He's
outside.
got the outside. We've seen it happen already today. Outside moves, and that
Done
looked
it.
like a textbook
It's through.
one, saying that I think it was S2K did on Skyline earlier, around the outside of turn 1. That's how it's done. How does Inferno hold up? Well, the gap is built up a 2-second gap to Shadow, so pulling away from that number 1 esports race asylum car. 6.6 seconds ahead is FGR, the 303 Viper. So Viper class going strong in the top 6. Fastest non-Viper is the OVO Motorsports in the 911, and I can confirm that is the 911 that I'm looking at, and it is indeed the old one. S2K holding up in 8th after that unlucky wheel disconnect earlier. He's picked himself up, rose back up, and he's getting it under control. He's got 23 seconds to Incognito, who I believe has dropped Kevin GT. Oh no, he's still slightly ahead.
P1 are now 14 seconds off the lead in P4.
Yeah, good spot. I'll try and put the keyboard back in, give it a bit of a blow. Maybe spending a bit more than £2 on a keyboard might be beneficial. There we go. Have we got replays? Nah, but we can flick through the grid. Better than nothing. Yeah, then it's Skyline in 10th, who's got past Yasser. Yasser, I believe, trying to go for the 1 stop in the Merc. And he's got 12 seconds to Trishao. And Primi Jensen comes out in 14th. P-Pow just dropped into the pits now. See where Jensen is in this. He's well ahead of the pit exit, so that will drop the number 73 car down into P14, as there is Vitality, the OVO Motorsports car coming to the lap. The 73. Let's just get the. Keep on forgetting these. The Elite Racing Squad. Oh, can I turn off driver names, please? Just seeing that, Jaeger. Sorry, it took me 50 minutes. Oh, quick message in chat for that. Oh, the realism that's been lost. Up ahead, we've got Jean Burr, 7.6 seconds now to Chile. Set his personal best, yeah, 45.1. No slipstream or anything. He's going 1.4 tenths purple. Jean Burr is flying. Are we about to see another 44 be set? It's all gonna come down to the bus stop chicane. Chile did have slipstream as well, so it'll be at a slight disadvantage here, Will John. Lovely and smooth there, almost. Love the camera angle there, and he's still purple, 1.76 tenths. 7.7 seconds now, that gap between Chile, up to 7.8. FGR off flying. What's he going to be across the line? Should be well into the 44s. Oof. Yeah, just goes to show how strong that slipstream must have been that Chile had. Still a very nice lap of the 45.198.
The organisers in chat saying the illusion was gone, but now it is being restored.
It's just like the Rolex 24. We've got a nice little sunset on in the background. Apologies that it took me 50 minutes to realise that. You should have known this by now. Shadow still definitely in this display, staying very close to Chile in terms of that gap, staying around that 2 second mark. I believe it was 2.2 last time we checked. 6.2 seconds now. Kevin GT just dropping off slightly. Mazda still going strong. 15.3 seconds now. That gap to Kevin GT was 22 at the start of the stint. He's going fast. Personal best as well. 45s across the board for Mazda. Still the GT Finland car P6. Nice little bit of track to themselves. 23 seconds gap in front, 13 seconds gap behind. And he's got purple
Also
as well.
purple.
Through the infield now. Keeping it nice and tight. Braking just when that slip road starts. Confident on the throttle in third. Use as much of that track as possible. He's still purple. It looks like Chile must have gained about 3.5 tenths in the final sector alone on that lap where he got past Shadow.
Yeah, very strong slipstream around that banking.
Definitely, yeah, very nice and tidy through the bus stop. There's Vitality that's behind, 13 seconds. Ovo Esports 111. Super
faster and
2K,
faster.
yep. 29 seconds, comfortable P8 at the moment, Incognito in P9. Still ahead of Kevin GT, just barely in that blue flag range. Some very, very good pace coming from the My Team Esports number 54. Skyline still in P10 after all them stops. I would say all them stops. Looks like Yas is still yet to stop, so definitely on the one stop. It is the Alien Motorsport car. That's Antonio Santos for the 111, by the way. 111, that's Vitality. Yeah, so literal former World Series driver on track. He's 2 tenths purple. Thanks for that info, Jaeger. Didn't spot that. New Vitality were quick, but Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
Not every day that...
Teammates of Killian Drummond now, I believe, but I believe he's now part of Vitality as well.
Nice. He's 4 tenths purple, Jesus Christ. He must have heard that and gone, right, yeah, show you what I mean.
He's been purple for the last 3 or 4 times we've seen him come out of the banking, but the Porsche just doesn't have the top end around the banking to keep up with the Vipers.
Yeah, as you can see there. It's a very good handling car there in the Porsche.
Yeah, it's been about half a second purple coming onto the banking, but loses it all.
Yeah. This is why I wanted you on comms. Because oof.
It might keep it
Might
this
keep
time.
that, yeah.
That's the fastest he's been so far.
It's going to be across the line.
It's going to be close.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just no top end speed to compete with them, is there?
Yeah. Yeah, the the Viper's doing upwards of 170 mile an hour, 172, 73 in the slip. It's a good 5 or 6 mile an hour difference between the boards.
Yeah, it's a big difference.
Yeah, 168 Super 2K topping out at. When will Yasser come in? Because
if he's on for the one stop, it should be in the next 3 or 4 laps.
yeah,
I'd imagine.
yeah, they go to the end of lap 69, and it started at first lap was a formation lap, so the actual first racing lap was lap 2. Do we have any particular drivers the chat wants to have a bit more screen time? Seems to be gap spreading out quite.
Yeah, they're increasing now. Yeah, closest gap is between the 2 on screen at the moment, between Trish and Jensen, other than Shadow and Chile in P2 and P3.
Yeah. Look at it. Oh, that's Marcus. I'm gonna Conan. There's no chance to pronounce that, but guy in P6 is also a former World Series driver. A very fast lineup.
Marcus Kernanen.
Yeah, good job that you can read. Cyclade can't. Right, mate. We're just approaching the halfway distance for the leaders of this stint. And some nice action on track. Not quite as action-packed as stint 2, mind you. But definitely been some good battles. Lots of teamwork. And we're just coming to that stage where they all start to spread out a bit. Get them consistent laps in. There is Yasser coming into the pits on lap 33. So a bit earlier than the lap 34, I think it is for the... no, it'll be 35, even if you do go to the end of lap 69.
34, 35 will be the halfway point, so he's going to have to do 36 to do the one stop.
Yeah, stint 2 was incredible. Plenty of action with me. We've got half of this stint left, and then the entirety of stint 6. Do you know if Speed Ace is going to make later or not? Or...
I don't know. I haven't seen at the moment.
Right. That'll probably be on the party chats later anyway, if it's available at last. Super 2K comes into the pits as well. Is that the first or second stop for him? I believe it's the first. Yeah, so Super 2K also on the one stop. Did he not pick damage up in that incident then? Or is damage online?
I don't know. I haven't.
If anyone in chat knows what the damage settings are, I believe it's on heavy. Trying to work out if this is Super 2K's first or second stop.
This is his second stop.
Yeah.
I believe.
The phone team is using this decals, right? Let's get a good scan of the car. Thought you were DJing for us. Yeah, heavy damage. Nice. Can we spot the decal in question, chat?
Answers on the
1.2
postcard.
sec. Yep. 1.2 seconds now. That gap between Shadow and Chile. 11.1 seconds. The lead is.
He's pulling away.
Yeah, Jean. He's set 44 in clear air. Oh my god. Some alien times there. It's the same font I use, but I don't think it's the same one. I don't think my O was red. Either way, pretty amusing. Yeah, mate. I believe that's in probably the same. That's in line. Yep, then Kevin GT. Try to play around the camera, see if we can get this with it. Look at the realism.
Some mad helicopter cam skills going on.
Absolutely. Flicking between the entire grid. Watch this, boom. See Skyline for a second, of course, mate. Oh, he's up to P9 after Super TK comes out of the pits. 11, 12 seconds
Best
pretty much to Incognito. You were saying, Mike? And the lovely new Audi RSR 911. .1 seconds now between Shadow and Chile. I got that perfect. Oh, Kevin had to run. It's hard to work. It does look like Shadow's catching slightly. Purple sectors though, yeah, might. Let's go FGR indeed. Proper dominance being shown this stint. We've been having battles, but it was just John that's led the entire thing pretty much.
The lead is growing at every lap, inch by inch.
Yeah. Yeah, if you look at times 45.3, 45.4, 45.2, low 45s compared to high 45.
45s for Chile, yeah.
Yeah.
Shadow is closing down.
I think it's definitely closing, yeah.
3/10 last lap, 4/10 the lap before.
Yeah. Coming to start lap 39 of the stint. I think that's lap 179 of the race so far. It is including the formation lap, so it's probably more like 177. It's good going, strong.
Is Mazda still closing down on Kevin?
Yeah, 11.7 now.
To 11 now.
Yeah. Kevin just 46ers, the odd
Low
45,
46s,
yeah. Everyone seems to be pulling away.
Mad's
So
doing
that,
solid
yeah.
45s.
That was 22 seconds at the start of the stint. Just over halfway now, gap up to 11 seconds, 11.8. Might be a push for him to catch up to the back of Kevin GT, but that is, I believe, the next car ahead. No, there's one in
No, it's
between.
got one back marker in between, which
which will be Skyline,
yeah,
who is also setting times which are slightly faster than Kevin GT, so be a bit of bump drafting, use that Viper's power that Madster's got when he catches up to Skyline.
Yeah, at the current pace, he should catch him before the end of the race if they maintain this. So
yeah,
it should be one to keep an eye out for from
towards the end.
Lap 55 onwards will be approximate, but obviously things can change.
Yeah. I'm just going to nip Lou real quick, 2 seconds. Keep the cameras on Madster.
So 35 off the lead. It's got 23 seconds to Matu, Team Finland behind. Took another couple of tenths out of Kevin there into the international horseshoe. Gained even more on the run down to turn 4 and 5. Up on his personal best. Three tenths gained so far on the infield, although down on his personal best, but 3 tenths gained on Kevin. He is gaining on the back marker, who is currently in between them on track 2.
Back, sorry for that.
Interesting. Welcome back.
7 tenths, 8 tenths now the gap between Chili and Shadow for P2. Definitely pulling away from Incogni and Kevin GT. 10.6 seconds now, that gap.
Yeah. Madster gained 3/4 of a second on Kevin in that last lap.
Nice. Yeah, he needs to find just over half a tenth for that to be able to get to the back of them. Whereabouts is...
yeah, he's gained half a second on him just in the infield on this lap alone.
Yeah. I can't remember what car that was. Skyline in between, right?
It is, yeah, in the Audi.
Yeah. That gap. He's catching. It's definitely like 5 or 6 laps before he's got to worry about him, I reckon. If it continues on at this rate.
Will catch Kevin at about approximately lap 58 at this pace, depending how fast he can get past the Audi in front.
Five tenths, 6 tenths, that gap now.
It's too far back to have going to 2-1.
Yeah, just using this camera. Definitely catching in the infield, much later on the brakes. Into the international horseshoe. How much has he gained there? Half a tenth. Keep up.
If he gets a good exit here, he is close enough to
Have a
go
think
this time
about
round.
into turn one. So with the A come back out. Come around the banking to approach bus stop chicane. 4 tenths that gap now. Gets a good run. Oh, Chile picked up a penalty there. It was hard to see from that camera angle.
No, I think he's fine. Just
Yeah,
but
bit of a
Shadow's
wobble.
Going to be on him.
Definitely, yeah. Let's go on board with Shadow.
Those on the 2 stops will be starting to plan for their second pit stops in the next half a dozen laps or so.
Yeah. Gonna give Chile a bit of a bump. Work with him for now. See the night start to approach us. In that sort of twilight zone on track now.
What's the next gap behind between Kevin and Mazda now?
10.3 seconds.
Down to 10.
Yeah, 46.1, 45.6. So gaining half a
Another
tenth.
half
Half a second.
there,
I mean, yeah, same with the lap before.
Now under 10 seconds.
Yeah, there is Skyline.
All going to be how fast can you get past the Audi?
Yeah, that will be what plays the role. We had to try and guess what that gap is. So 3-4 seconds.
If you can flick between them, you can measure it based on the current lap time.
Yeah. So yeah, 3.5, 4 seconds. Yeah. Three tenths now coming through the bus stop again.
He's definitely got a run this time.
Yeah, Shadow's got a good run.
Bump again.
He's going to go for the bump again.
Just a bump.
He's going to do closer to the braking zone. It's looking high, but he backs out.
Had a look, yeah.
Vague sniff. We're through the infield now, 3 tenths. Still staying so close together. Shadow and Chile. Through the international horseshoe, he's later on the brakes. Oof. Getting so close to the rear bumper of Chile there. Looking through now. Shadow on Chile. They're staying so late on the brakes. Manages to stay away from going into the back of him. Cheers for the epilepsy there. My bad, Mike. Well, we had to see the gaps. It was necessary calculations. Bit of a bump going into the bus stops. Definitely trying to work together.
Yeah, apologies to that, Cody. First place just ran away. There was no incidents that we seen.
Yeah, it was pure pace.
Yeah. Second and third haven't been fighting to let them run away.
Oh, Chile comes into the pits.
Chile's in.
9.6 seconds now, the gap between Mazda and Kevin GT. Skyline probably coming in pretty soon. That's all I will disclose.
All the two stoppers will be in shortly, I would imagine. Should see a flurry of them in the next few laps.
Yeah. Chile coming in to fuel. Who's that? I think that's Prima Jensen right on the tail of Matu there. It's like they're perfectly in sync.
Chile comes out of the pits just in front of them.
Levels. Yep, there's Chile.
Just cleared the traffic. Or potential traffic there.
Yep, perfect timing there. Shadow should be coming along to the pit straight now. Is he going to stay out?
Same lap last time round. So
yeah. No, Chile went for a little bit of a undercut, I believe.
Yeah, it was Shadow and FGR who at the same.
Yeah. Masu and Janssen. Bring out the helicopter cam skills once again.
Sure, it's drone cam this low. Wouldn't want a helicopter that low down to the ground.
It's 14.4 vitality. Vitality. Yep, Santos. There we go. Just trying to remember the name. So I think we just do a quick little rundown. The order is there's first lot of pit stops begin to start. So it's FGR 303 in the lead, followed by the reigning champion Esports Race Asylum in P2, P1R the number 20, rounding out the current top three. Then it's the Sector 7 Blazers number 7 in P4, the Inferno Motorsports in P4 with the number 27. GT Finland, the number 66 in P6. And Santos just comes out the pits in the 111 Ovo esports car. Incogni in P8. Believe the first car that's a lap down, or no, that might be, yeah, that was Vitality, just a lap down.
Yes, he's a lap down now after his pit, yes.
Yeah.
He will unlap himself once the leaders do pit.
Yeah, number 54, My Team Esports car. And then it's the QRT Esports number 64 in P9. Super S2K in the Apex Motorsports 23, the 911 in P10. After that wheel disconnect at the start of the stint. Prima Jensen, the only 296 on the grids in the film of NWR Motorsports. The 224 in P11. Then it's the, I believe that's the 73 Elite Racing Squad, the BMW M6 in P12. Alien Motorsports, ALN, number are they? I'm blind. 999 in P13, and then it's the Portugal All-Stars number 4 in the RX Vision rounding out the split as the leader comes into the pits. Shadow follows him in. What about Madster? He's most likely going to follow them in as well. They're all on pretty similar strategies. Everyone on 2-stop, couple 1-stoppers. I literally think it is just a couple. Incognito comes into the pits.
Yeah, Kevin pit last time round, whilst you were doing the rundown as well.
Yeah, good spot, thank you. Madster comes into the pits, yep. Where's Chile going to come out in all of this? It was 13 seconds to get to the lead. It was, I think Shadow was 2 tenths behind.
Yeah, very, very close.
Very, very close. So let's see if this undercut worked again. Shadow filling up now. John comes out. Yep. Comfortably in the lead. Where's Shadow going to come out? There's Chile coming around the first corner. Shadow comes out of the pits. They're going to be next to each other. They're going to be neck and neck coming through the international horseshoe. Nope, that was AMS. Shadow pulling off the overcut and getting ahead of Chile. Yeah, we got confused by the Apex Motorsport car number 8 there. Coming out of pits ahead of the esports race asylum. Number 1. We'll see how this 911 plays a fact in this battle for P2 here. 1.9 seconds the gap now between Chile and Shadow.
Madster's just exited 2 in P5.
Yeah, 8.9 seconds now.
If he can maintain his pace.
Yeah, whereabouts is what's it called? Skyline. Skyline going through the bus stop.
Yeah, just in front.
Just in front, yeah. Still, he's not quite managed to pass Skyline yet. Go get it, Madster, says Kobe. Not Toby. 12 seconds. Shadow is right on the tail of AMS, who lets them past, yeah. Good way to do it. That Porsche can just break so much speed off. Oof. Almost into the back of him there. Keeps it under control though.
They have gained a couple of seconds on the leader.
Yeah.
In all,
296 into the pits, Premium answer. Yeah, 11.8 now, that gap to the lead. 2 seconds behind is Chile.
He's one driver currently in the
at
the moment.
The Super S2K, Super S2K and Madster on, no, not Madster on the 1-stop. Who else was it? It was Yasser, yeah. ALN
Yes.
on the 2-stop. I mean 1-stop. There is Madster slowly approaching Skyline. Flick back, 2 seconds, gap staying roughly the same. Who do we keep our eyes on? Do we keep our eyes on the battle for P2? Or Madster trying to catch Skyline? I can't make my mind up. There's 2 cars close together there. Who are they? And Jensen and someone else. Jensen and Matu, close to each other. Sorry for the epilepsy.
Chile is closing down.
Chile, yeah. Oof.
Big slide,
big slide there. Keeps it under control though. Yeah, both Chile and Madster gaining on the car that they're coming up to lap. Being a Super 2K has got the best view of this. I think we can also go flick back to Skyline, how close. There is Mazda slowly creeping in. The gap's actually pretty similar here between Super 2K and Chile. And Mazda and Skyline. There we go. There's the words. Just about to start lap 51 for the leader. Let me
maintaining the gap at 12 seconds since the pit window. Chile is now on the back of the back marker.
Good spot, yeah.
There they are.
Giving him a cheeky little flash. We're well into the night now.
Not letting him through.
Really do take Gran Turismo's graphics for granted. Such a stunning game. Right on the tail of Super S2K now.
Expect him to go past on the banker here.
Yeah.
He gets a good exit.
She has, yeah.
Slight knock on the wall, which shouldn't affect him.
Kevin Super
Indicating
2K
left
is
here.
indicating left. We're letting him pass, yeah.
It's through.
Chile is through. 1.8 seconds now, that gap. Around 25-30 minutes left of this action in stint 3. We'll then be joined by Stig Zander taking over for stint 4. RA Cupcake in stint 5 before it's back to me for the midnight stint 6 action, where I hope that my flatmates can still stand me afterwards. 8.7 seconds now between Mazda and Kevin GT. Just starting to stabilise a bit.
Yeah, high 45s, Kevin doing... Is he back into the 45s?
Yeah, high 45s. It's going to have to get past Skyline here.
Yeah, needs to clear him quickly. He's in dirty air range at the moment. So.
Yeah. That's one. Slowly gated. Best move will most likely either be on the banking or into turn 1. Depends how close he is. Oof, bit of a
Big
slide for Mazda there. Keeps it under control though. Through the bus stop now. Mazda's purple momentarily. See what he can do with slipstream. Brilliant run through the bus stop there for Mazda. See how well he's can utilise this slipstream. Is he close enough? He might be.
he's definitely going to have a run here.
Yeah.
How
Kick
easy,
aside, gents.
how easy is the Audi going to make it? Not easy.
We're going to cover off the inside, but
Yeah, he's lifted, he's let him through, yeah.
Yeah, mate.
8.3 seconds, 17 laps.
Yeah, replays are fully just decided. Yeah, we're going to stop working, mate. Yeah, just for an hour. It was a free trial that I got.
Something's happened to Chile on that last lap of 47.1. He fell back behind Shadow.
Yeah, 4 seconds now, that gap.
Yeah, and dropped back behind Super S2K as well.
Oh, yeah, yes.
Something's happened on that last lap, possibly a penalty or
a penalty or a big slide.
Yeah.
Spot on that though. So 8.2 seconds now for Mazda. As he's cleared Skyline. Yasser on the one stop, clawing his way up slightly. P11 now, got past Jensen after he pit. 3.7 seconds that gap though. Jensen got past Matu momentarily. A couple of blue flag zones on the track to coordinate such overtakes. Yeah, but they still look really cool, mate. And that's what matters.
Catching back up to S2K, it's going to have to do it all over again.
Yeah. So get a cheeky bit of yeah-you-can action.
Yeah. Could be a bit of deja vu into the bus stop again, if he's close enough.
Hashtag cookies are cool. They should call me a cookie the way that I crumbled under pressure last night on that championship. Is
round the outside and
round the outside, yeah. Let him through. Staying very close.
Ooh, that was very close.
Like borderline replicating what he was doing. What about biscuits? Wait, I do have. That's reminded me. I do have an entire sleeve of custard creams in my cupboard, ready for after this stint. That's going to be my dinner.
Not my favourite.
Oh, you're a bourbon man.
I am.
I've always just thought custard creams were my. Ooh!
Oh!
Chili's hit the wall.
Oh!
Engine damage right past the pit lane.
Gonna have to carry that all the way around.
Oh.
It's going to be torture around the banking. Could drop him down outside to top 5 or even 6.
And that's before he comes.
Time to lose.
Yeah, that's before he comes into the pits as well.
Yeah, there's Kevin.
No, that was what was it? Incognito.
Sorry.
Yeah, there's Kevin coming through.
It won't be long behind.
The invisible wall strikes again, absolutely.
I think he hit the tyres on the end of the wall, I believe.
Yeah. First one, yeah.
Ooh.
First victim this stint.
Yeah.
I believe 3 in total. Good luck on comms next stint, Stig. Here comes Mazda.
Yes.
Gonna be P4 for the Blazers car. An unexpected twist.
Yeah, catch him right at the wrong point here, just into the bus stop.
Yeah. Oh, does he not know he's got engine damage?
No, he's unaware.
Oof.
I mean, hazards should give it away, but
Yeah.
did he lose any time
Is
to Kevin
that,
there? He's on.
yeah, that's Skyline right on the tail of Mazda now.
Chile has made it in.
Yeah, he's made it in P5. Can't necessarily use this to get a fresh set of softs because they've got mandatory 40 allocated tyre slots, or tyre sets throughout the entire 24 hours. So he could opt to use one. What decision?
One away from somebody else, though.
Yeah, what decision he makes is already been shown. Yep, he's taking fresh tyres. Foot land the wrong time.
Xander wants to know, did Mazda get damage in the incident with
Did Mazda get damage? No, he didn't. He walked away with it. But it has allowed Skyline to be right on the tail. I need to stop using chase cam. I forget you guys don't like that. I bet Jaeger's absolutely fuming right now.
Are these catching up to Kevin as well?
They were, yep, 7.7.
Kevin's back into the 46s again.
Yeah, although so is Mazda after that incident. We'll see what his lap time this one is, though.
Yeah, he was into the mid 45s.
Yes, sure, sir. I knew you would, and I'm not doing it on purpose. It's because I'm one of the few individuals that actually enjoys chase cam. You can just see a bit more.
45.7 from Mazda there.
Yeah, 45.6 from Kevin that lap though. So relatively equal pace.
What's the gap between Chile and Mazda? 8 seconds.
Yeah, 8 seconds. So he's lost. He's lost around 35 seconds from that. Maybe even a bit more.
Nice.
Yeah, it was closer to a minute actually. He was about 55.
50 seconds, 55 seconds. Let's see if you can chase down Matu.
Very unlucky from Chile. He just needs to get his head down and finish that stint off.
Yeah, should have enough pace to keep Santos behind him.
The Jaeger protocols are so strict. What are you doing if I just... no, not that. There we go.
Somewhere in Germany, a man with sunglasses has just exploded.
Yeah. The realism. They don't have a camera in real life with a drone following the car at its exact speed. So 3 now, that gap. Let's see what Kevin gets across the line and Eric to Mazda. I forgot to actually look at the time. That was 46.0 and a 45.7, so yeah, gaining slightly, just under half a second per lap, Mazda. He's got 12 laps left, so he probably won't get to the back of Kevin at this rate, provided nothing happens. Yes, thank you, Tatty. At least someone else agrees. At that moment with Chile hitting the tyre wall has allowed Shadow to get a nice little bit of track to himself. Nice comfortable P2 at the moment for the Esports Race Asylum team.
Now under 7 seconds.
Yeah, good spot.
will be right at the very end that they catch them at this pace. Last little lap or so.
Chase Cam does a lot of us good angles. 'Cause, I mean, you can do a bit of this, you can do a bit of that, you can do a bit of that, and you can do a bit of this. Hood cam, yeah. Yeah, I've been using hood cam a while. It's only this one, the one that like I actually race in. The magic carpet cam that we don't use on comms.
Carpet cam, yeah.
Beat you to it. We want to strive for realism here. Hood cam is realistic, so it's fair game.
The cars do have cameras there, so
Yeah. Sanjo 2.2 seconds behind Chile after that incident.
Chile, yeah.
He is catching, yeah. He might have just lost a bit of confidence into turn one. It's costing him a bit. I mean, he's still setting nice laps, 45.6, 45.7 after that. 45.0, 45.2 from Sanjo, who's
deads.
absolutely flying, yeah.
2:45 deads.
I thought Chase Cam was just some intern that hung out the back window with his phone camera, which is very realistic.
The guy sat in the back seat with a 30-foot selfie stick.
Yeah, might. Oh, that's the job I'm going to end up having.
Down to 1.8 now.
Yeah. Absolutely flying here in the final stages of this stint. And he's been flying the entire race. It's mental how much time that Porsche loses on the top end, though.
Yeah. Half a second each straight, isn't it? Looks like.
Yeah.
Or up to.
Oh, half-second penalty for Chile through the bus stop.
That's going to bring them really close together.
Yeah.
Turn one. The Porsche's better on the infield as well, so we'll keep up with him all the way to the.
What's that going to drop? It's a very cruel penalty at Daytona. You do lose around a second odd for a half second.
Under a second, we're expecting to narrow that down even
Yeah.
more through the infield.
He just needs to get into that slipstream range. Ooh, bit of a slide for Chile.
Big slide.
Yeah, lost a good 2/10 there, did Chile. Through that moment. Well, there we go. That's the camera that we want. Just breaks so much later. Here it comes the Vipers top end, just starting to pull away a bit, even with that slipstream benefit that Sanjo has. It's a little bit of a wall tap, seems to have got away with it though.
Chile getting the tow from the car in front will be helping as well.
Yeah. So tight into the bus stop chicane. Who is that up front? I believe.
Looks like it's
ALN, yeah.
Alien.
On 999, 2020 Merc. Let's keep our eyes on this battle for P6. It gets out of the way of Chile. Do for Sanchez seems when that blue flag zone comes up, he's going to gain into the International Horseshoe. He's going to let him pass on the exit.
Yeah, he's going to let him through.
Yeah, looks like he has. Brilliant work there, lads. Vitality may get it. That is close. So still under a second, that gap between Chile and Vitality now. Bit of a wobble for the Porsche, keeps it under control though. Very smooth on the steering inputs. Stint 2 was absolute chaos, mate. That was a four-way battle for the lead. Did some nice on-track action throughout the entire 6 hours. FGR are currently leading with a 14-second lead to Esports Race Asylum. 20 seconds behind is P1R. 5.3 seconds now, that gap to the Blazers car. 23 seconds behind is the GT Finland Racers. And then we've got the Inferno Motorsport team, was battling for P2, but just got caught by the tyre wall of death on lap 55, causing them to have engine damage for an entire lap and losing around 55 seconds from that. Then we have OVO Esports, the first out of the non-Viper class, leading the way in the 911 RSR. And we've got AMS Super 2K, had a wheel disconnection at the start of this stint. Managed to lost a bit of time, but he's got his head down, also making some ways in that 911. And we've got Incognito 07, I believe, for My Team Esports. Yep, in P9, 8.9 seconds behind to QRT in the Formula Skyline. Then we've got Prima Jensen behind for NWR, the only 296 on the grid, 23 seconds behind. 11.1 seconds to ALN Yasser in the 2020 Mercedes. 15 seconds behind is Pupau, the number 73 Elite Racing Squad. And then the number 4 Portugal All-Stars rounding the field out in the RX Vision. Nice little battle for P13 brewing on, but we'll keep our eyes on Vitality and Chile, who are right close to each other now. Just the best racing ever, indeed, Nuke. Yeah, you must be frustrating for the Porsches every single lap. They lose around half a second, yeah.
Yeah, they've been purple every lap through the infield for about 40 laps.
Yeah.
The gap is closing further ahead
Yep.
as well. But stay with this one in turn 1.
Yep, 2 tenths went into turn 1. Ovo's gonna go down the inside. What a send! He'll have known Chile would have been a bit anxious going into turn 1 after what happened earlier, and he's made moves. Vitality up into P6 for My Team Esports. What a move indeed from Vitality. Very rare that you see someone full on send it down the inside into turn 1 and not die.
The issue he's got though is he needs to run now before he gets onto the banking, otherwise they're just going to switch back again. They're going to be in a
Chile's maintaining it very, very nicely there.
I'm going to be in an endless loop of changing places on the banking and then changing back into turn 1. Ooh, Chile into the wall.
Oof.
Just a little nudge.
Still gains on Sanjay though. Should just be like me and don't even bother with it and just stick to commentary, mate. Learn your weaknesses. 4 tenths now, that gap. The Viper in the slipstream on the Porsche.
It should just steam right round the outside.
Yeah. That looks like a completely different class. He's going to go on the hazards. He's going to work with him.
interesting.
A bit of teamwork going on. Right, so leaders about to start lap 65. So that's 5 racing laps until they come into the pits at the end of lap 69. And we'll
5
start.
seconds between Kevin and Mazda.
Yep. Oh, good spot.
Dropped back into 46s now, so that's probably the end of his challenge for this stint.
We've got Chile, Vitality still nose to tail. These two, the Viper versus the Porsche. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Go to 1k subs here, mate. Got super chats as well now. Very bougie if you want to support the stream. Fun Diego's therapy sessions for the amount of unrealism which has been in this stint. Four tenths now. Should go for the bump, but just look at the speed difference. So Porsche at 161, and then I've gone the wrong way. 170 odd now. So it looks like Matsu and Jensen are proper close to each other. Have a look at this. 296 versus the Viper. Interesting choice, the 296. It's a very good car. Perhaps wanted to use it for the first half of the season, NWRR. It's a Bathurst next round, which the 296 is quite good at. Very Nürburgring X, lots of ups and downs. It loves the elevation changes, the 296. So we should see NWR very competitive next round, maybe even challenging for the win, I might think. Incredibly strong lineup, that team. Right, let's have a look at GT Finland car here. We're up to start lap 66 for these. So Mazda 6 seconds now, yeah. Back into the 46s, yeah, just back in off slightly. He's still got Skyline behind him.
Yeah, he's give up the chase now, I think.
Yeah, just get a nice, comfortable position for their teammate to take over. Gained a spot from INF, some troubles hitting the tyre barrier. Pole sitters down in 7th. The end of this stint, still right on the tail of My Team Esports. He's going to have a little think down the inside before backing out. Try to do what Sanjo did to him a couple laps earlier, lap 66. 3.5 racing laps left until Stig Zander takes over. Cheers for joining me on comms, Kieran. It's been well fun to do this.
It's alright, yeah. Something different.
Yep. Apologies that I told you like about 5 minutes ago, but what lap is the leader on? Leader has
Lives on 67.
Yeah, 67, just coming through the infield. So yeah, 2.5 laps. Keep your eyes on Mazda momentarily. Both been great. Cheers, mate. You were really good on stint 2 as well. Added to the racing very well. Oh, nice. Oof. You're alone. You had to do it, Cupcake. Well, I was thinking about it because I am the bloody target demographic for that. But I didn't really think to broadcast a 6-7 joke won't be unheard of for me.
I try to avoid it at all costs. Otherwise, I'd have been jumping out the window onto the street.
Yeah, you'd have just seen a KW has left the party immediately.
Yeah. Just rip the cable straight out the wall and...
So leader just coming to start lap 68, penultimate lap for them. 16 seconds that gap to Shadow now. FGR in a very comfortable spot. Bit more breathing room than the four-way battle for the lead that they had coming into
Bit of
this.
a slide.
Yeah, there is the number 4 Portugal All-Stars car came up to get lapped by the leaders. It is all cars that do, that's why they do the end of lap 69, so just go to the end, so all cars complete the amount of laps that they need to do. I can't do them solo anymore. I need to have a co-commentator to bounce off of. I used to be able to do it solo, but I don't have the strength to do it anymore. It's just more fun with someone else.
No
Chili.
tell. Is he going to go for it? No.
No, I reckon they're trying to work together a bit.
Gonna leave it for their teammate in the next stint to fight.
Yeah. Smart thing to do. I mean, GT Finland aren't too far ahead. 3.4 seconds that gap between. So we do have 3 cars within 4 seconds here, which could make to a very interesting start to stint 4. Final lap has been started for the leader. They will come in at the end of this lap. Fantastic stint from Jean Beber for FGR. We should see if they can maintain that lead for the remaining 18 hours of this race. Our reigning champions, Esports Race Asylum, P2. Shadow put in a very nice stint in, solid 45s. Maybe, I think there was 144 in there. Just putting the car in a good position. P1R Kevin GT managed to get up to 3rd after that mishap that Chile had. Put the Project 1 Racing car in to round out the podium spots at the end of this stint. Madster, phenomenal stint for the Sector 7 Blazers car. Had a 22-second gap to P1R, closed that down to 6.5, and they've gained a position in the process from INF. The number 66 GT Finland. Are you going to say anything?
No.
Yeah, well, I thought you were going to... You thought you'd spot something. No worries, Mark. Yeah. 66 GT Finland coming in P5. Very strong stint from Matu. And then we've got 2.3 seconds behind our Mine Team Esports and Inferno. So keep your eyes out for the battle for P5 in the next stint.
Leader is in.
Yep, leader comes into the pits. Super 2K, Apex Motorsports in P8. Incogni P9 for... Incogni's my P9. So who is Vitality for? Ovo. Oh, yeah, no. My bad. It's my team's in P9, not P6. That was Ovo. Skyline P10 for 64. NWR P11. ALN P12. number 73, P13, and the number 4 rounding out the grid. Very entertaining stint. I look forward to getting back with you on at 1 a.m. for the midnight stint 6 late night karaoke sessions. And it looks like Stig Zander's just having a bit of technical difficulties trying to get the stint 4 stream up, so I will continue waffling along until I see that that's been fully handed over. OVO and INF, 64 milliseconds between them coming into the pits. Will make a very entertaining race. Here come Apex Motorsports and my team through the bus stop chicane for the final time in stint 3. Very strong recovery drive from Super S2K to keep that Porsche in the top 8. Incognito with some very good action working with Kevin GT whilst being a lap down. Here they come into the pits now, shortly followed by TTM Skyline for QRT Motorsports, the R8 that I thought was a 911 at one point. Comes into the pits to finish a very solid stint. Now it's NWR Premium Jensen to round off his stint. Still seem to be live, so I will still keep on talking. Who does seem to be in, yeah.
Just 3 more to go.
3 more to go, yeah. There's ALN put into the pits. Been an incredible opportunity to stream this, and I think whilst we're waiting for Stig Zander to get his stream up, this is the perfect time to have some unwanted ZFS advert for the Classic Le Mans race custom bot that we are running tomorrow evening. If I'm not racing it, I will most likely stream it on my YouTube channel, ZFS Currentis. So it is a super endurance, right?
It's 1 hour.
1 hour. Yeah, sod it, I'll stream it. I was going to run it, but I've not done any practice. Get it out for the people to watch.
That's it, we're done.
Yeah, we're done, and I've got to keep the cameras rolling though while we wait for Stig Zander to. So I think they're having trouble getting into the room.
Give me a second, Jaeger. Alright. Scale the window. There we go.
Ooh. Yep, there we go. Handover has been complete. We've got
Should be ready.
Double cards. Unmute the laptop to see if it's still my voice. Yep, there we go. Handover. Yeah, unfortunately, I still have the misery of hearing my own voice.
Damn it. I might have to leave and come back because the
Thank you for tuning in. 6-7 mentioned indeed.
deliveries did not load.
Volume is a little soft stick. Okay, cool.
I'll be
Looks
back.
like
Yeah,
that's all we
deliveries
need to
didn't
do.
load.
Thanks for joining me, Kieran. I'll see if Speed Ace can join me later tonight. But I'll just wait till it's
Be back.
fully off on my end. So straight into the sound over. There we are. We are coming out to have the celebratory lap in the wrong order. I'm sure I know they're very iffy about the formation lap. It was actually quite fun to watch the formation lap with how orderly everyone kept it. beautiful drivers on track, which have been representing their respective teams for Stint 3. The leader's gone for a smoke after that one, it seems. Don't know what's going off with Stigsander. Yeah, just broadcast the lobby page to the entire world. Brilliant idea. Do you know if the sign-up for the new Wednesday league's out yet? Just saw us still asked. You go, Mike. Spotted, Mike.
No. Alright, let's find out where P1 is. May have to do a couple laps before it updates. The true P1. Seems like a couple liveries may not have loaded, but it seems most of them did. Okay, about half of them loaded. No big deal. Okay, there's Eastwards Race Asylum, and they're white and gold. Very pretty. Let me change it to online IDs. There we go. It's a little bit more recognizable via names. Looks like the Alien Team's liveries did not load, but luckily I know who that is. Actually, that's... Okay, here's the first person's position that updated. Got the Team Fins in the Viper. I think last time I checked they were in either P6 or P7. Project 1 Racing in their green, highlighter green color. Inferno had a little bit of a rough patch on the last stint. Chili hit the wall. Went from podium to, I think it was P5. I don't know. These still haven't updated quite yet. Still working on it. As drivers pass the checkered flag starting their next lap, they will slowly get updated. There's OVO. Deciding against the Viper class for this race. Our current leader in the non-Viper class, I should say. And then you have Apex Motorsports in the second Porsche with their trademarked blue and silver. Right now, AMS Rodriguez behind the wheel, handing it off from a Super S2K, who had a very good stint other than the mistake he had at the beginning where his wheel disconnected. There's my team and the Mercedes. Seems to be the car that is struggling the most on this track, unfortunately, due to it's just not a strong track for this car. I think it just has a struggling top end for this particular track, just because it's mostly straights. You have Hida, unfortunately, their livery did not load. The QRT. Ferrari, unless, you know, at least I'll know there's, I don't have the spotter's guide, so I think there's only one Ferrari on the grid. by now the liveries should have loaded. I guess not all of them will. Feel Good Racing. Currently leading the race. Proving that the Viper is very strong here, as I think one still not updated. I don't think. Okay, I think yes. Positions are updated. All right. Esports Race Asylum in P2, defending their championship from Season 2, proving that they are going to fight for this title, holding their status as the champions. There's Archiver with Project 1 Racing. Definitely feel like they wanted to have a color that was noticeable and can be seen at night, obviously. It's highlights, glowing green color. And yes, this is not the ALN team, this is just ALN GTR. This is, fortunately, the Sector 7's Blazers livery did not load, but that is previously known as Prima GTR, now ALN GTR. Team driver for the Sector 7 team, but a member of the ALN team. So we call these drivers on loan. Still friends of the team, but belong to another team. There's a few of these among all of the teams in this split. I might actually need to pull up my handy dandy spotters because I unfortunately don't have the liveries for all of these cars. So I have to rely more on names than drivers. So I may pull up the stream so I can monitor the chat. Okay, I'll turn up the volume on my mic. All right, should be good now. Mic testing. Okay, I think we're good. But let me pull up broadcast graphics. Should be a spotter's guide somewhere in here. There it is. Oh, that was last season's. Well, I guess I'll just have to use deductive reasonings. Maybe the chat can help me out with naming these teams. But let me go back to full screen so I can see everything clearly. Inferno in P5 in the red livery. Well, that's not what it really is. 16 seconds behind the Sector 7 racing team, which is supposed to be silver. Actually, is it? No, it's still white and blue. Well, at least it's not the same color, so for the sake and purpose of this stint, these liveries will belong to these cars for this stint and this stint only. And then for stint 5, they will magically appear as the correct ones. Looks like Project One Racing is kind of in a little bit of a no man's land. 22-second gap to P2, Esports Race Asylum, and a 15-second lead on ALN GTR, the Sector 7 Blazers team. So he's just out there with no stress, trying to put out the best laps he can. Obviously, he's not going to get the advantage of any slipstream, but at the same time, you know, he's not pulling anybody along either, so he kind of gets, it's kind of negligible. All right, we got Inferno with a 16-second gap to Sector 7, but looks like he has the the Finland team slowly inching away to round out the Viper class. So we have STS Kukas of the Finns on a charge to maybe find the toe of Inferno Flores. And then, I don't know, maybe they'll work together to try to catch up to the Blazers team. That would definitely be the smart choice in, you know, by the end of this stint, we'll only be a third of the way through the race. Does seem that he's going to sit around that 2-second gap. The goal here is just to drive better than Inferno Flores, and obviously that would be sheer pace alone. Then we have VSR Simon, part of a new team, VSR, of the OVO. I personally asked Simon what OVO meant. He says, well, it doesn't really mean anything. It's just OVO. I'm like, okay, that's cool. But he is on a new team. He recently departed Distinct and joined a new team, VSR. They're kind of a new, in my knowledge of different teams across the GT community, VSR seems to be something newer. Very competitive esports team, and I wish Simon all the luck. If you guys can recollect, Simon did actually drive for the Sector 7 Boomers squad for the opener of the Season 2, and that team was very successful in their first race. I think finished P3 or P4, definitely with the help of him, and everybody was just really just on point for that Boomer squad for this race. Then following him is AMS, Apex Motorsports, new to the International Racing Organization. Although endurance leagues are not new to them, they're very much veterans in this realm. They did participate in a competitive endurance series of similar competitiveness, so to speak, but has gone defunct. So currently inactive. AMS was looking for somewhere to come to race, and they have found the International Racing Organization. So good to see some newcomers to the season. Seems to have a little bit of a gap to the OVO team. About a minute and a quarter behind, but you know, obviously they're not in the meta vehicle, they're not in a Viper, but it is two Porsches, in P7 and P8, so they're probably the next most competitive make for this race here at Daytona. Most likely will be changing to the new Porsche GT3 that came out in the most recent update a couple days ago. Unfortunately, due to the lack of turnaround time and flexibility, they will have to drive in the previous year model, but at the Bathurst round will be changing, as that is actually part of the requirement for the International Racing Organization's rules, is that it must be the most recent version of the vehicle on the track. So this is the last time we will see the 2017 Porsche RSR GT3 in this series. So it had a good run, you know? And then next is the first GTR, or AMG GT GT3 in the grid. It is the My Team, also a newcomer, currently with a 4.7 second gap to Apex Motorsports and a 10-second lead on the QRT team. Hira, driving for QRT, still a team member of mine at Sector 7 Racing, but chose to go on loan for IRO. Currently in the Audi Evo GT3, the second gen. Obviously, biggest difference between the V1, the version 1, and the Evo version is the aerodynamics, most notably the spoiler. Oh, what happened? We have a yellow flag. Let me find it. ALN GTR, the Sector 7 team currently, I think, is victim to the T1 invisible wall that makes it 4, I would guess. Unfortunately, I do not have the capabilities of rewind, but based on the timing and location of where I saw the yellow flag, I'm confident it was T1. Coming out of turn 4, I imagine at the end of this lap, we will see the Sector 7 Blazers car pitting for a new set of tires, probably a refuel, and obviously to fix the damage. So we'll most likely be losing P4, possibly winding up P6 behind the GT Finland team. Moving Inferno up to 5th, and the Finland team up to, Inferno team up to 4th, and the Finland team up to 5th. And should have a little bit of a safety gap between the OVO Porsche. So, unfortunate. Most of the cars were already doing a 2-stop, so it may not be that big of a loss of time. I would imagine probably a loss of somewhere between 10 to 15, maybe 20 seconds at most. So hopefully Blazers can recover from this quite quickly. stand corrected. It looks like it will be P7 for Prima, or ALN GTR. Alright, let's go back up to the top. Start from the top. Feel Good Racing with an 18-second lead on ERA. Currently coming up on a blue flag on ERS. Or not ERS. ALN. Fortunately, the livery did not load. Only a 7-second gap to the VQS squad. Not VQS. Dang it. What was the trying to remember the what team was this? This is the AL. No, that's the ALN team. Forgot what team Lewis was on. It's one of the fastest drivers in the European circuit. I wish the frickin' livery loaded. Elite Racing Squad in the BMW. I haven't really given them any love yet, so let's see how they're doing. I'm not getting any, hold on, let me get some lap times. Oh, none of the lap times are loading for me. This is... I just noticed that, unfortunately. Ah. Unless I have something wrong. No. The lap times just aren't loading. Oh. I'm kind of in the dark on that, unfortunately. So, and then yes, the Portugal team, Portugal All-Stars, rounding out the back with the 18-second gap to ERS. So, alright, from the top, Feel Good Racing. With a 17-second lead on ERA. Yes, it's the Alien team that is within Slipstream. Which, now that the the Mercedes is in the infield, should stay close until they come out of the turn 3-4. And within their slip is the Sector 7 Blazers team. Trying to make up lost ground. Hopefully only need to make one more stop in this race to minimize the time loss. Should take their position back on the OVO Porsche in P6 currently. So let's go through here. Again, looks like the ERA team is still kind of in that little no man's land with a 16-second gap in front and a 27-second gap behind. P1R kind of in the same situation, more equitable distance to the front and the rear to their next competitors in P2 and P4 respectively. I will say, luckily, everybody's livery is different, even though some stock liveries did load. At least nobody is in the same exact livery, the same exact car. Got the fins still on the back part of the Inferno team, but it does look like it has increased by about a second. So, unfortunately for the Finland car, which I believe is car number 66, is not within the pace required to get past this team, unless, knock on wood, I don't want this to happen to anybody, a mistake is made. So there we go. Finn's team proving an IRO faithful team that has been around for a long time, since season 1. Unfortunately, only running one team on the grid this year for Split 1. Actually, one car within both splits, unfortunately. The 6-7, yes, I said it, 6-7 car did not make it. That was their second car, hoping for a Split 2 appearance. So we may see some roster changes of some of those alien drivers on the 6-7. I need to stop saying it. The second Finn team may transfer some of their drivers over. Just throwing a guess out there, because there are some very good drivers on that second team as well. Currently running a purple by 0.02 of a second. And if somehow they can get in the toe of the Inferno squad, may have a chance at getting a new fastest lap. Right now, with only a 2.8 second gap to P4 and also a 2.8 second gap to P6. So this is probably the 3 closest cars on the track racing each other at the moment. Maybe a little bit harder for that Porsche to stay in the slip, but anything could happen when you have a world qualifier behind the wheel, as it is Simon behind the wheel. So he will be proving, oh no, will be serving this penalty at this lap. We'll probably end up losing somewhere between 1 to 1.5 seconds. Or not. Actually, he did minimize the loss as he decided to go into the pits on lap 19. Very, very good decision to minimize the the penalty loss by going into the pits. We'll be doing one more stop after this, if I were to take a guess, as most of the drivers have been going with the 2-stop strategy. Will be coming out very close to the Sector 7 Blazers squad. Taking his fuel as that team turns turn 1. Sector 7 coming up. Already approaching turn 2. So looks like there will be a bit of a gap, still staying in front of P7 by mere seconds ahead, as the Apex Motorsports crew comes out behind. Actually, let's see. Who is that? Oh, no. Apex is way back. Hold on. Who was that behind? Yes. ERS. That was ERS behind the OVO. Oh, no chase cam allowed. Just kidding. Portugal All-Stars. Kind of a mixed bag of some very good drivers out of Portugal. Every driver on the Portugal team, Portugal All-Star teams, is from Portugal, obviously. You never know. You know, maybe that 10th driver is native to Portugal, but has a flag as there's PlayStations registered in another country. But I think when I remember seeing it, every single Portugal driver is located in Portugal, so not flying a flag due to geographical reasons. See what the lap time is here. I'm sure they're running good lap times, probably somewhere between the 46s, 45s to 46s. The Mazda is a very good car, but does seem to be struggling the most. Runs a 46.5 as expected. Respectable time. Just doesn't have much to compare to when you're, you know, when it's mostly the Viper class and the everything else class. Currently 4 minutes and 6 seconds behind lead, which is 2 laps blue flagged. Feel Good Racing still with a 16 or so second gap to P2. Not much has changed, but does have the Sector 7 Blazers team within their tow. So I'm guessing they're trying to take advantage of that. Maybe trying to get back on lead lap. And will do so by being behind the fastest car on the track. I mean, for them to do that, they have to pass the car. So I guess the pit schedule on the FGR should be coming, I would say, pretty soon. If they plan on, maybe they're doing a one stopper, a little bit of a lag spike there. But for the 2 stopper, oh my gosh. The stability of this lobby has not hopefully it finds its way back to a stable lobby. I just see them kind of bouncing around right now, so I'll do my best to keep it as interesting and as realistic as possible, even though cars typically don't do that in real life. And I'm getting a little thrown off because it looks like that car was spinning, but it wasn't. Okay. They're not dancing around as much. Good. All right. ERA. Uh-oh. That gap wasn't that much before, so I think Inferno made a mistake. I can't confirm because I don't see any lap times because they decided not to come populate for me. But it does seem that the Inferno team made a mistake. Because that gap was not 53 seconds earlier. But they were close to the Finns also. So I'm not sure what happened. Because I thought it was like a 30 or so second lead. So, yeah, interesting. I got the Finns still holding it behind. Oh. Okay, that's what happened. The P1, so nothing happened. The P1R car, for some reason, wasn't updating. I guess it was going through a serious lag spike because that car simply just disappeared off the track. But it found its way back into the order, back in P3 where it belongs, as Inferno is in their rightful place in P4, and the Finns deciding to pit, their first pit. No, I don't think there was damage to P1R. I think because of the little bit of a lobby instability we encountered not too long ago may have been reason for that. They weren't, I guess, updating their position on the track. They were in the abyss, the no man's land, the purgatory of the racetrack, but it seems they're back. So this car, the Blazers car, is a little bit of a off schedule, as they did pit earlier. Off schedule due to an unscheduled pit due to a mistake at turn 1, which would make our 4th victim of the invisible wall at turn 1 for the day. So keep your tallies going. Maybe we can have a little bit of, no, I'm not going to influence gambling, but maybe we can have a little side bet to see how many we have by the end of this race, by the end of stint 12. I'm just going to throw it out there. We'll have, no, we're going to have 4. That's it. No more. No more for anybody, because that's not how, I just don't want that to be how a race is decided because of mistakes, you know? All right, so we got the Blazers team approaching the end of their 24th lap. See how they come out as far as are they going to come out in podium? All right, it already looks like Archiver of the PR1R team is already exiting the pits. Flores, oh come on. All right, well, you got somebody trying to hold their spot under blue flag. That's fine. Definitely faster for the Ferrari if they just tried to tuck in and hold on to that toe as long as possible. There we go. Let's try to minimize unnecessary contact as much as possible. You can see the number board on that Ferrari is nice, bright, and white, but there's no number there. So it looks like the Blazers are nearly 7 seconds ahead of Inferno in the red and blue, not the white and blue, Viper. I guess that's more color appropriate for them as they are Inferno. Although the Blazers are also flames, blaze red. So either of them could have been the red one. Unfortunately, they both couldn't be the red one. Right now, the Inferno team is coming up on the... I'm trying to remember what is that particular stock AMG, the ALN team. All right, the GTR or the AMG GT deciding to do the pit. I don't think they had much of a choice. They had 0 fuel. This allows Hida of the QRT team to get ahead in their Audi Evo. Not Audi. Is it Audi or Audi? I don't know. That's a debate that will never be settled to the end of time. It seems like the Americans like to say Audi, while the native land Europeans and Germans alike like to say Audi as it's meant to be pronounced. Just remember, if that Audi hits the wall, it goes ouchie. That was too corny. Oh my god. What am I saying? Okay. We got a temporary position change for the Portugal All-Stars. They jump a couple places. As they are trying to, trying to inch away, trying to inch back into this fight and see where they can wind up. It seems to be doing pretty well this stint, and man, I just love the sound of that car. It revs so high. Sorry, didn't mean to do chase cam or bumper cam. Let's see if he could inch away and get back to that QRT team, currently piloted by my Dutch friend hit a 64. It seems that both ALN and ERS did do a recent pit, as I don't know what lap they pitted on because I don't have any pit lap information, unfortunately, and I don't think I have anything wrong. I have it all here. I have it on display all, so unfortunately that's just something I'm going to be limited by. But, the Portugal team will have to pit again off schedule to the other cars behind them. So those cars, the ALN ERS teams, will get their positions back with ease. But the thing is, do the ALN and ERS teams, will they need to do another pit after that? So will the Portuguese team be able to ultimately, by the end of this stint, hold on to P12? So I'll keep my eye on that. FGR still with a comfortable lead. I see that the ERA team has gained about a second on them. First in the Viper class. So a lot of teams did opt for the Viper in the first round due to its sheer dominance at Daytona. Many of these teams with the think that they just want to get out there and they want to put up some good points early on in the season. Realistically, will they be in the Viper the entire season? No. Will they probably have switched by mid-season? Yes, most likely they will. The Viper will do good here at Daytona, obviously. It'll do good. It'll do all right at Bathurst, But, after round 2, things do change up a bit. And will the Viper continue to dominate? It's something that we'll have to keep our eye on. I think a lot of teams realize that they do get one free car change in the season. So they will use their Viper change to another vehicle some point during the season. Hopefully there's nothing else to be expected after they do their car change as far as the BOP, as far as the regulation goes. It's not a BOP change that allows a team to get an additional free car change. It would have to be a substantial physics change. So BOP changes are not included. So if they choose to get into a car that has very good competitive bop, and then it just gets nerfed because of an update. Well, if that bop change isn't also accompanied by a physics change, that will hurt their chances at being successful throughout the rest of their campaign. So, right now I think a lot of these teams in the 50-meter are looking at the 50-meter target rather than the further target, which, as a member of the military myself, we are trained to acquire the nearest target first. So, relatively speaking, the logic is sound, and I wish all the Viper drivers luck. They'll have early success maybe in the first 2 rounds, but we'll see what happens later on. P1R appearing out of nowhere back in their P3 position. Definitely a strange thing I've never seen before in this game. Seems to have a nice little... Seems like the podium is just kind of... Each driver's kind of doing their own thing. A 16-second gap to P1 with a 33-second gap to P3, and then a similar story here, a 33-second gap to P2, and a 17-second lead on P4. So it seems like the P1 to P2 and then P2 to P3 they're pretty far away from each other, and then P4 in a battle for P5. P5 is not too far behind. I don't know what the trend is here. I guess I would have to stick around for a little bit longer to see how that delta calculation is happening. It does seem that Inferno is slowly eking back into their position in P4. Obviously, P5 did pit recently, so their tires are a little bit fresher, a little bit better on the mechanical grip, and we'll see if it equalizes once Inferno does catch back up within the toe. So, seems that we got a good little it's a distant train, but P4 to P7 are pretty close to each other, so I'll kind of keep my eye on that. It seems they're all on a charge to catch each other. Let's see, Inferno. Kind of in the middle of it with a 4.7 gap to the Blazers and a 3.5 second lead to the Finns. Can someone tell me what the Ferrari team name is? I'm so sorry. Yes, Lucas, that's very true. Obviously, you bank more points in a 24-hour race than you do a 12-hour race. I think the points off the top of my head, the points calculator for a 24-hour race is about 2/3 percent more, so about 60 to 70% more than it is a 12-hour race. So... As I was mentioning in chat recently, we haven't seen a SRT update and don't expect an update from this manufacturer for the foreseeable future. I don't know if the Viper hasn't been involved in in any FIA GT3 series, as far as the World Challenge, as far as FIA World Endurance Championship, any of the Le Mans 24-hour series. So it'd be nice to see a supercar that isn't a box made out of the SRT brand. I know the Challenger is coming back out with a Challenger that is going to be gas powered, but the Viper it's no longer. I think the last year they made the Viper was in 2017 was the last year we saw the Viper manufactured. I think they sold it took them 2 years to sell the last Viper ever made. I think it took them 2019 or so was the last year. It was on a dealership lot. Yes, thank you, Nuke. Okay, so the Ferrari is NWR. The Ferrari is NWR. Give me a second. Alrighty. So yes, P4 to P7, very interesting battle here. It's 3 Vipers and a Porsche. If the Porsche can maintain the tow and drive better in the infield and take the bus stop better, there is an opportunity to pass for that car. So good luck to Simon. It is a bit of a charge and a bit of a challenge for him to do that, even though as far as driver talent range, I would imagine that Simon, coming off of being a world qualifier in the GT World Series, will fight tooth and nail to get back up to top 5. Oh! Inferno with the wall hit coming out of turn 4 will seek the pits to fix that. We'll probably take a new set of tires, and we'll probably have to force them to this to be their last pit, or not. Well, actually, no, never mind. They got to take bus stop first. Coming back out, the Finns will take the position in P5. Yes, that's as expected. Yes, they're going in to fix the damage. And we'll have to drive about 35, 36 full laps on their next set of tires. So, unfortunately, that will affect them and their pace at the end of the race as well. So, there's one position gain for Simon, making a charge to the Finns now. He will see a lot of purples this race, as the Porsche is very strong through sectors 1 and sectors 2, but will struggle in sectors 3 and 4. But we'll have, we'll see purples all the way till the end of bus stop. So most of the time, I know I say that and use it. It's not a purple, but all right. So after the pits, the Inferno squad has a 1.5 second lead to my team. Esports Racing Asylum trying to get ahead. as they are a lap down now. They are now a lap down on P2 Esports Racing Asylum. I would imagine everybody has been affected by turn 4 and have hit the wall entering Daytona. So okay, so that Delta 2P8 has updated to 48 seconds. So, unfortunate for Inferno. Simon still holding a 2-second gap to Kukas, Prima GTR, or ALN GTR. Slowly making his way out downtown. No, I'm just kidding. Making my way downtown. But we'll have to pit a little sooner than everybody else due to the offset pit strategy, due to their mistake earlier in the stint. Not a big deal, though. I don't think that he's going to lose a lot of time doing that. We'll probably end up, I don't know, because the other teams have to pit too, so we'll see. We'll see what happens, because they're also on a 2-pit strategy. I think ALN GTR was on a 1-pit strategy. He'll just have to make his last stint a little bit longer than everybody else's, so may not affect as much. All right. So still a battle between P4 to P6. Going back to the top. All right. Looks like Feel Good Racing has, I don't know how to say that name. Timgren? Timgren? I don't know. Timgren. Adamgren. I think it's Adamgren. So it looks like they're back to about a 17-second gap. It was about a 16-second gap 10 or so minutes ago. So Harlock still driving a very, very, very clean race. Still holding about a 35-second gap to P1R. I'm gonna see what the lap times are so I can compare. Seems the gap to P3 is growing, so it seems Sector 7's car is a little bit 4.6 or 46.2, 45.1. So seems P1R, or not P1R, the Finns are slowly catching up on the Sector 7 Blazers car. And then the Finns are slowly pulling away from OVO. So I feel that Inferno is going to be in a similar situation that the Blazers are currently in, except for it's a little bit worse for Inferno as they have to go much longer on those softs till the end. So those last 4 or 5 laps for them is just going to be brutal. So Hopefully they can minimize the tire wear. They had to take nearly a full tank of gas, so that extra weight they're carrying around definitely isn't helping their situation. All right, my team in the first GTR, or I keep saying GTR, AMG GT, currently piloted by the Belgian Mr. MD. Maybe he's a doctor in real life. He is a doctor by day and a racer by night. So he does not sleep, period. Something happened here as AMS is a little bit behind. I think they may be on a different pit strategy or pit schedule compared to Mr. MD over at my team. So there's a chance that he may be able to get back into P8. We have Hitty with QRT. Very gorgeous sounding car. Little shaky coming out of bus stop. I know Hitty to be a very, very competent driver, as he is my teammate on the Sector 7 racing team. Opting out to drive for QRT this season. Wishing him the best luck. Putting down a solid 45.5. We'll probably have to pit one last time as he is on, I believe, a 2-pit strategy. We have Alien in P11 in the second AMG GT. Currently out trying to stay ahead of the ESR or ERS Elite Racing Squad. Unfortunately, I don't know what happened to VQS Lewis, as he was, I believe, P9 earlier in this race. So hopefully NWR can inch back in this race. Oh, no, commentator's curse. No. And that's why he was in P9, because he just came out the pits. Oh, what a heartbreaker. It's no secret that with that contact there is damaged, but I will say with that there was, I don't know, let's see if VQS Lewis can control the car's damage, as I will say that there was no, it's no secret there's damage, but the damage is only to the wheel. So, as there's no aerodynamics damage, maybe Lewis decides not to fix the damage if he can control the broken component on the wheel. So, I'll keep my eye on him and see what he does. And then I'll come back to him towards the end of his next lap if he decides to stay out, to see how that's affecting his lap time. He's gonna stay out. That mistake alone did cost him about 8 seconds, so avoiding a pit may be still the option. But definitely helps the Portugal All-Star team with the not last challenge, you know? Like, I wish every single team here the most of luck, but you know, somebody's got to come first and somebody's got to come last. And you know, I think just being here and being part of a race league that is this skilled and it's a privilege, in my opinion. It's, and not in the sake of it being a participation trophy aspect of things, you know, like there was a qualifier of 40 teams, a qualifier of 40 teams that came out and tried to secure a position either in split 1 and split 2, and this team was faster than more than half of the teams that pre-qualified. So you know, good on them, and I wish them luck. And you know, obviously the Mazda wasn't strong choice for Daytona, but they wanted to think further out. They wanted to think for the entire season, not just for this one race. So I hope to see him back at Bathurst next round and doing better. So that would make our 5th victim. Kitty, no. What are you doing? All right. FGR, Feel Good Racing, is currently lost about a second to ERA. GTR, as expected, doing the 2-stop strat with the mistake. Probably was going to just do the 1-stop strat. So we'll be going till the end here, I would imagine. I guess that is the one silver lining to doing the 1-stop strategy. If there's a mistake somewhere between laps 15 to 25, adjusting to the 1-stop strategy, or the 2-stop strategy, is easier. So we'll see, because Simon and Kukas will have to stop again. So should allow GTR to get back into P4. And will he able to hold P4 to the end of the race? You know, that's the challenge here. The total length of the pit, I think, is about 20 seconds, and then topping the fuel after that, you know, may allow them to be pretty close coming out of the pits. I guess another good thing that did happen here is that GTR did come out in front of Inferno, as they both ended up forcing themselves to do a similar strategy, except for Inferno being required to stay on those softs for the last stint a lot longer than GTR, so will allow him to have better pace and stay in front of Flores till the end. That doesn't mean that Flores is gonna just allow GTR to stay ahead. He'll do his best to stay as close as possible. If not, you know, try to take a position back. You know, they were at one point, you know, podium in this race, but due to Chile in the last stint hitting the wall, and then Flores doing the same thing, you know, that's an easy way to find yourself losing positions to mistakes. Hey, Gankazo! Hoping to see you on the track with your team, your Portugal All-Stars team, later on in the day, night, depending on where you are, or morning if you're in Australia. So, for our audience, I know, Gankazo, you're in Portugal, so it is the early evening for you, as is the late afternoon for us. Kitty, can you go lay down somewhere? What are you doing? Huh? Do you want to sit in my lap? There you go. Yeah. Okay. Seems they may be running in tandem with each other for the next few laps, but maybe the tire wear for Inferno will slowly creep up on him. So I guess the goal here is for them to just stay in tow as long as possible. Take advantage of that extra free speed for them. A little bit of a better angle there for Flores there. See how they take turn 4. A little bit of a better run. Oh, tapped the wall, but not enough for any real damage. All comes down to bus stop. You know, he may just tuck in behind. May tuck in behind just to take the free speed, take the free draft. Seems that OVO is unable to stay close to the Finns, as it was about a 2-second gap their last pit. Now it's 4.7 gap, 4.8 gap. Was 4.8, now it's 4.5, but that Porsche could take the bus stop a little bit better than the Viper. So a lot of these cars are due for another pit, and it seems that Simon is taking his pit now. Maybe trying to go for an undercut on the Finns. So I'm sure we're all curious to see how the new GTR or the new Porsche GT3 is going to be for the remainder of the season. But I think Simon is really hoping for that mechanical grip in the tires to find some time to stay ahead of the Finland teams. Got a good battle here. I think Inferno Flores may have something here, but let's hope. Well, I'm gonna hope because it's my team that GTR can hold him off, and as those tires wear out, he could just stay ahead. All right, Kukas is coming in for his pit, so we'll see if Simon is able to jump ahead. I believe that the Dodge Viper will need to take more fuel than the Porsche. So it's gonna be close, and I'm gonna keep my eye on this battle for a second, and then I'll jump back to GTR and Flores's battle. Thank you, Nuke. Sorry. Yes, the Porsche change to the Porsche is not required. So we'll see of the two teams which one decides to stay with the 27 Porsche RSR or the new Porsche GT3R. So oh wow. So Simon ended up behind this battle between Flores and GTR, and somehow Kukas found his way in front of them. So that battle's no longer there, as now Simon has to battle with Sector 7 Racing and Inferno, with a good chance of him being able to pass one of them or both of them, because he will be on the fresh or soft tires through the end of the race. So keep an eye on that. It'll be a good 3 to 4 car battle here, between P4 to P7. Seems that Flores has kind of found his way back into the fight. Let's just see he's able to maintain those tires until the end of the race. I will say that based on everything that I've heard, this new Porsche GT3R is actually very good. And a lot of people are very excited for this car. Even, I would say that the excitement for the new Porsche has actually been a little bit more than the new Ferrari 296. So it is nice that we are getting new Group 3 cars in the game. And I don't know, is PD done? You know, there's rumblings of a new, it's more rumors of a new Group 3 car from the BMW. Hopefully, maybe we'll see the BMW M4 GT3, or, you know, Hyundai currently has the oldest Group 3 car still running, the 2013 Hyundai Genesis Coupe. As you know, Hyundai currently only has a Group 4 car that just came out last week with the Elantra N TC touring car, and currently doesn't have a Group 3 car. The Elantra is a front-wheel drive vehicle, as all the Group 3 cars are rear-wheel drive. And, you know, maybe we'll see something from their camp. Maybe, maybe not. But it is time for Hyundai. I mean, as much as I love the Genesis Coupe, I'm actually an owner and driver of one. We'll see a new one. So AMS has found themselves back in P8. And then we'll see how VQS Lewis holds up. Hida is on an empty tank of fuel coming in for his last pit. Maybe VQS Lewis can find his way ahead of him. We'll see what his lap time is. I know he's still rocking that damage familiar. He never stopped to fix it. A 146. Obviously, it is affecting his time because a driver like Lewis would be doing a low 45 on this track at this point in the race. Looks like he's going to be about 7 seconds behind Hitty. So maybe he might be able to find himself in the top 10 by the end of this race, if long as, Hitty has something to say about that. He may be willing to battle to hold his position in the top 10. Keep an eye on that. And then we have Alien VTS Sport 91. Currently in P12 in the second AMG GT. Flying the French flag, as I think most of the drivers from the ALN team do hail from the French region. Followed by ERS Bezzy from the Elite Racing Squad. Currently under a blue flag, but I think he has a little bit of time before he actually needs to give up that position. I think he's a little bit more than probably about a 2.5 second gap to the driver behind. Most of the drivers from the Elite Racing Squad hail from Poland. So a lot of these teams have regional ties to them, including the Portugal All-Star team, the Elite Racing Squad, which mostly hails from Poland, and the ALN team, mostly hailing from France. The Finns, S2S Kukas, currently piloting their car. Most of their team, I think all of their team, hails from, obviously, Finland. And everything else is kind of a mixed bag. I know the Inferno team has a number of French drivers as well. That's right, Jakey. FGR definitely has one of the. I know it's ironic that I say elite, but they are a very, very competitive team. Currently coming under the blue flag from Hida. So I would say probably after turn 3, turn 4 at Daytona, Daytona 3-4, Hida will make way for the blue flag to pass. So go ahead and continue pushing Hida. I think that's the next blue flag area. There is a little bit of a straight here. They may not do it here. Okay. Good rotation there. Wow. Great rotation going around that other hairpin. And now, great run into the toe of that Audi R8. All right, Hitty. You probably should give up that position. There we go. Looks like he did. Gonna tuck in behind before going into the bus stop. Hopefully can hold the toe going out of the bus stop. Currently running a purple, but I don't see that purple holding on, as I would imagine that the purple that is posted happened under slipstream. So let's see if this is still in the 44s. It's possible, but could be a low 45. No, 44.8. Very, very respectable time. Harlock running a 45 dead, which is 0.2 slower than Atimgren. Atimgren. I don't know how to say it, guys. So running some really great times out of that white and gold Viper. Currently running his best Sector 1 at the moment. So oh yeah, I completely agree with you, Jakey. But considering that the currently posted best was a 44.7 and he was less than only a tenth faster coming out of that last bus stop without slip. I didn't see it being faster, but I was right. You know, he was a 44.8, so it was pretty consistent. He lost about 0.2 without slip on that last sector. So we'll see. I would imagine that we will see at some point during the race tonight a Viper posting a 44.5. P1R currently with the biggest gap in the front portion of this grid. A 45-second deficit to Harlock, and then a 21-second lead to the Finns. So, moving on. Inferno. Currently trying to hold it down to the Finns, trying to hold it down to Inferno with only about a 5-second gap. Currently on the freshest tires. Kitty! To Infernal and GTR has fell off a little bit here. I don't see any damage, but still in the slipstream of Simon, so he may find himself back in that fight eventually, hopefully. Willing to give Inferno a little bit of a battle towards the end, as Floris's tires may be a little bit more worn towards the end of this race, as he did pit first. It's going to be extremely hard for Simon to pass, but not only pass, but also stay ahead. You know? Everybody knows the type of talent that Simon is. But obviously it's the machinery right here that's really making the difference. I think Simon's really just trying to take advantage of the slip, as that's, you know, free speed for him to continue building a lead on the other Porsche, the second Porsche in the grid, currently P8. GTR's gap at this time on the last lap was 0.6. So we've cut that in half, and it'll continue to be cut into going into turn 1. So what's going to happen here? What is he going to do? We're going to do a little. Here we go. Too wide going into turn 1. Very close for all three cars. Very good job on GTR staying on the inside of turn 1 like that. Being able to get back on the throttle early to help rotate the car out. And he finds himself behind Inferno Flores, while Simon found his way in front of both of the GTRs here. It's definitely not easy. I think the tires are starting to show their age for Flores, as he is not getting the mechanical grip that he needs to stay ahead and get the speed that he needs in these turns. And this was pretty expected. We're into lap 55 of this race, so we see ourselves doing 14 more racing laps. Flores does have a 1:37 lead on the second Porsche with AMS. So I don't really see that position change happening, but it does give them an opportunity to cut into it a bit. I guess the question going through the team's mind right now, is it worth stopping to take another set of tires? Probably not. Will they find that time back on the track after they pit? It's very doubtful. So I guess the best move here is just to stay out and do their best to stay in tow until they just can't seem to keep the mechanical grip there in the turns. They may end up losing the tow. But the last thing you want to do is have a dead red tire in the rear on this track, and the first tire that's going to go in this car is that rear right tire, as there's so many demanding hairpins that affects that tire more than others for all the cars on the track. AMS currently on their best lap. Let's see what that blue looks like coming out of the bus stop. They do have some pressure on them with my team. That AMG GT is very good through every single sector of this track, except for, well, I take that back. It's not good through sector. There's 5 sectors in this track. It's not good through sector 3, and it's not good through sector 5, because those are exclusively straights. And I think of all the cars on the track, besides the Mazda, those 2 cars are affected most on the straights. The Porsche obviously is the second best, but is still a far second to the Viper. So Seems that the gap to Lewis has stayed about the same at 7 seconds, so I don't see much of... Oh, Hitty. Stay on the track, buddy. He's going to have dirty tires going into the next 2 hairpins. So that is a second that VQS Lewis has just found. Let's hope the dead tire or the dirty tires are gone now. Yes, it seems that he had good grip going out of that turn. So you can't find ways to give seconds here and there, because if you add them up, you can find yourself losing positions. NWR finding themselves in a blue flag behind the ERA Viper, currently P2. As you all know, Lewis is a split 1, split 2 driver usually in the GT World Series. Probably has concluded his round 6 at this point, as the European region is closing out for the evening. Still running mid 46s with the damage to the front left. As you know, he did hit turn 1 earlier, but did avoid the aerodynamics damage, so he still is having the speed in the straights that he needs to stay in the 46s. The case would have been a lot worse if he would have hit and did aerodynamics damage, because he would have lost more time in the pits. So the 296 is a relatively new car to the game, has very long gears, it does handle the corners pretty well, but I would say Daytona is not its strongest track. And I think is the car is that is suffering the most here, outside of the Mazda RX Vision. The GTR is not doing the best here either. But you know, obviously we'll see a lot of changes as a lot of these teams that chose these specific cars chose these cars in consideration of the entire season, not just the first race. So but it is nice to see a gamut of vehicles, unique class. You know, we have Mazda, BMW, Ferrari, Mercedes, Dodge, Audi, Porsche, all on the same track, even though the only ones of those that we see more than one of is the Porsche, the Mercedes, and then obviously the Dodge Viper that has 6 on the track. But we'll see more variety of cars throughout the season. See the the P1R car slowly coming up from behind the Portuguese Mazda. I'm not sure if you guys know, but the Portugal All-Star teams recently had a competitive championship recently, and a big reason why we do not see an ORT team on the field is because many of those ORT drivers consolidated with the Portugal All-Star team. One of the drivers on that team is a previous driver for the Sector 7 Racing esports car that we saw last year. Goncazo, I think I'm not sure what his role is on the team, whether he's just a driver or one of the principal leaders, but we respectively allowed, his decision to race with them this year. And although he is still a very good friend of the team, he's driving for them this year, so we wish him all the best. And some of the other drivers from our esports team last year are finding themselves on different teams this year, including Macho Monkey LT and Antonio Santos, who have decided to run with the OVO Porsche, which is currently piloted by Simon. So a lot of the teams to look out for this season is definitely the OVO team competing as... Max, don't stand on that, please. Don't stand on those handles. As that Sector 7 esports team was P2 last season, and lost the championship in the last round due to some unfortunate disconnects and other technical and mechanical issues and mistakes, a little bit of all the above, but that we were lucky to have them. We were lucky to have that Sector 7 esports team last year drive for under our banner. So good luck to Monkey and Antonio and Goncazo. Mid 45 in the Porsche. Very, very good time. That GTR, or the ALN GTR, it's still within a second behind, so tire wear, well, obviously, the Sector 7 Blazers team did pit a little bit earlier than that Porsche, so stay in the tow, use that top end to your advantage. And stay in it. Currently a minute and a half behind lead for the Porsche and the GTR. It would be a minute and 31 for the for GTR in the Blazers car. Simon's still running blue laps, as it is starting. Although the tire wear is starting to set in, you have that fuel burn to its advantage to maintain pace. And believe it or not, Simon's done a really good job at holding that gap to the Finns to about 4 to 5 seconds throughout most of this race. Although earlier in the race it was about 2 to 3 seconds before the last pit. it's still within reason. So Simon's found a way to splinter himself between the rest of the Viper cars. So because he finds himself behind 4 GTRs, or 4 in front of 4 Vipers, but behind 2 of them, or behind 4 of them, but ahead of 2 of them. So if he could get ahead of the Finns, that would be an even splinter for the top 7. Ray, I do apologize. I should factor in the fact that ERA was lights out on that last race, and they drove an incredible season. And just the sheer consistency from not just all the drivers on the team, but all of the drivers for all of the races in the season, just continuing to show up and be one of the fastest cars on the track, and being able to minimize mistakes and just put up great lap after great lap, stint after stint, and very, very, very respect is given to all of the competitors for their ability to come back. As at the beginning of the season, they were in it the entire season, but sometimes found themselves P3, P2 throughout the season. Actually didn't hold the lead for the entire season until the last race. So that is the definition of grit. And I guess I could use this time to maybe do a little bit of free advertising for the spin-off series that is underway within the IRO Discord and community. IRO is teamed up with the Sector 7 Racing to do a spin-off series of the IRO GT Endurance Championship, which is called the GT Sprint Championship. It is also 8 rounds with all of the different tracks that aren't being used this season for the Endurance Championship. So all of the tracks that seems a lot of the drivers missed this season, such as I think the biggest one was Le Mans. Everybody wanted to do Le Mans this season, and I wanted to make sure that was used, but we're also doing the other new track in the game. We're doing CGV. I'm not even going to try to pronounce it, but it's the GP Montreal. Some of the other tracks that we're using, let's see, Watkins Glen, Road Atlanta, Laguna Seca, and that's on the American side. On the Japanese front, we're going to go to Fuji. And on the European front, we're going to go to Monza. So I think that's all of them. Come on. Sorry, my cat is doing crazy things right now. But yeah. And then instead of them being 8, 12, 24-hour races, they're only 3 hours in length. And the stints aren't 2 hours long, they're 90 minutes long. And I think the goal for this series was to give a home, as we had 40 drivers come out and compete for a place to race in the splits. Some of them didn't get to. Some of them had to concede their opportunity to race in the GT Endurance Championship, but gave themselves the opportunity to race in the GT Sprint Championship. The rule sets are mostly the same, minus the race lengths and the race number of stints. But, you know, after this weekend, I think we will have the 28 teams required to do the series. Thanks a lot to, you know, those teams who didn't make it, you know, RA, being able to help assemble a lot of teams. My own team, Sector 7 Racing, be able to set and bring forward a number of teams. Big shout out to the Vez team, the Italian Stallions, the Italian crew, for also putting up a good number of teams, and then and just the rest of the guys out there. You know, the first race is March the 7th, and we'll run between the races for the GT Endurance Championship. So if you're participating in them, you'll get to see both splits. We have 14 splits for split 1, and then 14 teams for split 2, and those will be run concurrently on a established Saturday every month from now until November. So, and we'll run alongside the GT Endurance Championship, and provides a lot of flexibility and opportunities for IRO to enhance its audience, bring in new viewers, bring in new drivers, and yeah, just really looking forward to it. So I figured I would dedicate maybe 10 minutes of the stream to talk about that. So as I finish, it looks like we're coming into the penultimate lap right now, currently led by Feel Good Racing with a 17.5 second lead to ERA, currently piloted by Harlock. And then it seems there is a considerable gap to our last podium position, Archiver, at Project One Racing. The 48-second gap. STS Kukas here with the Finns and the Viper.